Section 2. 1. Great lady on a white horse. Morning clatters with the first L train down Allen Street. Daylight rattles through the windows, shaking the old brick houses, splatters the girders of the L structure with bright confetti. The cats are leaving the garbage cans. The chinches are going back into the walls, leaving sweaty limbs, leaving the grime-tender necks of little children asleep. Men and women stir under blankets and bedquilts on mattresses in the corners of rooms. Clots of kids begin to untangle, to scream and kick. At the corner of Riverton, the old man with the hempen beard, who sleeps where nobody knows, is putting out his pickle stand. Tubs of gherkins, pimentos, melon rind, piccalilli give out twining vines and cold tendrils of dank pepper fragrance that grow like a marsh garden out of the musky bed smells, and the rancid clangor of the cobbled awakening street. The old man with the hempen beard, who sleeps where nobody knows, sits in the midst of it like Jonah under his gourd. Jimmy Herf walked up 4 creaky flights and knocked at a white door, finger-marked above the knob, where the name Sunderland appeared in Old English characters on a card neatly held in place by brass thumbtacks. He waited a long while beside a milk bottle, 2 cream bottles, and a copy of the Sunday Times. There was a rustle behind the door and the creak of a step, then no more sound. He pushed a white button in the door jamb, and he said, "Margie, I've got a crush on you so bad." And she said, "Comin' oute the rain, you're all wet." Voices coming down the stairs, a man's feet in button shoes, a girl's feet in sandals, pink silk legs, the girl in a fluffy dress and a spring-made hat. The young man had white edging on his vest and a green, blue, and purple striped necktie. "But you're not that kind of a girl. How do you know what kind of a girl I am?" The voices trailed out down the stairs. Jimmy Herf gave the bell another jab. "Who is it?" came a lisping female voice through a crack in the door. "I want to see Miss Prynne, please." Glimpse of a blue kimono held up to the chin of a fluffy face. "Oh, I don't know if she's up yet. She said she would be. Look, will you please wait a second to let me make my getaway?" she tittered behind the door. "And then come in. Excuse us, but Mrs. Sunderland thought you were the rent collector. They sometimes come on Sunday just to fool you." A smile coyly bridged the crack in the door. "Shall I bring in the milk?" "Oh, do, and sit down in the hall, and I'll call Ruth." The hall was very dark, smelled of sleep and toothpaste and massage cream. Across one corner, a cot still bore the imprint of a body on its rumpled sheets. Straw hats, silk evening wraps, and a couple of men's dress overcoats hung in a jostling tangle from the staghorns of the hat rack. Jimmy picked a corset cover off a rocking chair and sat down. Women's voices, a subdued rustling of people dressing, Sunday newspaper noises seeped out through the partitions of the different rooms. The bathroom door opened. A stream of sunlight reflected out of a pier glass cut the murky hall in half. Out of it came a head of hair like copper wire, blue dark eyes in a brittle white, egg-shaped face. Then the hair was brown down the hall above a slim back in a tangerine-colored slip. nonchalant pink heels standing up out of the bath slippers at every step. Oh, Jimmy, Ruth was yodeling at him from behind her door. But you mustn't look at me or at my room. A head in curl papers stuck out like a turtle's. Hello, Ruth. You can come in if you promise not to look. I'm a sight, and my room's a pigeon. I've just got to do my hair, then I'll be ready. The little gray room was stuffed with clothes and photographs of stage people. Jimmy stood with his back to the door, some sort of silky stuff that dangled from the hook, tickling his ears. Well, how's the cub reporter? I'm on Hell's Kitchen. It's swell. Got a job yet, Ruth? A couple of things may materialize during the week, but they won't. Oh, Jimmy, I'm getting desperate. She shook her hair loose of the crimpers and combed out the new mouse-brown waves. She had a pale, startled face with a big mouth and blue underlids. This morning, I knew I ought to be up and ready, but I just couldn't. It's so discouraging to get up when you haven't got a job. Sometimes I think I'll go to bed and just stay there till the end of the world. Poor old Ruth. She threw a powder puff at him that covered his necktie and the lapels of his blue serge suit with powder. Don't you poor old me, you little rat. That's a nice thing to do after all the trouble I took to make myself look respectable. Darn your hide, Ruth. And the smell of the carbona not off me yet. Ruth threw back her head with a shrieking laugh. Oh, you're so comical, Jimmy. Try the whisk broom. Blushing, he blew down his chin at his tie. Who's the funny-looking girl? Opened the hall door. Shush, you can hear everything through the partition. That's Cassie, she whispered, giggling. Cassandra Wilkins used to be with the Morgan dancers. But we oughtn't to laugh at her. She's very nice. I'm very fond of her. She let out a whoop of laughter. You nut, Jimmy. She got to her feet and punched him in the muscle of the arm. You always make me act like I was crazy. God did that. No, but look, I'm awfully hungry. I walked up. What time is it? It's after 1. Oh, Jimmy, I don't know what to do about time. Like this hat. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I went to see Al Harrison yesterday. It was simply dreadful. If I hadn't got to the phone in time and threatened to call the police. Look at that funny woman opposite. She's got a face exactly like a llama. It's on account of her. I have to keep my shades drawn all the time. Why? Oh, you're much too young to know. You'd be shocked, Jimmy. Ruth was leaning close to the mirror, running a stick of rouge between her lips. So many things shock me. I don't see that it matters much. But come along, let's get out of here. The sun's shining outside, and people are coming out of church and going home to overeat and read at their Sunday papers among the rubber plinths. Oh, Jimmy, you're a shriek. Just 1 minute. Look out, you're hooked onto my best shimmy. A girl with short black hair in a yellow jumper was folding the sheets off the cot in the hall. For a second, under the amber-colored powder, and the rouge, Jimmy did not recognize the face he had seen through the crack in the door. Hello, Cassie. This is, beg pardon, Miss Wilkins, this is Mr. Herf. You tell him about the lady across the airshaft. You know Sappho the monk. Cassandra Wilkins lisped and pouted. Isn't she dweedful, Mr. Herf? She says the dweedfulest things. She merely does it to annoy. Oh, Mr. Herf, I'm so pleased to meet you at last. Ruth does nothing but talk about you. Oh, I'm afraid I was indiscreet to say that. I'm tweedfully indiscreet. The door across the hall opened, and Jimmy found himself looking in the white face of a crooked-nosed man, whose red hair rode in two unequal mounds on either side of a straight part. He wore a green satin bathrobe and red morocco slippers. "What ho, Cassandra," he said in a careful Oxford drawl. "What prophecies today?" "Nothing except a wire from Mrs. Fitzsimmons Green. She wants me to go to see her at Scarsdale tomorrow to talk about the Greenery Theatre." "Excuse me, this is Mr. Herf, Mr. Oglethorpe." The red-haired man raised one eyebrow and lowered the other, and put a limp hand in Jimmy's. Herf, let me see, it's not a Georgia Herf. In Atlanta, there's an old family of Herfs. No, I don't think so. Too bad. Once upon a time, Josiah Herf and I were boon companions. Today, he is the president of the First National Bank and leading citizen of Scranton, Pennsylvania. And I a mere mountebank, a thing of rags and patches. When he shrugged his shoulders, the bathrobe fell away, exposing a flat, smooth, hairless chest. "You see, Mr. Oglethorpe and I are going to do the Song of Songs. He weeds it, and I interpret it in dancing. You must come up and see us rehearse sometime. Thy navel is like a round goblet which wanteth not liquor. Thy belly is like a heap of wheat set about with lilies. Oh, don't begin now." She tittered and pressed her legs together. "Jojo, close that door," came a quiet, deep girl's voice from inside the room. "Oh, poor dear Elaine, she wants to sleep. So glad to have met you, Mr. Herf." "Jojo, yes, my dear." Through the leaden drowse that cramped him, the girl's voice set Jimmy tingling. He stood beside Cassie constrainedly, without speaking in the Dingadark hall. A smell of coffee and singeing toast seeped in from somewhere. Ruth came up behind them. "All right, Jimmy, I'm ready. I wonder if I've forgotten anything. I don't care whether you have or not. I'm starving." Jimmy took hold of her shoulders and pushed her gently towards the door. "It's 2:00. Well, goodbye, Cassie dear. I'll call you up at about 6. All white wuthy. So pleased to have met you, Mr. Herf." The door closed on Cassie's tittering lisp. "Wow, Ruth, that place gives me the infernal jim-jams. Now, Jimmy, don't get peevish because you need food. But tell me, Ruth, what the hell is Mr. Oglethorpe? He beats anything I ever saw. Oh, did the ogle come out of his lair?" Ruth let out a whoop of laughter. They came out into grimy sunlight. "Did he tell you he was of the main branch? Don't you know? Of the Oglethorpes of Georgia. Is that lovely girl with copper hair his wife? Elaine Oglethorpe has reddish hair. She's not so darn lovely either. She's just a kid, and she's upstage as the deuce already. All because she made a kind of a hit in Peach Blossoms. You know, one of these tiny exquisite bits everybody makes such a fuss over. She can act all right. It's a shame she's got that for a husband. Ogle's done everything in the world for her. If it hadn't been for him, she'd still be in the chorus. Beauty and the Beast. You'd better look out if he sets his lamps on you, Jimmy. Why, strange fish, Jimmy, strange fish." An elevated train shattered the barred sunlight overhead. He could see Ruth's mouth forming words. "Look," he shouted above the diminishing clatter. "Let's go have brunch at the campus, and then go for a walk on the Palisades." "You nut, Jimmy, what's brunch? You'll eat breakfast, and I'll eat lunch. It'll be a scream." Whooping with laughter, she put her arm in his. Her silver-knit bag knocked against his elbow as they walked. "And what about Cassie, the mysterious Cassandra? You mustn't laugh at her. She's a peach. If only she wouldn't keep that horrid little white poodle. She keeps it in her room, and it never gets any exercise, and it smells something terrible. She has that little room next to mine. Then she's got a steady," Ruth giggled. "He's worse than the poodle. They're engaged, and he borrows all her money away from her. For heaven's sake, don't tell anybody. I don't know anybody to tell. Then there's Mrs. Sunderland. Oh yes, I got a glimpse of her going into the bathroom. An old lady in a wadded dressing gown with a pink boudoir cap on. Jimmy, you shock me." "She keeps losing her false teeth," began Ruth. An L train drowned out the rest. The restaurant door, closing behind them, choked off the roar of wheels on rails. An orchestra was playing when it's apple blossom time in Normandy. The place was full of smoke-wreathing slants of sunlight, paper festoons, signs announcing lobsters arrive daily. "Eat clams now. Try our delicious French-style steamed mussels, recommended by the Department of Agriculture." They sat down under a red-altered placard beefsteak parties upstairs, and Ruth made a pass at him with a breadstick. "Jimmy, do you think it'd be immoral to eat scallops for breakfast? But first, I've got to have coffee. I'm going to eat a small steak and onions. Not if you're intending to spend the afternoon with me, Mr. Herf." "Oh, all right, Ruth, I lay my onions at your feet. That doesn't mean I'm going to let you kiss me." "What, on the Palisades?" Ruth's giggle broke into a whoop of laughter. Jimmy blushed crimson. "I never axed you, Mom," he say, Ed. Sunlight dripped in her face through the little holes in the brim of her straw hat. She was walking with brisk steps, too short on account of her narrow skirt. Through the thin china silk the sunlight tingled like a hand stroking her back. In the heavy heat streets, stores, people in Sunday clothes, straw hats, sunshades, surface cars, taxis, broke, and crinkled brightly about her, grazing her with sharp cutting glints, as if she were walking through piles of metal shavings. She was groping continually through a tangle of gritty, saw-edged, brittle noise. At Lincoln Square, a girl rode slowly through the traffic on a white horse. Chestnut hair hung down in even fakey waves over the horse's chalky rump, and over the gilt-edged saddlecloth were in green letters pointed with crimson, red danderine. She had on a green Dolly Varden hat with a crimson plume. One hand in a white gauntlet nonchalantly jiggled at the reins. In the other wobbled a gold-knobbed riding crop. Ellen watched her pass. Then she followed a smudge of green through a cross street to the park. A smell of trampled, sun-singed grass came from boys playing baseball. All the shady benches were full of people. When she crossed the curving automobile road, her sharp French heels sank into the asphalt. Two sailors were sprawling on a bench in the sun. One of them popped his lips as she passed. She could feel their sea-greedy eyes cling stickily to her neck, her thighs, her ankles. She tried to keep her hips from swaying so much as she walked. The leaves were shriveled on the saplings along the path. South and east sun-effaced buildings hemmed in the park. To the west, they were violet with shadow. Everything was itching, sweaty, dusty, constrained by policemen and Sunday clothes. Why hadn't she taken the L? She was looking in the black eyes of a young man in a straw hat who was drawing up a red Stutz roadster to the curb. His eyes twinkled in hers. He jerked back his head, smiling an upside-down smile, pursing his lips so that they seemed to brush her cheek. He pulled the lever of the brake and opened the door with the other hand. She snapped her eyes away and walked on with her chin up. 2 pigeons with metal green necks and feet of coral waddled out of her way. An old man was coaxing a squirrel to fish for peanuts in a paper bag. All in green on a white stallion rode the lady of the Lost Battalion. Green, green, Dandarine Godova in the haughty mantle of her hair. General Sherman in gold interrupted her. She stopped a second to look at the plaza that gleamed white as Mother of Pearl. Yes, this is Elaine Oglethorpe's apartment. She climbed up onto a Washington Square bus. Sunday afternoon, 5th Avenue filed by rosily, dustily, jerkily. On the shady side, there was an occasional man in a top hat and frock coat. Sunshades, summer dresses, straw hats were bright in the sun that glinted in squares on the upper windows of houses, lay in bright slivers on the hard paint of limousines and taxicabs. It smelled of gasoline and asphalt, of spearmint and talcum powder, and perfume from the couples that jiggled closer and closer together on the seats of the bus. In an occasional store window, paintings, maroon draperies, varnished antique chairs behind plate glass, the St. Regis sherries. The man beside her wore spats and lemon gloves, a floor walker probably. As they passed St. Patrick's, she caught a whiff of incense through the tall doors open into gloom. Delmonico's. In front of her, the young man's arm was stealing round the narrow gray flannel back of the girl beside him. Just old Joe had rotten luck. He had to marry her. He's only 19. I suppose you would think it was hard luck. Myrtle, I didn't mean us. I bet you did. And anyways, have you ever seen the girl? I bet it ain't his. What? The kid. Billy, how dreadfully you do talk. Fordyce Con Street. Union League Club. It was a most amusing gathering, most amusing. Everybody was there. For once the speeches were delightful. Made me think of old times, croaked a cultivated voice behind her ear. The Waldorf. Ain't them flags swell, Billy? That funny one is 'cause the Siamese ambassador is staying there. I read about it in the paper this morning. When thou and I, my love, shall come to part, then shall I press an ineffable last kiss upon your lips, and go heart start. Who art bliss this miss, when you and I, my love. 8th Street. She got down from the bus and went into the basement of the Brevoort. George sat waiting with his back to the door, snapping and unsnapping the lock of his briefcase. "Well, Elaine, it's about time you turned up. There aren't many people I'd sit waiting 3/4 of an hour for. George, you mustn't scold me. I've been having the time of my life. I haven't had such a good time in years. I've had the whole day all to myself, and I walked all the way down from 105th Street to 59th through the park. It was full of the most comical people. You must be tired." His lean face, where the bright eyes were caught in a web of fine wrinkles, kept pressing forward into hers like the prow of a steamship. "I suppose you've been at the office all day, George." "Yes, I've been digging out some cases. I can't rely on anyone else to do even routine work thoroughly, so I have to do it myself. Do you know, I had it all decided you'd say that." "What?" "About waiting 3/4 of an hour. Oh, you know altogether too much, Elaine. Have some pastries with your tea." "Oh, but I don't know anything about anything. That's the trouble." "I think I'll take lemon, please." Glasses clinked about them through blue cigarette-smoke faces. Hats, beards wagged, repeated greenish in the mirrors. "But my DER, it's always the same old complex. It may be true of men, but it says nothing in regard to women," droned a woman's voice from the next table. "Your feminism rises into an insuperable barrier," trailed a man's husky, meticulous tones. "What if I am an egoist? God knows I've suffered for it. Fire that purifies, Charlie." George was speaking, trying to catch her eye. "How's the famous Jojo?" "Oh, let's not talk about him. The less said about him, the better, eh? Now, George, I won't have you sneer at Jojo. For better or worse, he is my husband. Till divorce do us part." "No, I won't have you laugh. You're too crude and simple to understand him anyway. Jojo's a very complicated, rather tragic person. For God's sake, let's talk about husbands and wives. The important thing, little Elaine, is that you and I are sitting here together without anyone to bother us. Look, when are we going to see each other again? Really see each other, really. We're not going to be too real about this, are we, George?" She laughed softly into her cup. "Oh, but I have so many things to say to you. I want to ask you so many things." She looked at him laughing, balancing a small cherry tartlet that had one bite out of it between a pink, square-tipped finger and thumb. "Is that the way you act when you've got some miserable sinner on the witness box? I thought it was more like, where were you on the night of February 31st? But I'm dead serious. That's what you can't understand or want." A young man stood at the table, swaying a little, looking down at them. "Hello, Stan. Where the dickens did you come from?" Baldwin looked up at him without smiling. "Look, Mr. Baldwin, I know it's awful rude, but may I sit down at your table a second? There's somebody looking for me who I just can't meet." "Oh God, that mirror. Still, they'd never look for me if they saw you. Miss Oglethorpe, this is Stanwood Emery, the son of the senior partner in our firm." "Oh, it's so wonderful to meet you, Miss Oglethorpe. I saw you last night, but you didn't see me. Did you go to the show? I almost jumped over the foots. I thought you were so wonderful." He had a ruddy brown skin, anxious eyes rather near the bridge of a sharp fragilicate nose, a big mouth, never still, wavy brown hair that stood straight up. Ellen looked from one to the other inwardly giggling. They were all three stiffening in their chairs. "I saw the Danderine lady this afternoon," she said. "She impressed me enormously. Just my idea of a great lady on a white horse, with rings on her finger and bells on her toes, and she shall make mischief wherever she goes." Stan rattled it off quickly under his breath. "Music, isn't it?" put in Ellen, laughing. "I always say mischief." "Well, how's college?" asked Baldwin in a dry, uncordial voice. "I guess it's still there," said Stan, blushing. "I wish they'd burn it down before I got back." He got to his feet. "You must excuse me, Mr. Baldwin. My intrusion was infernally rude." As he turned, leaning towards Ellen, she smelled his grainy whiskey breath. "Please forgive it, Miss Oglethorpe." She found herself holding out her hand. A dry, skinny hand squeezed it hard. He strode out with swinging steps, bumping into a waiter as he went. "I can't make out that infernal young puppy," burst out Baldwin. "Poor old Emery's heartbroken about it. He's darn clever and has a lot of personality and all that sort of thing. But all he does is drink and raise Cain. I guess all he needs is to go to work and get a sense of values. Too much money's what's the matter with most of those college boys." "Oh, but Elaine, thank God, we're alone again. I have worked continuously all my life, ever since I was 14. The time has come when I want to lay aside all that for a while. I want to live and travel and think and be happy. I can't stand the pace of downtown the way I used to. I want to learn to play, to ease off the tension. That's where you come in, but I don't want to be the nigger on anybody's safety valve." She laughed and let the lashes fall over her eyes. "Let's go out to the country somewhere this evening. I've been stifling in the office all day. I hate Sunday anyway, but my rehearsal, you could be sick. I'll phone for a car. Golly, there's Jojo. Hello, Jojo." She waved her gloves above her head. John Oglethorpe, his face powdered, his mouth arranged in a careful smile above his stand-up collar, advanced between the crowded tables, holding out his hand tightly squeezed into buff gloves with black stripes. "Yo, dio, you dio, my D. This is indeed a surprise and a pleasure. You know each other, don't you? This is Mr. Baldwin. Forgive me if I intrude upon a terte, nothing of the sort. Sit down, and we'll all have a highball. I was just dying to see you really, Jojo. By the way, if you haven't anything else to do this evening, you might slip in down front for a few minutes. I want to know what you think about my reading of the part." "Certainly, my D. Nothing could give me more pleasure." His whole body tense, George Baldwin leaned back with his hand clasped behind the back of his chair. "Waiter," he broke his words off sharp, like metal breaking. "3 Scotch highballs at once, please." Oglethorpe rested his chin on the silver ball of his cane. "Confidence, Mr. Baldwin," he began. "Confidence between husband and wife is a very beautiful thing. Space and time have no effect on it. Were one of us to go to China for 1,000 years, it would not change our affection one tittle. You see, George, what's the matter with Jojo is that he read too much Shakespeare in his youth. But I've got to go, or Merton will be bawling me out again. Talk about industrial slavery. Jojo tell him about equity. Baldwin got to his feet. There was a slight flush on his cheekbones. "Want you let me take you up to the theater?" he said through clenched teeth. "I never let anyone take me anywhere. And Jojo, you must stay sober to see me act." Fifth Avenue was pink, and white under pink, and white clouds in a fluttering wind that was fresh after the cloying talk and choke of tobacco smoke and cocktails. She waved the taxi starter off merrily and smiled at him. Then she found a pair of anxious eyes looking into hers seriously out of a high-arched brown face. "I waited round to see you come out. Can't I take you somewhere? I've got my Ford round the corner. Please, but I'm just going up to the theater. I've got a rehearsal." "All right, do let me take you there." She began putting a glove on thoughtfully. "All right, but it's an awful imposition on you." "That's fine. It's right round here." It was awfully rude of me to butt in that way, wasn't it? But that's another story. Anyway, I've met you. The Ford's name is Dingo. But that's another story too. Still, it's nice to meet somebody humanly young. There's nobody humanly young round New York. His face was scarlet when he leaned to crank the car. "Oh, I'm too damn young." The motor sputtered, started with a roar. He jumped round and cut off the gas with a long hand. "We'll probably get arrested. My muffler's loose and liable to drop off." At 34th Street, they passed a girl riding slowly through the traffic on a white horse. Chestnut hair hung down in even fakey waves over the horse's chalky rump, and over the gilt-edged saddlecloth were in green letters, pointed with crimson red danderine. "Rings on her fingers," chanted Stan, pressing his buzzer, "and bells on her toes, and she shall cure dandruff wherever it grows." 2. Long-legged Jack of the Isthmus, noon on Union Square. "Selling out. Must vacate. We have made a terrible mistake." Kneeling on the dusty asphalt, little boys shine. Shoes, low shoes, tans, button shoes, Oxfords. The sun shines like a dandelion on the toe of each new-shined shoe. "Right this way, buddy." Mr. Miss Mom at the back of the store. Our new line of fancy tweeds. Highest value, lowest price. Gents, misses, ladies, cut rate. We have made a terrible mistake. Must vacate. Noon sunlight spirals dimly into the chop suey joint. Muted music spirals Hindustan. He eats fuyang. She eats chow mein. They dance with their mouths full, slim blue jumper squeezed to black slick suit. Peroxide curls against black slick hair. Down 14th Street, glory, glory comes the army, striding lasses. Glory, glory, four abreast. The rotund shining. Navy blue Salvation Army band. Highest value, lowest price. Must vacate. We have made a terrible mistake. Must vacate. From Liverpool, British steamer Raleigh, Captain Kettlewell, 933 bales, 881 boxes, 10 baskets, 8 packages fabrics, 57 boxes, 89 bales, 18 baskets cotton thread, 156 bales felt, 4 bales asbestos, 100 sacks spools. Joe Harland stopped typing and looked up at the ceiling. The tips of his fingers were sore. The office smelled stalely of paste and manifests, and men in shirt sleeves. Through the open window, he could see a piece of the dun wall of an airshaft, and a man with a green eye shade staring vacantly out of a window. The tow-headed office boy set a note on the corner of his desk. "Mr. Pollock will see you at 5:10. A hard lump caught in his throat. He's going to fire me." His fingers started tapping again. From Glasgow, Dutch steamer Delft, Captain Tromp, 200 bales, 123 boxes, 14 kegs. Joe Harland roamed about the battery till he found an empty seat on a bench. Then he let himself flop into it. The sun was drowning in tumultuous saffron steam behind Jersey. Well, that's over. He sat a long while staring at the sunset like at a picture in a dentist's waiting room. Great whorls of smoke from a passing tug curled up black and scarlet against it. He sat staring at the sunset, waiting. That's $18.50 I had before, less $6 for the room, $1.84 for laundry, and $4.50 I owe Charlie. Makes $7.84, $11.84, $12.34 from $18.50, leaves me $6.16. 3 days to find another job if I go without drinks. Oh God, won't my luck ever turn? Used to have good enough luck in the old days. His knees were trembling. There was a sick burning in the pit of his stomach. A fine mess you've made of your life, Joseph Harland, 45 and no friends, and not a cent to bless yourself with. The sail of a catboat was a crimson triangle when it luffed a few feet from the concrete walk. A young man and a young girl ducked together as the slender boom swung across. They both were bronzed with the sun and had yellow, weather-bleached hair. Joe Harland gnawed his lip to keep back the tears as the catboat shrank into the ruddy murk of the bay. By God, I need a drink. Ain't it a crime? Ain't it a crime? The man in the seat to the left of him began to say over and over again. Joe Harland turned his head. The man had a red, puckered face and silver hair. He held the dramatic section of the paper, taut between two grimy flippers. Them young actresses, all dressed naked like that. Why can't they let you alone? Don't you like to see their pictures in the papers? Why can't they let you alone, I say? If you ain't got no work, and you ain't got no money, what's the good of 'em, I say? Well, lots of people like to see their pictures in the paper. Used to myself in the old days. Used to be work in the old days. You ain't got no job now, he growled savagely. Joe Harland shook his head. Well, what the hell? They ought to leave you alone, oughtn't they? Want be no jobs till snow shoveling begins. What'll you do till then? The old man didn't answer. He bent over the paper again, screwing up his eyes and muttering, all dressed naked. It's a crime, I'm tellin' yez. Joe Harland got to his feet and walked away. It was almost dark. His knees were stiff from sitting still so long. As he walked wearily, he could feel his potbelly cramped by his tight belt. Poor old warhorse, you need a couple of drinks to think about things. A mottled, beery smell came out through swinging doors. Inside, the barkeep's face was like a russet apple on a snug mahogany shelf. "Gimme a shot of rye." The whiskey stung his throat hot and fragrant. "Makes a man of me that does." Without drinking the chaser, he walked over to the free lunch and ate a ham sandwich and an olive. "Let's have another rye, Charlie. That's the stuff to make a man of you. I've been laying off it too much. That's what's the matter with me. You wouldn't think it to look at me now, would you, friend? But they used to call me the Wizard of Wall Street, which is only another illustration of the peculiar predominance of luck in human affairs." "Yes, sir, with pleasure." "Well, here's health and long life, and to hell with the jinx." "Ha makes a man of you. Well, I suppose there's not one of you gentlemen here who hasn't at some time or other taken a plunger. And how many of you hasn't come back sadder and wiser? Another illustration of the peculiar predominance of luck in human affairs. But not so with me. Gentlemen, for 10 years, I played the market. For 10 years, I didn't have a ticker ribbon out of my hand day or night. And in 10 years, I only took a cropper 3 times, till the last time. Gentlemen, I'm going to tell you a secret. I'm going to tell you a very important secret. Charlie, give these very good friends of mine another round, my treat, and have a nip yourself. My, that tickles her in the right place. Gentlemen, just another illustration of the peculiar predominance of luck in human affairs. Gentlemen, the secret of my luck. This is exact, I assure you. You can verify it yourselves in newspaper articles, magazines, speeches, lectures delivered in those days. A man, and a dirty blackguard he turned out to be eventually. Even wrote a detective story about me called The Secret of Success, which you can find in the New York Public Library if you care to look the matter up. The secret of my success was, and when you hear it you'll laugh among yourselves and say Joe Harlan's drunk, Joe Harlan's an old fool. Yes, you will. For 10 years I'm telling you I traded on margins. I bought outright. I covered on stocks I'd never even heard the name of. And every time I cleaned up, I piled up money. I had 4 banks in the palm of my hand. I began eating my way into sugar and gutta percha. But in that, I was before my time. But you're getting nervous to know my secret. You think you could use it. Well, you couldn't. It was a blue silk crocheted necktie that my mother made for me when I was a little boy. Don't you laugh, God damn you. No, I'm not starting anything. Just another illustration of the peculiar predominance of luck. The day I chipped in with another fellow to spread $1,000 over some Louisville and Nashville on margin, I wore that necktie, soared 25 points in 25 minutes. That was the beginning. Then, gradually, I began to notice that the times I didn't wear that necktie were the times I lost money. It got so old and ragged I tried carrying it in my pocket. Didn't do any good. I had to wear it, do you understand? The rest is the old story, gentlemen. There was a girl, God damn her, and I loved her. I wanted to show her that there was nothing in the world I wouldn't do for her, so I gave it to her. I pretended it was a joke and laughed it off, ha ha ha. she said. Why, it's no good. It's all worn out. And she threw it in the fire. Only another illustration. Friend, you wouldn't set me up to another drink, would you? I find myself unexpectedly out of funds this afternoon. I thank you, sir. Ah, that puts ginger in you again. In the crammed subway car, the messenger boy was pressed up against the back of a tall blonde woman who smelled of Mary Garden. Elbows, packages, shoulders, buttocks jiggled closer with every lurch of the screeching express. His sweaty Western Union cap was knocked onto the side of his head. If I could have a dame like dat to be wort havin' de train stalled, de lights go out, de train wrecked. I could have her if I had de noive and de jack. As the train slowed up, she fell against him. He closed his eyes, didn't breathe. His nose was mashed against her neck. The train stopped. He was carried in a rush of people out the door. Dizzy, he staggered up into the air and the blinking blocks of lights. Upper Broadway was full of people. Sailors lounged in 2s and 3s at the corner of 9th to 6th. He ate a ham and a leberwurst sandwich in a delicatessen store. The woman behind the counter had butter-colored hair like the girl in the subway, but she was fatter and older. Still chewing the crust of the last sandwich, he went up in the elevator to the Japanese garden. He sat thinking a while with the flicker of the screen in his eyes. Gee's Dale, tink it funny to see a messenger boy up here in dis suit. I better get to hell oute here. I'll go deliver my telegrams. He tightened his belt as he walked down the stairs. Then he slouched up Broadway to 105th Street and east towards Columbus Avenue, noting doors, fire escapes, windows, cornices, carefully as he went. Dis is de joint. The only lights were on the 2nd floor. He rang the 2nd floor bell. The door catch clicked. He ran up the stairs. A woman with weedy hair and a face red from leaning over the stove poked her head out. Telegram for Sanchino. No such name here. Sorry, Mom, I must have rung de wrong bell. Door slammed in his nose. His sallow, sagging face tightened up all of a sudden. He ran lightly on tiptoe up the stairs to the top, landing then up the little ladder to a trapdoor. The bolt ground as he slid it back. He caught in his breath. Once, on the cinder-gritty roof, he let the trapdoor back softly into place. Chimneys stood up in alert ranks all about him, black against the glare from the streets. Crouching, he stepped gingerly to the rear edge of the house, let himself down from the gutter to the fire escape. His foot grazed a flower pot as he landed. Everything dark. Crawled through a window into a stuffy woman-smelling room, slid a hand under the pillow of an unmade bed, along a bureau, spilled some face powder. In tiny jerks pulled open the drawer. A watch. Ran a pin into his finger. A brooch. Something that crinkled in the back corner. Bills, a roll of bills. Getaway, no chances tonight. Down the fire escape to the next floor. No light. Another window open. Talkin' candy from a baby. Same room, smelling of dogs and incense, some kind of dope. He could see himself faintly, fumbling in the glass of the bureau, put his hand into a pot of cold cream, wiped it off on his pants. Hell, something fluff-a-soft shot with a yell from under his feet. He stood trembling in the middle of the narrow room. The little dog was yapping loud in a corner. The room swung into light. A girl stood in the open door, pointing a revolver at him. There was a man behind her. "What are you doing?" "Why, it's a Western Union boy." The light was a coppery tangle about her hair, picked out her body under the red silk kimono. The young man was wiry and brown in his unbuttoned shirt. "Well, what are you doing in that room?" "Please, Mom, it was hunger brought me to it. Hunger and my poor ol' muter starvin'. Isn't that wonderful, Stan? He's a burglar." She brandished the revolver. "Come on out in the hall." "Yes, miss, anything you say, miss. But don't give me up to de bulls." Tink owed ol' muter, starvin' her heart out. "All right, but if you took anything, you must give it back." "Honest, I didn't have a chanked." Stan flopped into a chair laughing and laughing. "Ellie, you take the cake. Wouldn't 'a thought you could do it. Well, didn't I play this scene in stock all last summer?" "Give up your gun." "No, miss, I wouldn't carry no gun." "Well, I don't believe you, but I guess I'll let you go." "God bless you, miss, but you must make some money as a messenger boy." "I was fired last week, miss. It's only hunger made me take to it." Stan got to his feet. "Let's give him $1 and tell him to get the hell out of here." When he was outside the door, she held out the dollar bill to him. "Jez, you're white," he said, choking. He grabbed the hand with the bill in it and kissed it, leaning over her hand, kissing it wetly. He caught a glimpse of her body under the arm in the drooping red silk sleeve. As he walked, still trembling, down the stairs, he looked back and saw the man and the girl standing side by side with their arms around each other, watching him. His eyes were full of tears. He stuffed the dollar bill into his pocket. "Kid, if you keep on bein' a softy about women, you're goin' to find yourself in dat lil' summer hotel up de river." Pretty soft, though, whistling under his breath, he walked to the L and took an uptown train. Now and then, he put his hand over his back pocket to feel the roll of bills. He ran up to the 3rd floor of an apartment house that smelled of fried fish and coal gas, and rang 3 times at a grimy glass door. After a pause, he knocked softly. "Zat you, Moik?" came faintly the whine of a woman's voice. "No, it's Nicky Schatz." A sharp-faced woman with henna hair opened the door. She had on a fur coat over frilly lace underclothes. "How's a boy? Geez, a swell dame caught me when I was tidying up a little job. And what yer tink she done?" He followed the woman, talking excitedly, into a dining room with peeling walls. On the table were used glasses and a bottle of Green River whiskey. "She gave me $1 and told me to be a good little boy." "The hell she did. Here's a watch. It's an Ingersoll. I don't call at a watch." "Well, set your lamps on dis." He pulled out the roll of bills. "Ain't dat a wad o' lettuce? Gott in Himmel, days tausends. Lemme see." She grabbed the bills out of his hand, her eyes popping. "Hey, year, cuckoo kid." She threw the roll on the floor and wrung her hands with a swaying Jewish gesture. "Oi, it's stage money. It's stage money, ye simple saffed. You got him." Giggling, they sat side by side on the edge of the bed. through the stuffy smell of the room, full of little silky bits of clothing falling off. Chairs, a fading freshness, came from a bunch of yellow roses on the bureau. Their arms tightened round each other's shoulders. Suddenly, he wrenched himself away and leaned over her to kiss her mouth. "Some burglar," he said breathlessly. "Stan, Ellie, I thought it might be Jojo." She managed to force a whisper through a tight throat. "It'll be just like him to come sneaking around. Ellie, I don't understand how you can live with him among all these people. You're so lovely. I just don't see you in all this. It was easy enough before I met you. And honestly, Jojo's all right. He's just a peculiar, very unhappy person, but you're out of another world, old kid. You ought to live on top of the Woolworth building in an apartment made of cut glass and cherry blossoms. Stan, your back's brown all the way down. That's swimming so soon. I guess most of it's left over from last summer. You're the fortunate youth, all right. I never learned how to swim properly. I'll teach you. Look, next Sunday bright and early we'll hop into Dingo and go down to Long Beach. Way down at the end, there's never anybody. You don't even have to wear a bathing suit. I like the way you're so lean and hard, Stan. Jojo's white and flabby, almost like a woman. For Chris' sake, don't talk about him now." Stan stood with his legs apart, buttoning his shirt. "Look, Ellie, let's beat it out and have a drink. God, I'd hate to run into somebody now and have to talk lies to M. I bet I'd crown him with a chair. We've got time. Nobody ever comes home here before 12. I'm just here myself because I've got a sick headache. Ellie, do you like your sick headache? I'm crazy about it, Stan. I guess that Western Union burglar knew that. Gosh. Burglary, adultery, sneaking down fire escapes, cat-treading along gutters. Judas, it's a great life." Ellen gripped his hand hard as they came down the stairs, stepping together. In front of the letterboxes in the shabby hallway, he grabbed her suddenly by the shoulders and pressed her head back and kissed her. Hardly breathing, they floated down the street toward Broadway. He had his hand under her arm. She squeezed it tight against her ribs with her elbow. Aloof, as if looking through thick glass into an aquarium, she watched faces, fruit in store windows, cans of vegetables, jars of olives, red-hot poker plinths in a florist's, newspapers, electric signs drifting by. When they passed cross streets, a puff of air came in her face off the river. Sudden jet-bright glances of eyes under straw hats, attitudes of chins, thin lips, pouting lips, Cupid's bows, hungry shadow under cheekbones. Faces of girls and young men nuzzled, fluttering against her like moths, as she walked with her stride, even to his, through the tingling yellow night. Somewhere they sat down at a table. An orchestra throbbed. "No, Stan, I can't drink anything. You go ahead. But Ellie, aren't you feeling swell like I am?" "Sweller. I just couldn't stand feeling any better. I couldn't keep my mind on a glass long enough to drink it." She winced under the brightness of his eyes. Stan was bubbling drunk. "I wish earth had thy body as fruit to eat," he kept repeating. Ellen was all the time twisting about bits of rubbery, cold Welsh rabbit with her fork. She had started to drop with a lurching drop like a roller coaster's into shuddering pits of misery. In a square place, in the middle of the floor, 4 couples were dancing the tango. She got to her feet. "Stan, I'm going home. I've got to get up early and rehearse all day. Call me up at 12 at the theater." He nodded and poured himself another highball. She stood behind his chair a second, looking down at his long head of close, ruffled hair. He was spouting verses softly to himself. Saw the white, implacable Aphrodite, damn fine. Saw the hair unbound and the feet unsandaled, Jiminy. Shine as fire of sunset on western waters. Saw the reluctant, goddamn fine sapphics. Once out on Broadway again, she felt very merry. She stood in the middle of the street, waiting for the uptown car. An occasional taxi whizzed by her. From the river, on the warm wind, came the long moan of a steamboat whistle. In the pit inside, her thousands of gnomes were building tall, brittle, glittering towers. The car swooped, ringing along the rails, stopped. As she climbed in, she remembered swooningly the smell of Stan's body sweating in her arms. She let herself drop into a seat, biting her lips to keep from crying out. God, it's terrible to be in love. Opposite 2 men with chinless bluefish faces were talking hilariously, slapping fat knees. "I'll tell your Jim it's Irene Castle that makes the hit wid me. To see her dance the one step just makes me hear angels hummin'. Naw, she's too skinny, but she's made the biggest hit ever been made on Broadway." Ellen got off the car and walked east along the desolate, empty pavements of 105th Street. A feeder of mattresses and sleep seeped out from the blocks of narrow-windowed houses. Along the gutters, garbage cans stank sourly. In the shadow of a doorway, a man and girl swayed, tightly clamped in each other's arms, saying good night. Ellen smiled happily. Greatest hit on Broadway. The words were an elevator carrying her up dizzily, up into some stately height where electric light signs crackled scarlet and gold and green, where were bright roof gardens that smelled of orchids, and the slow throb of a tango danced in a gold-green dress with Stan, while hand-clapping of millions beat in gusts like a hailstorm about them. Greatest hit on Broadway. She was walking up the scaling white stairs. Before the door marked Sunderland, a feeling of sick disgust suddenly choked her. She stood a long time, her heart pounding, with the key poised before the lock. Then, with a jerk, she pushed the key in the lock and opened the door. Strange fish, Jimmy, strange fish. Herf and Ruth Prynne sat giggling over plates of pâté in the innermost corner of a clattery, low-ceilinged restaurant. All the ham actors in the world seem to eat here. All the ham actors in the world live up at Mrs. Sunderland's. What's the latest news from the Balkans? Balkans is right, beyond Ruth's black straw hat with red poppies round the crown. Jimmy looked at the packed tables where faces decomposed into a gray-green blur. 2 sallow, hawk-faced waiters elbowed their way through the seesawing chatter of talk. Ruth was looking at him with dilated, laughing eyes while she bit at a stalk of celery. I feel so drunk," she was spluttering. "It went straight to my head. Isn't it terrible?" Well, what were these shocking goings in at 105th Street? Oh, you missed it. It was a shriek. Everybody was out in the hall, Mrs. Sunderland with her hair in curl papers, and Cassie was crying, and Tony Hunter was standing in his door in pink pajamas. Who's he? Just a juvenile. But Jimmy, I must have told you about Tony Hunter. Peculiar poisons, Jimmy. Peculiar poisons. Jimmy felt himself blushing. He bent over his plate. Oh, is that what's his trouble? He said stiffly. Now you're shocked, Jimmy. Admit that you're shocked. No, I'm not. Go ahead, spill the dirt. Oh, Jimmy, you're such a shriek. Well, Cassie was sobbing, and the little dog was barking, and the invisible Costello was yelling police, and fainting into the arms of an unknown man in a dress suit, and Jojo was brandishing a revolver. A little nickel one, may have been a water pistol for all I know. The only person who looked in their right senses was Elaine Oglethorpe. You know, the Titian-haired vision that so impressed your infant mind. Honestly, Ruth, my infant mind wasn't as impressed as all that. Well, at last, the Ogle got tired of his big scene and cried out in ringing tones, "Disarm me, or I shall kill this woman." And Tony Hunter grabbed the pistol and took it into his room. Then Elaine Oglethorpe made a little bow as if she were taking a curtain call, said, "Well, good night, everybody," and ducked into her room cool as a cucumber. Can you picture it? Ruth suddenly lowered her voice. But everybody in the restaurant is listening to us. And really, I think it's very disgusting, but the worst is yet to come. After the Ogle had banged on the door a couple of times and not gotten any answer, he went up to Tony and, rolling his eyes like Forbes Robertson in Hamlet, put his arm round him and said, "Tony, can a broken man crave asylum in your room for the night?" Honestly, I was just so shocked. Is Oglethorpe that way too? Ruth nodded several times. Then why did she marry him? Why that girl'd marry a trolley-car if she thought she could get anything by it? Ruth, honestly, I think you've got the whole thing sized up wrong. Jimmy, you're too innocent to live. But let me finish the tragic tale. After those two had disappeared and locked the door behind them, the most awful powwow you've ever imagined went on in the hall. Of course, Cassie had been having hysterics all along, just to add to the excitement. When I came back from getting her some sweet spirits of ammonia in the bathroom, I found the court in session. It was a shriek. Miss Costello wanted the Oglethorpes thrown out at dawn and said she'd leave if they didn't, and Mrs. Sunderland kept moaning that in 30 years of theatrical experience, she'd never seen a scene like that. And the man in the dress suit, who was Benjamin Arden, you know, he played a character part in Honeysuckle Jim, said he thought people like Tony Hunter ought to be in jail. When I went to bed, it was still going on. Do you wonder that I slept late after all that and kept you waiting, poor child, an hour in the Times drugstore? Joe Harland stood in his hall bedroom with his hands in his pockets, staring at the picture of the stag at bay that hung crooked in the middle of the verdigris wall that hemmed in the shaky iron bed. His clockled fingers moved restlessly in the bottoms of his trousers pockets. He was talking aloud in a low, even voice. "Oh, it's all luck, you know. But that's the last time I try the Marivals. Emily'd have given it to me if it hadn't been for that damned old tightwad. Got a soft spot in her heart, Emily has. But none of them seem to realize that these things aren't always a man's own fault. It's luck, that's all it is. And Lord knows they used to eat out of my hand in the old days. His rising voice grated on his ears. He pressed his lips together. You're getting batty, old man. He stepped back and forth in the narrow space between the bed and the wall. 3 steps, 3 steps. He went to the washstand and drank out of the pitcher. The water tasted of rank wood and slopples. He spat the last mouthful back. I need a good tenderloin steak, not water. He pounded his clenched fists together. I got to do something. I got to do something. He put on his overcoat to hide the rip in the seat of his trousers. The frayed sleeves tickled his wrists. The dark stairs creaked. He was so weak he kept grabbing the rail for fear of falling. The old woman pounced out of a door on him in the lower hall. The rat had squirmed sideways on her head, as if trying to escape from under the thin gray pompadour. Meester Harland, how about you pay me 3 weeks' rent? I'm just on my way out to cash a check now. Mrs. Budkovitz, you've been so kind about this little matter. And perhaps it will interest you to know that I have the promise. No, I may say the certainty of a very good position beginning Monday. I wait 3 weeks. I not wait any more. But my dear lady, I assure you upon my honor, as a gentleman, Mrs. Budkovitz began to jerk her shoulders about. Her voice rose thin and wailing like the sound of a peanut wagon. You pay me tat $15, or I rent tea room to somebody else. I'll pay you this very evening. That time, 6 o'clock. All right, please you give me key. But I can't do that. Suppose I was late. That's why I want tea key. I'm trough vit vading. All right, take the key. I hope you understand that after this insulting behavior it will be impossible for me to remain longer under your roof. Mrs. Budkovitz laughed hoarsely. All right, then you pay me $15. You can take ave your grip. He put the 2 keys tied together with string into her gray hand and slammed the door and strode down the street. At the corner of 3rd Avenue, he stopped and stood shivering in the hot afternoon sunlight, sweat running down behind his ears. He was too weak to swear. Jagged oblongs of harsh sound broke one after another over his head as an elevated passed over. Trucks grated by along the avenue, raising a dust that smelled of gasoline and trampled horse dung. The dead air stank of stores and lunchrooms. He began walking slowly uptown towards 14th Street. At a corner, a crinkly warm smell of cigars stopped him like a hand on his shoulder. He stood a while looking in the little shop, watching the slim, stained fingers of the cigaroller shuffle, the brittle outside leaves of tobacco. Remembering Romeo and Juliet Argell's morals, he sniffed deeply. The slick tearing of tinfoil, the careful slipping off of the band, the tiny ivory penknife for the end that slit delicately as flesh, the smell of the wax match, the long inhaling of bitter crinkled deep sweet smoke. And now, sir, about this little matter of the new Northern Pacific bond issue. He clenched his fists in the clammy pockets of his raincoat. Take my key, would she, the old harridan? I'll show her, damn it. Joe Harland may be down and out, but he's got his pride yet. He walked west along 14th, and without stopping to think and lose his nerve, went down into a small basement stationery store, strode through unsteadily to the back, and stood swaying in the doorway of a little office where sat at a rolled-up desk a blue-eyed, bald-headed fat man. Hello, Felsius, croaked Harland. The fat man got to his feet, bewildered. God, it ain't Mr. Harland, is it? Joe Harland himself, Felsius. Somewhat the worse for wear. A titter died in his throat. Well, I'll be. Sit right down, Mr. Harland. Thank you, Felsius. Felsius, I'm down and out. It must be 5 years since I've seen you, Mr. Harland. A rotten 5 years it's been for me. I suppose it's all luck. My luck won't ever change on this earth again. Remember when I'd come in from romping with the bulls and raise hell round the office? A pretty good bonus I gave the office force that Christmas. Indeed it was, Mr. Harland. Must be a dull life, storekeeping after the street. More to my taste, Mr. Harland. Nobody to boss me here. And how's the wife and kids? Fine, fine. The oldest boy's just out of high school. That the one you named for me? Felsius nodded. His fingers, fat as sausages, were tapping uneasily on the edge of the desk. I remember I thought I'd do something for that kid someday. It's a funny world. Harland laughed feebly. He felt a shuddery blackness stealing up behind his head. He clenched his hands round his knee and contracted the muscles of his arms. You see, Felsius, it's this way. I find myself for the moment in a rather embarrassing situation financially. You know how those things are. Felsius was staring straight ahead of him into the desk. Beads of sweat were starting out of his bald head. We all have our spell of bad luck, don't we? I want to float a very small loan for a few days, just a few dollars, say 25, until certain combinations. Mr. Harland, I can't do it. Felsius got to his feet. I'm sorry, but principles is principles. I've never borrowed or lent a cent in my life. I'm sure you understand that. All right, don't say any more. Harland got meekly to his feet. Let me have a quarter. I'm not so young as I was, and I haven't eaten for 2 days, he mumbled, looking down at his cracked shoes. He put out his hand to steady himself by the desk. Felsius moved back against the wall as if to ward off a blow. He held out a 50-cent piece on thick, trembling fingers. Harland took it, turned without a word, and stumbled out through the shop. Felsius pulled a violet-bordered handkerchief out of his pocket, mopped his brow, and turned to his letters again. We take the liberty of calling the trade's attention to 4 new superfine Mullen products that we feel the greatest confidence in recommending to our customers as a fresh and absolutely unparalleled departure in the paper manufacturer's art. They came out of the movie, blinking into bright pools of electric glare. Cassie watched him stand with his feet apart and eyes absorbed, lighting a cigar. McAvey was a stocky man with a beefy neck. He wore a single-button coat, a checked vest, and a dog's head pin in his brocade necktie. That was a rotten show, or I'm a Dutchman, he was growling. But I loved the Twavel pictures, Morris, those Swiss peasants dancing. I felt I was white there, damn hot in there. I'd like a drink. Now, Morris, you promised, she whined. Oh, I just meant soda waiter. Don't get nervous. Oh, that'd be lovely. I just love a soda. Then we'll go for a walk in the park. She let the lashes fall over her eyes. All white, Morris, she whispered without looking at him. She put her hand a little tremulously through his arm. If only I wasn't so goddamn broke. I don't care, Morris. I do, by God. At Columbus Circle, they went into a drugstore. Girls in green, violet, pink summer dresses. Young men in straw hats were 3 deep along the soda fountain. She stood back and admiringly watched him shove his way through. A man was leaning across the table behind her, talking to a girl. Their faces were hidden by their hat brims. You just tie that bull outside, I said to him. Then I resigned. You mean you were fired? No, honest, I resigned before he had a chance. He's a stinker, do you know it? I want take no more of his lip. When I was walkin' out the office, he called after me. Young man, lemme tell ye somethin'. You want never make good till you learn who's boss around this town, till you learn that it ain't you. Morris was holding out a vanilla ice cream soda to her. Dreamin' again, Cassie. Anybody'd think you was a snowbird. Smiling bright-eyed, she took the soda. He was drinking Coca-Cola. Thank you, she said. She sucked with pouting lips at a spoonful of ice cream. Oh, Morris, it's delicious. The path between round splashes of arc lights ducked into darkness. Through slant lights and nudging shadows came a smell of dusty leaves and trampled grass, and occasionally a rift of cool fragrance from damp earth under shrubberies. Oh, I love it in the park, chanted Cassie. She stifled a belch. Do you know, Morris, I oughtn't to have eaten that ice cream. It always gives me gas. Morris said nothing. He put his arm round her and held her tight to him so that his thigh rubbed against hers as they walked. Well, Pierpont Morgan is dead. I wish he'd left me a couple of million. Oh, Morris, wouldn't it be wonderful? Where'd we live? On Central Park South. They stood looking back at the glow of electric signs that came from Columbus Circle. To the left, they could see curtained lights in the windows of a white-faced apartment house. He looked stealthily to the right and left, and then kissed her. She twisted her mouth out from under his. Don't. Somebody might see us, she whispered, breathless. Inside, something like a dynamo was whirring. Morris, I've been saving it up to tell you. I think Goldweiser's going to give me a specialty bit in his next show. He's stage manager of the Second Woad Company, and he's got a lot of pull-up at the office. He saw me dance yesterday. What did he say? He said he'd fix it up for me to see the big boss Monday. Oh, but Morris, it's not the sort of thing I want to do. It's so vulgar and howid. I want to do such beautiful things. I feel I've got it in me. Something without a name fluttering inside. A bird of beautiful plumage in a howid iron cage. That's the trouble with you. You'll never make good. You're too upstage. She looked up at him with streaming eyes that glistened in the white, powdery light of an arc lamp. Oh, don't cry, for God's sake. I didn't mean anything. I'm not upstage with you, Morris, am I? She sniffed and wiped her eyes. You are kinda. That's what makes me sore. I like my little girl to pet me and love me up a little. Hell, Cassie, life ain't all beer and sauerkraut. As they walked tightly pressed one to another, they felt rock under their feet. They were on a little hill of granite outcrop, with shrubbery all round. The lights from the buildings that hemmed in the end of the park shone in their faces. They stood apart, holding each other's hands. Take that red-haired girl up at 105th Street. I bet she wouldn't be upstage when she was alone with a feller. She's a tweedful woman. She don't care what kind of a wep she has. Oh, I think you're Howard. She began to cry again. He pulled her to him roughly, pressed her to him hard with his spread hands on her back. She felt her legs tremble and go weak. She was falling through colored shafts of faintness. His mouth wouldn't let her catch her breath. Look out, he whispered, pulling himself away from her. They walked on unsteadily down the path through the shrubbery. I guess it ain't. What, Morris? A cop? God, it's hell not having anywhere to go. Can't we go to your room? But Morris, they'll all see us. Who cares? They all do it in that house. Oh, I hate you when you talk that way. Real love is all pure and lovely. Morris, you don't love me. Quit pickin' on me. Can't you, Cassie, for a minute? Goddamn, it's hell to be broke. They sat down on a bench in the light. Behind them, automobiles slithered with a constant hissing scuttle in two streams along the roadway. She put her hand on his knee, and he covered it with his big, stubby hand. Morris, I feel that we are going to be very happy from now on. I feel it. You're going to get a fine job. I'm sure you are. I ain't so sure. I'm not so young as I was, Cassie. I ain't got any time to lose. Why, you're terribly young. You're only 35, Morris. And I think that something wonderful is going to happen. I'm going to get a chance to dance. Why, you ought to make more than that red-haired girl, Elaine Oglethorpe. She doesn't make so much, but I'm different from her. I don't care about money. I want to live for my dancing. I want money. Once you got money, you can do what you like. But Morris, don't you believe that you can do anything if you just want to hard enough? I believe that. He edged his free arm round her waist. Gradually, she let her head fall on his shoulder. Oh, I don't care, she whispered with dry lips. Behind them, limousines, roadsters, touring cars, sedans, slithered along the roadway with snaky glint of lights, running in two smooth, continuous streams. The brown serge smelled of mothballs as she folded it. She stooped to lay it in the trunk. A layer of tissue paper below rustled when she smoothed the wrinkles with her hand. The first violet morning light outside the window was making the electric light bulb grow red like a sleepless eye. Ellen straightened herself suddenly and stood stiff with her arms at her sides, her face flushed pink. It's just too low, she said. She spread a towel over the dresses and piled brushes, a hand mirror, slippers, chemises, boxes of powder in pell-mell on top of them. Then she slammed down the lid of the trunk, locked it, and put the key in her flat alligator skin purse. She stood looking dazedly about the room, sucking a broken fingernail. Yellow sunlight was obliquely drenching the chimney pots and cornices of the houses across the street. She found herself staring at the white ETO at the end of her trunk. "It's all too terribly, disgustingly low," she said again. Then she grabbed a nail file off the bureau and scratched out the "oh, we." She whispered and snapped her fingers after she had put on a little bucket-shaped black hat and a veil so that people wouldn't see she'd been crying. She piled a lot of books: Youth's Encounter, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, The Golden Ass, Imaginary Conversations, Aphrodite, Chansons de Bilitis, and the Oxford Book of French Verse in a silk shawl, and tied them together. There was a faint tapping at the door. "Who's that?" she whispered. "It just me," came a tearful voice. Ellen unlocked the door. "Why, Cassie, what's the matter?" Cassie rubbed her wet face in the hollow of Ellen's neck. "Oh, Cassie, you're gumming my veil. What on earth's the matter? I've been up all night thinking how unhappy you must be. But Cassie, I've never been happier in my life. Aren't men tweedful? No, they are much nicer than women anyway. Elaine, I've got to tell you something. I know you don't care anything about me, but I'm going to tell you all the same. Of course I care about you, Cassie. Don't be silly, but I'm busy now. Why don't you go back to bed and tell me later? I've got to tell you now." Ellen sat down on her trunk resignedly. "Elaine, I've bewoken it off with Morris. Isn't it doable?" Cassie wiped her eyes on the sleeve of her lavender dressing gown and sat down beside Ellen on the trunk. "Look, dear," said Ellen gently, "suppose you wait just a second. I'm going to telephone for a taxi. I want to make a getaway before Jojo's up. I'm sick of big scenes." The hall smelled stuffily of sleep and massage cream. Ellen talked very low into the receiver. The gruff man's voice at the garage growled pleasantly in her ears. "Sure, right away, miss." She tiptoed springily back into the room and closed the door. "I thought he loved me. Honestly, I did, Elaine. Oh, men are so tweedful. Morris was angry because I wouldn't live with him. I think it would be wicked. I'd work my fingers to the bone for him. He knows that. Haven't I been doing it 2 years? He said he couldn't go on unless he had me wheelie. You know what he meant. And I said our love was so beautiful, it could go on for years and years. I could love him for a lifetime without even kissing him. Don't you think love should be pure? And then he made fun of my dancing and said I was Chalif's mistress and just kidding him along, and we quarreled tweedfully, and he called me tweedful names and went away and said he'd never come back. Don't worry about that, Cassie. He'll come back all right. No, but you're so material, Elaine. I mean spiritually. Our union is bewoken forever. Can't you see there was this beautiful divine spiritual thing between us, and it's bewoken?" She began to sob again, with her face pressed into Ellen's shoulder. "But Cassie, I don't see what fun you get out of it all. Oh, you don't understand. You're too young. I was like you at first, except that I wasn't married and didn't want around with men. But now, I want spiritual beauty. I want to get it through my dancing and my life. I want beauty everywhere, and I thought Morris wanted it, but Morris evidently did. Oh, Elaine, you're Howard, and I love you so much." Ellen got to her feet. "I'm going to run downstairs so that the taximan won't ring the bell. But you can't go like this. You just watch me. Ellen gathered up the bundle of books in one hand, and in the other carried the black leather dressing case. Look, Cassie, will you be a dear? And show him the trunk when he comes up to get it. And one other thing, when Stan Emery calls up, tell him to call me at the Brevoort or at the Lafayette. Thank goodness I didn't deposit my money last week. And Cassie, if you find any little odds and ends of mine around you, just keep them. Goodbye. She lifted her veil and kissed Cassie quickly on the cheeks. Oh, how can you be so bee-wave as to go away all alone like this? You'll let Wuth and me come down to see you want you. We're so fond of you. Oh, Elaine, you're going to have a wonderful career. I know you are. And promise not to tell Jojo where I am. He'll find out soon enough anyway. I'll call him up in a week. She found the taxi driver in the hall, looking at the names above the pushbuttons. He went up to fetch her trunk. She settled herself happily on the dusty buff seat of the taxi, taking deep breaths of the river-smelling morning air. The taxi driver smiled roundly at her when he had let the trunk slide off his back onto the dashboard. Pretty heavy, miss. It's a shame you had to carry it all alone. Oh, I can carry heaven at. I want to go to the Hotel Brevoort, 5th Avenue, at about 8th Street, when he leaned to crank the car. The man pushed his hat back on his head, letting ruddy curly hair out over his eyes. All right, I'll take you anywhere you like, he said, as he hopped into his seat in the jiggling car. When they turned down into the very empty sunlight of Broadway, a feeling of happiness began to sizzle and soar like rockets inside her. The air beat fresh, thrilling in her face. The taxi driver talked back at her through the open window. I thought yous was catchin' a train to go away somewhere, miss. Well, I am going away somewhere. It'd be a fine day to be going away somewhere. I'm going away from my husband. The words popped out of her mouth before she could stop them. Did he throw you out? No, I can't say he did that, she said, laughing. My wife trun me out 3 weeks ago. How was that? Locked the door when I came home one night and wouldn't let me in. She'd had the lock changed when I was out workin'. That's a funny thing to do. She says I get slopped too often. I ain't going back to her, and I ain't going to support her no more. She can put me in jail if she likes. I'm true. I'm gettin' an apartment on 22nd Avenue with another feller, and we're goin' to get a pianer and live quiet and lay offend the scoits. Matrimony isn't much, is it? You said it. What leads up to it's all right. But gettin' married is like the mornin' after. 5th Avenue was white and empty and swept by a sparkling wind. The trees in Madison Square were unexpectedly bright green like ferns in a dun room. At the Brevoort, a sleepy French night porter carried her baggage. In the low, white-painted room, the sunlight drowsed on a faded crimson armchair. Ellen ran about the room like a small child, kicking her heels and clapping her hands. With pursed lips and tilted head, she arranged her toilet things on the bureau. Then she hung her yellow nightgown on a chair and undressed, caught sight of herself in the mirror, stood naked, looking at herself with her hands on her tiny, firm, apple-shaped breasts. She pulled on her nightgown and went to the phone. Please send up a pot of chocolate and rolls to 108 as soon as you can please. Then she got into bed. She lay laughing with her legs stretched wide in the cool, slippery sheets. Hairpins were sticking into her head. She sat up and pulled them all out and shook the heavy coil of her hair down about her shoulders. She drew her knees up to her chin and sat thinking. From the street, she could hear the occasional rumble of a truck. In the kitchens below her room, a sound of clattering had begun. From all around came a growing rumble of traffic beginning. She felt hungry and alone. The bed was a raft on which she was marooned alone, always alone, afloat on a growling ocean. A shudder went down her spine. She drew her knees up closer to her chin. 9 days wonder. The Suns moved to Jersey. The Suns behind Hoboken. Covers are clicking on typewriters. Roll-top desks are closing. Elevators go up empty, come down jammed. It's ebb tide in the downtown district. Flood in Flatbush. Woodlawn, Dickman Street, Sheepshead Bay, New Lots Avenue, Canarsie. Pink sheets, green sheets, gray sheets, full market reports, finals on Havre de Grace. Print squirms among the shop-worn, office-worn, sagging faces, sore fingertips, aching insteps. Strong-arm men cram into subway expresses. Senators 8, Giants 2, Diva recovers pearls. $800,000 robbery. It's ebb tide on Wall Street, flood tide in the Bronx. The sun's gone down in Jersey. Godamity, shouted Phil Sanborn, and pounded with his fist on the desk. I don't think so. A man's morals aren't anybody's business. It's his work that counts. Well, I think Stanford White has done more for the city of New York than any other man living. Nobody knew there was such a thing as architecture before he came. And to have this thaw shoot him down in cold blood and then get away with it. By gad, if the people of this town had the spirit of guinea pigs, they'd. Phil, you're getting all excited over nothing. The other man took his cigar out of his mouth and leaned back in his swivel chair and yawned. Oh hell, I want a vacation. Golly, it'll be good to get out in those old Maine woods again. What with Jew lawyers and Irish judges, spluttered Phil. Ah, pull the chain, old man. A fine specimen of a public-spirited citizen. You are Hartley. Hartley laughed and rubbed the palm of his hand over his bald head. Oh, that stuff's all right in winter, but I can't go it in summer. Hell, all I live for is 3 weeks vacation anyway. What do I care if all the architects in New York get bumped off, as long as it don't raise the price of commutation to New Rochelle? Let's go eat. As they went down in the elevator, Phil went on talking. The only other man I ever knew who was really a born-in-the-bone architect was Ole Specker, the feller I worked for when I first came north. A fine old Dane he was too. Poor devil died o' cancer 2 years ago. Man, he was an architect. I got a set of plans and specifications home for what he called a communal building. 7 to 5 stories, high, stepped back in terraces, with a sort of hanging garden on every floor, hotels, theaters, Turkish baths, swimming pools, department stores, heating plant, refrigerating and market space, all in the same buildin'. Did he eat coke? No siree, he didn't. They were walking east along 34th Street, sparse of people in the sultry midday. Gad, burst out Phil Sanborn suddenly. The girls in this town get prettier every year. Like these new fashions, do you? Sure, all I wish is that I was gettin' younger every year instead of older. Yes, about all us old fellers can do is watch 'em go past. That's fortunate for us, or we'd have our wives out after us with bloodhounds. Man, when I think of those might have beens as they crossed Fifth Avenue, Phil caught sight of a girl in a taxicab. From under the black brim of a little hat with a red cockade in it, 2 gray eyes flash green black into his. He swallowed his breath. The traffic roars dwindled into distance. She shan't take her eyes away. 2 steps, and open the door and sit beside her slenderness perched like a bird on the seat. Driver, drive to beat hell. Her lips are pouting towards him. Her eyes flutter gray caught birds. Hey, look out. A pouncing iron rumble crashes down on him from behind. Fifth Avenue spins in red, blue, purple spirals. Oh, Carist. That's all right. Let me be. I'll get up myself in a minute. Move along there. Get back there. Braying voices, blue pillars of policemen. His back, his legs are all warm gummy with blood. Fifth Avenue throbs with loudening pain. A little bell jingle-jangling nearer. As they lift him into the ambulance, Fifth Avenue shrieks to throttling agony and bursts. He cranes his neck to see her, weakly, like a terrapin on its back. Didn't my eyes snap steel traps on her? He finds himself whimpering. She might have stayed to see if I was killed. The jingle-jangling bell dwindles fainter, fainter into the night. The burglar alarm across the street had rung on steadily. Jimmy's sleep had been strung on it in hard knobs like beads on a string. Knocking woke him. He sat up in bed with a lurch and found Stan Emery, his face gray with dust, his hands in the pockets of a red leather coat, standing at the foot of the bed. He was laughing, swaying back and forth on the balls of his feet. Gosh, what time is it? Jimmy sat up in bed, digging his knuckles into his eyes. He yawned and looked about with bitter dislike. At the wallpaper, the dead green of Poland water bottles. At the split green shade that let in a long trickle of sunlight. At the marble fireplace, blocked up by an enameled tin plate painted with scaly roses. At the frayed blue bathrobe on the foot of the bed. At the mashed cigarette butts in the mauve glass ashtray. Stan's face was red and brown and laughing under the chalky mask of dust. 11:30, he was saying. Let's see, that's 6 hours and a half. I guess that'll do. But Stan, what the hell are you doing here? You haven't got a little nip of liquor anywhere, have you, Herf? Dingo and I are extraordinarily thirsty. We came all the way from Boston and only stopped once for gas and water. I haven't been to bed for 2 days. I want to see if I can last out the week. Carist, I wish I could last out the week in bed. What you need's a job on a newspaper to keep you busy, Herfy. What's going to happen to you, Stan? Jimmy twisted himself round so that he was sitting on the edge of the bed. is that you're going to wake up one morning and find yourself on a marble slab at the morgue. The bathroom smelled of other people's toothpaste and of chloride disinfectant. The bath mat was wet, and Jimmy folded it into a small square before he stepped gingerly out of his slippers. The cold water set the blood jolting through him. He ducked his head under and jumped out and stood shaking himself like a dog, the water streaming into his eyes and ears. Then he put on his bathrobe and lathered his face. Flow, river, flow, down to the sea, he hummed off key as he scraped his chin with the safety razor. Mr. Grover, I'm afraid I'm going to have to give up the job after next week. Yes, I'm going abroad. I'm going to do foreign correspondent work for the AP to Mexico, for the UP to Jericho, more likely. Halifax correspondent of the Mud Turtle Gazette. It was Christmas in the harem, and the eunuchs all were there, from the banks of the Seine to the banks of the Saskatchewan. He doused his face with Listerine, bundled his toilet things into his wet towel, and smarting, ran back up a flight of green-carpeted cabbagey stairs and down the hall to his bedroom. Halfway, he passed the landlady Dumpy in a mob cap, who stopped her carpet sweeper to give an icy look at his skinny bare legs under the blue bathrobe. Good morning, Mrs. Maginnis. It's going to be powerful hot today, Mr. Herf. I guess it is all right. Stan was lying on the bed reading La Revolte des Anges. Darn it, I wish I knew some languages the way you do, Herfy. Oh, I don't know any French anymore. I forget him so much quicker than I learn him. By the way, I'm fired from college. How's that? Dean told me he thought it advisable I shouldn't come back next year. Felt that there were other fields of activity where my activities could be more actively active. You know the crap. That's a darn shame. No, it isn't. I'm tickled to death. I asked him why he hadn't fired me before if he felt that way. Father'll be sore as a crab, but I've got enough cash on me not to go home for a week. I don't give a damn anyway. Honest, haven't you got any liquor? Now Stan, how's a poor wage slave like myself going to have a cellar on $30 a week? This is a pretty lousy room. You ought to have been born a capitalist like me. Room's not so bad. What drives me crazy is that paranoid alarm across the street that rings all night. That's a burglar alarm, isn't it? There can't be any burglars because the place is vacant. The wires must get crossed or something. I don't know when it stopped, but it certainly drove me wild when I went to bed this morning. Now, James Herf, you don't mean me to infer that you come home sober every night. A man'd have to be deaf not to hear that damn thing, drunk or sober. Well, in my capacity of bloated bondholder, I want you to come out and eat lunch. Do you realize that you've been playing round with your toilet for exactly 1 hour by the clock? They went down the stairs that smelled of shaving soap, and then of Braspolis, and then of bacon, and then of singed hair, and then of garbage and colgas. You're damn lucky, Herfy, never to have gone to college. Didn't I graduate from Columbia, you big cheese? That's more than you could do. The sunlight swooped tingling in Jimmy's face when he opened the door. That doesn't count. God, I like sun, cried Jimmy. I wish it'd been real Columbia. Do you mean Hail Columbia? No, I mean Bogota and the Orinoco, and all that sort of thing. I knew a darn good feller went down to Bogota, had to drink himself to death to escape dying of elephantiasis. I'd be willing to risk elephantiasis and bubonic plague and spotted fever to get out of this hole. City of orgies, walks, and joys. Orgies nuttin', as we say at 100 Street. Do you realize that I've lived all my life in this goddamn town, except 4 years when I was little, and that I was born here, and that I'm likely to die here? I've a great mind to join the Navy and see the world. How do you like Dingo in her new coat of paint? Pretty nifty, looks like a regular Mercedes under the dust. I wanted to paint her red, like a fire engine, but the garageman finally persuaded me to paint her blue like a cop. Do you mind going to Malquin's and having an absinthe cocktail? Absinthe for breakfast? Good Lord. They drove west along 23rd Street, that shone with sheets of reflected light off windows, oblong glints off delivery wagons, figure-8-shaped flash of nickel fittings. How's Ruth, Jimmy? She's all right. She hasn't got a job yet. Look, there's a Daimler, Jimmy grunted vaguely. As they turned up 6th Avenue, a policeman stopped them. You're cut out, he yelled. I'm on my way to the garage to get it fixed. Muffler's coming off. Better had. Get a ticket another time. Gee, you get away with murder, Stan. In everything, said Jimmy. I never can get away with a thing, even if I am 3 years older than you. It's a gift. The restaurant smelled merrily of fried potatoes and cocktails and cigars and cocktails. It was hot and full of talking and sweaty faces. But Stan, don't roll your eyes romantically when you ask about Ruth and me. We're just very good friends. Honestly, I didn't mean anything. But I'm sorry to hear it all the same. I think it's terrible. Ruth doesn't care about anything but her acting. She's so crazy to succeed. She cuts out everything else. Why the hell does everybody want to succeed? I'd like to meet somebody who wanted to fail. That's the only sublime thing. It's all right if you have a comfortable income. That's all bunk. Golly, this is some cocktail. Herfy, I think you're the only sensible person in this town. You have no ambitions. How do you know I haven't? But what can you do with success when you get it? You can't eat it or drink it. Of course, I understand that people who haven't enough money to feed their faces and all that should scurry round and get it. But success, the trouble with me is I can't decide what I want most. So my motion is circular, helpless, and confoundedly discouraging. Oh, but God decided that for you. You know all the time. But you won't admit it to yourself. I imagine what I want most is to get out of this town. Preferably first setting off a bomb under the Times building. Well, why don't you do it? It's just 1 foot after another, but you have to know which direction to step. That's the last thing that's of any importance. Then there's money. Why, money's the easiest thing in the world to get. For the eldest son of Emery, and Emery, now Herf, it's not fair to cast my father's iniquities in my face. You know I hate that stuff as much as you do. I'm not blaming you, Stan. You're a damn lucky kid, that's all. Of course I'm lucky too. A hell of a lot luckier than most. My mother's leftover money supported me until I was 22. And I still have a few hundreds stowed away for that famous rainy day. And my uncle, curse his soul, gets me new jobs when I get fired. Baba, black sheep. I guess I'm really afraid of my uncles and aunts. You ought to see my cousin James Merrill. Has done everything he was told all his life and flourished like a green bay tree. The perfect wise virgin. I guess use one o dem dara foolish virgins. Stan, you're feeling your liquor. You're beginning to talk nigger talk. Baba. Stan put down his napkin and leaned back, laughing in his throat. The smell of absinthe sickle-tingling grew up like the magician's rose bush out of Jimmy's glass. He sipped it, wrinkling his nose. As a moralist, I protest, he said. It's amazing. What I need is a whiskey and soda to settle those cocktails. I'll watch you. I'm a working man. I must be able to tell between the news that's fit and the news that's not fit. God, I don't want to start talking about that. It's all so criminally silly. I'll say that this cocktail sure does knock you for a loop. You needn't think you're going to do anything else but drink this afternoon. There's somebody I want to introduce you to, and I was going to sit down righteously and write an article. What's that? Oh, a dawdle called Confessions of a Cub Reporter. Look, is this Thursday? Yeah, then I know where she'll be. I'm going to light out of it all, said Jimmy somberly, and go to Mexico and make my fortune. I'm losing all the best part of my life rotting in New York. How'll you make your fortune? Oil, gold, highway robbery, anything so long as it's not newspaper work. Baba, black sheep Baba, you quit bawling at me. Let's get the hell out of here and take Dingo to have her muffler fastened. Jimmy stood waiting in the door of the reeking garage. The dusty afternoon sunlight squirmed in bright worms of heat on his face and hands. Brown stone, red brick, asphalt flickering, with red and green letters of signs, with bits of paper in the gutter, rotated in a slow haze about him. 2 car washers talking behind him. Yep, I was making good money until I went after that lousy broad. I'll say she's a good looker, Charlie. I should worry. Don't make no difference after the first week. Stan came up behind him and ran him along the street by the shoulders. Car won't be fixed until 5 o'clock. Let's taxi. Hotel Lafayette, he shouted at the driver and slapped Jimmy on the knee. Well, Herfy, old fossil, you know what the governor of North Carolina said to the governor of South Carolina? No, it's a long time between drinks. Bah, bah. Stan was bleeding under his breath as they stormed into the cafe. Ellie, here are the black sheep, he shouted, laughing. His face froze suddenly stiff. Opposite Ellen at the table sat her husband, one eyebrow lifted very high, and the other almost merging with the eyelashes. A teapot sat impudently between them. Hello, Stan. Sit down, she said quietly. Then she continued, smiling into Oglethorpe's face. Isn't that wonderful, Jojo? Ellie, this is Mr. Herf, said Stan gruffly. Oh, I'm so glad to meet you. I used to hear about you up at Mrs. Sunderland's. They were silent. Oglethorpe was tapping on the table with his spoon. Why heo dio you dio, Mr. Herf, he said, with sudden unction. Don't you remember how we met? By the way, how's everything up there, Jojo? Just topping, thanks. Cassandra's beau has left her, and there's been the most appalling scandal about that Costello creature. It seems that she came home foxed the other night, to the ears, my D, and tried to take the taxi driver into her room with her. And the poor boy protesting all the time that all he wanted was his fare. It was appalling. Stan got stiffly to his feet and walked out. The three of them sat without speaking. Jimmy tried to keep from fidgeting in his chair. He was about to get up when something velvet soft in her eyes stopped him. "Has Ruth got a job yet, Mr. Herf?" she asked. "No, she hasn't. It's the rottingest luck. Oh, it's a darn shame. I know she can act. The trouble is she has too much sense of humor to play up to managers and people. Oh, the stage is a nasty, dirty game. Isn't it, Jojo? The nastiest, my D." Jimmy couldn't keep his eyes off her. Her small, squarely shaped hands, her neck molded with a gold sheen between the great coil of coppery hair and the bright blue dress. "Well, my D," Oglethorpe got to his feet. "Jojo, I'm going to sit here a little longer." Jimmy was staring at the thin triangles of patent leather that stuck out from Oglethorpe's pink buff spats. "Can't be feet in them." He stood up suddenly. "Now, Mr. Herf, couldn't you keep me company for 15 minutes? I've got to leave here at 6, and I forgot to bring a book, and I can't walk in these shoes." Jimmy blushed and sat down again, stammering. "Why, of course, I'd be delighted. Suppose we drink something. I'll finish my tea, but why don't you have a gin fizz? I love to see people drink gin fizzes. It makes me feel that I'm in the tropics, sitting in a jujube grove, waiting for the riverboat to take us up some ridiculous melodramatic river, all set about with fever trees. Waiter, I want a gin fizz, please." Joe Harland had slumped down in his chair until his head rested on his arms between his grime-stiff hands. His eyes followed uneasily the lines in the marble-top table. The gutted lunchroom was silent under the sparse glower of 2 bulbs hanging over the counter, where remained a few pies under a bell glass, and a man in a white coat nodding on a tall stool. Now and then the eyes in his gray, doughy face flicked open, and he grunted and looked about. At the last table over were the hunched shoulders of men asleep, faces crumpled like old newspapers, pillowed on arms. Joe Harland sat up straight and yawned. A woman blobby under a raincoat, with a face red and purplish streaked like rancid meat, was asking for a cup of coffee at the counter. Carrying the mug carefully between her 2 hands, she brought it over to the table and sat down opposite him. Joe Harland let his head down onto his arms again. "Hey, yous, how about a little soivus?" The woman's voice shrilled in Harland's ears like the screech of chalk on a blackboard. "Well, what do you want?" snarled the man behind the counter. The woman started sobbing. "He asks me what I want. I ain't used to bane talked to brutal. Well, if there's anything you want you kin, just come and get it. Soivus at this time o' night." Harland could smell her whiskey breath as she sobbed. He raised his head and stared at her. She twisted her flabby mouth into a smile and bobbed her head towards him. "Mister, I ain't accustomed to bane treated brutal. If my husband was alive, he wouldn't have the noive. Who's the loikes o' him to say what time o' night a lady ought to have soivus? The little shriveled-up shrimp." She threw back her head and laughed so that her hat fell off backwards. That's what he is, a little shriveled up shrimp, insultin' a lady with his toime o' night. Some strands of grey hair, with traces of henna at the tips, had fallen down about her face. The man in the white coat walked over to the table. Look here, Mother Machree, I'll trow ye out o' here if you raise any more disturbance. What do you want? A nickel's wart o' doughnuts. She snivelled with a sidelong leer at Harland. Joe Harland shoved his face into the hollow of his arm again and tried to go to sleep. He heard the plate set down, followed by her toothless nibbling, and an occasional sucking noise when she drank the coffee. A new customer had come in and was talking across the counter in a low, growling voice. Mister, ain't it terrible to want a drink? He raised his head again and found her eyes the blurred blue of watered milk looking into his. What ye goin' to do now, darlin'? God knows, Virgin and Saints, it'd be nice to have a bed and a pretty lace shimmy and a nice feller like you, darlin', mister. Is that all? Oh, mister, if my poor husband was alive, he wouldn't let 'em treat me like they do. I lost my husband on the General Slocum. Might ha' been yesterday. He's not so unlucky, but he died in his sin without a priest, darlin'. It's terrible to die in your sin. Oh, hell, I want to sleep. Her voice went on in a faint, monotonous screech, setting his teeth on edge. The saints has been agin me ever since I lost my husband on the General Slocum. I ain't been an honest woman. She began to sob again. The Virgin and saints and martyrs is agin me. Everybody's agin me. Oh, want somebody treat me nice. I want to sleep. Can't you shut up? She stooped and fumbled for her hat on the floor. She sat sobbing, rubbing her swollen, red-grimed knuckles into her eyes. Oh, mister, don't you want to treat me nice? Joe Harland got to his feet, breathing hard. Goddam, you can't you shut up? His voice broke into a whine. Isn't there anywhere you can get a little peace? There's nowhere you can get any peace. He pulled his cap over his eyes, shoved his hands down into his pockets, and shambled out of the lunchroom. Over Chatham Square, the sky was brightening red-violet through the latticework of elevated tracks. The lights were 2 rows of bright brass knobs up the empty Bowery. A policeman passed, swinging his nightstick. Joe Harland felt the policeman's eyes on him. He tried to walk fast and briskly, as if he were going somewhere on business. Well, Miss Oglethorpe, how do you like it? Like what? Oh, you know, being a 9 days wonder. Why, I don't know at all, Mr. Goldweiser. Women know everything, but they want let on. Ellen sits in a gown of Nile green silk in a springy armchair at the end of a long room, jingling with talk and twinkle of chandeliers and jewelry, dotted with the bright moving black of evening clothes and silver-edged colors of women's dresses. The curve of Harry Goldweiser's nose merges directly into the curve of his bald forehead. His big rump bulges over the edges of a triangular gilt stool. His small brown eyes measure her face like antennae as he talks to her. A woman nearby smells of sandalwood. A woman with orange lips and a chalk face under an orange turban passes, talking to a man with a pointed beard. A hawk-beaked woman with crimson hair puts her hand on a man's shoulder from behind. Why, how do you do, Miss Cruikshank. It's surprising, isn't it, how everybody in the world is always at the same place at the same time. Ellen sits in the armchair, drowsily listening. Coolness of powder on her face and arms, fatness of rouge on her lips, her body just bathed fresh as a violet under the silk dress. Under the silk underclothes, she sits dreamily, drowsily listening. A sudden twinge of men's voices nodding about her. She sits up cold white, out of reach, like a lighthouse. Men's hands crawl like bugs on the unbreakable glass. Men's looks blunder and flutter against it, helpless as moths. But in deep pit blackness, inside, something clangs like a fire engine. George Baldwin stood beside the breakfast table, with a copy of the New York Times folded in his hand. "Now, Cecily," he was saying, "we must be sensible about these things. Can't you see that I'm trying to be sensible?" she said, in a jerking, snivelly voice. He stood looking at her, without sitting down, rolling a corner of the paper between his finger and thumb. Mrs. Baldwin was a tall woman with a mass of carefully curled chestnut hair piled on top of her head. She sat before the silver coffee service, fingering the sugar bowl with mushroom-white fingers that had very sharp pink nails. "George, I can't stand it any more, that's all." She pressed her quaking lips hard together. "But my dear, you exaggerate." "How exaggerate?" "It means our life has been a pack of lies." "But Cecily, we're fond of each other. You married me for my social position. You know it. I was fool enough to fall in love with you. All right, it's over. It's not true. I really loved you. Don't you remember how terrible you thought it was you couldn't really love me? You brute to refer to that. Oh, it's horrible." The maid came in from the pantry with bacon and eggs on a tray. They sat silent, looking at each other. The maid swished out of the room and closed the door. Mrs. Baldwin put her forehead down on the edge of the table and began to cry. Baldwin sat staring at the headlines in the paper. "Assassination of Archduke will have grave consequences. Austrian army mobilized." He went over and put his hand on her crisp hair. "Poor old Cecily," he said. "Don't touch me." She ran out of the room with her handkerchief to her face. He sat down, helped himself to bacon and eggs and toast, and began to eat. Everything tasted like paper. He stopped eating to scribble a note on a scratch pad he kept in his breast pocket behind his handkerchief. "C. Collins versus Arbuthnot, NYSC Appel. Div." The sound of a step in the hall outside caught his ear, the click of a latch. The elevator had just gone down. He ran 4 flights down the steps, through the glass and wrought iron doors of the vestibule downstairs. He caught sight of her on the curb, standing tall and stiff, pulling on her gloves. He rushed out and took her by the hand just as a taxi drove up. Sweat beaded on his forehead and was prickly under his collar. He could see himself standing there with the napkin ridiculous in his hand, and the colored doorman grinning and saying, "Good mornin', Mr. Baldwin. Looks like it going to be a fine day." Gripping her hand tight, he said in a low voice through his teeth, "Cecily, there's something I want to talk to you about. Want you wait a minute? and we'll go downtown together." "Wait about 5 minutes, please," he said to the taxi driver. "We'll be right down." Squeezing her wrist hard, he walked back with her to the elevator. When they stood in the hall of their own apartment, she suddenly looked him straight in the face with dry, blazing eyes. "Come in here, Cecily," he said gently. He closed their bedroom door and locked it. "Now let's talk this over quietly. Sit down, dear." He put a chair behind her. She sat down suddenly stiffly, like a marionette. "Now look here, Cecily, you have no right to talk the way you do about my friends. Mrs. Oglethorpe is a friend of mine. We occasionally take tea together in some perfectly public place, and that's all. I would invite her up here, but I've been afraid you would be rude to her. You can't go on giving away to your insane jealousy like this. I allow you complete liberty and trust you absolutely. I think I have the right to expect the same confidence from you. Cecily, do be my sensible little girl again. You've been listening to what a lot of old hags fabricate out of whole cloth, maliciously, to make you miserable. She's not the only one. Cecily, I admit frankly, there were times soon after we were married but that's all over years ago. And whose fault was it? Oh, Cecily, a woman like you can't understand the physical urgences of a man like me. Haven't I done my best? My dear, these things aren't anybody's fault. I don't blame you. If you'd really loved me then, what do you think I stay in this hell for except for you? Oh, you're such a brute." She sat dry-eyed, staring at her feet in their gray buckskin slippers, twisting and untwisting in her fingers the wet string of her handkerchief. "Look here, Cecily, a divorce would be very harmful to my situation downtown just at the moment. But if you really don't want to go on living with me, I'll see what I can arrange. But in any event, you must have more confidence in me. You know I'm fond of you. And for God's sake, don't go to see anybody about it without consulting me. You don't want a scandal and headlines in the papers, do you? All right, leave me alone. I don't care about anything. All right, I'm pretty late. I'll go on downtown in that taxi. You don't want to come shopping or anything." She shook her head. He kissed her on the forehead, took his straw hat and stick in the hall, and hurried out. "Oh, I'm the most miserable woman," she groaned, and got to her feet. Her head ached as if it were bound with hot wire. She went to the window and leaned out into the sunlight. Across Park Avenue, the flame-blue sky was barred with the red girder cage of a new building. Steam riveters rattled incessantly. Now and then a donkey engine whistled, and there was a jingle of chains, and a fresh girder soared crosswise in the air. Men in blue overalls moved about the scaffolding. Beyond to the northwest, a shining head of clouds soared, blooming compactly like a cauliflower. Oh, if it would only rain. As the thought came to her, there was a low growl of thunder above the din of building and of traffic. Oh, if it would only rain. Ellen had just hung a chintz curtain in the window to hide, with its blotchy pattern of red and purple flowers, the vista of desert backyards and brick flanks of downtown houses. In the middle of the bare room was a box couch cumbered with teacups, a copper chafing dish, and percolator. The yellow hardwood floor was littered with snippings of chintz and curtain pins. Books, dresses, bed linen cascaded from a trunk in the corner. From a new mop in the fireplace exuded a smell of cedar oil. Ellen was leaning against the wall in a daffodil-colored kimono, looking happily about the big shoebox-shaped room when the buzzer startled her. She pushed a rope of hair up off her forehead and pressed the button that worked the latch. There was a little knock on the door. A woman was standing in the dark of the hall. "Why, Cassie, I couldn't make out who you were." "Come in, what's the matter?" "You are sure I'm not intruding?" "Of course not." Ellen leaned to give her a little pecking kiss. Cassandra Wilkins was very pale, and there was a nervous quiver about her eyelids. "You can give me some advice. I'm just getting my curtains up." "Look, do you think that purple goes all right with the gray wall?" "It looks kind of funny to me." "I think it's beautiful." "What a beautiful room. How happy you're going to be here. Put that chafing dish down on the floor and sit down. I'll make some tea. There's a kind of bathroom kitchenette in the alcove there." "You're sure it wouldn't be too much trouble?" "Of course not. But Cassie, what's the matter?" "Oh, everything. I came down to tell you, but I can't. I can't ever tell anybody. I'm so excited about this apartment. Imagine, Cassie, it's the first place of my own I ever had in my life. Daddy wants me to live with him in Passaic, but I just felt I couldn't. And what does Mr. Oglethorpe? Oh, but that's impertinent of me. Do forgive me, Elaine. I'm almost seawaysy. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh, Jojo's a dear. He's even going to let me divorce him if I want to. Would you if you were me?" Without waiting for an answer, she disappeared between the folding doors. Cassie remained hunched up on the edge of the couch. Ellen came back with a blue teapot in one hand and a pan of steaming water in the other. "Do you mind not having lemon or cream? There's some sugar on the mantelpiece. These cups are clean because I just washed them. Don't you think they are pretty? Oh, you can't imagine how wonderful and domestic it makes you feel to have a place all to yourself. I hate living in a hotel. Honestly, this place makes me just so domestic. Of course, the ridiculous thing is that I'll probably have to give it up or sublet as soon as I've got it decently fixed up. Shows going on the road in 3 weeks. I want to get out of it, but Harry Goldweiser won't let me." Cassie was taking little sips of tea out of her spoon. She began to cry softly. "Why, Cassie, buck up. What's the matter?" "Oh, you're so lucky in everything, Elaine. And I'm so miserable. Why, I always thought it was my Jinx that got the beauty prize. But what is the matter?" Cassie put down her cup and pushed her 2 clenched hands into her neck. "It's just this," she said in a strangled voice. "I think I'm going to have a baby." She put her head down on her knees and sobbed. "Are you sure? Everybody's always having scares. I wanted our love to be always pure and beautiful. But he said he'd never see me again if I didn't, and I hate him." She shook the words out one by one between tearing sobs. "Why don't you get married?" "I can't, I want. It would interfere." "How long since you knew?" "Oh, it must have been 10 days ago easily." "I know it's that. I don't want to have anything but my dancing." She stopped sobbing and began taking little sips of tea again. Ellen walked back and forth in front of the fireplace. Look here, Cassie. There's no use getting all wrought up over things, is there? I know a woman who'll help you. Do pull yourself together, please. Oh, I couldn't. The saucer slid off her knees and broke in two on the floor. Tell me, Elaine, have you ever been through this? Oh, I'm so sorry. I'll buy you another saucer, Elaine. She got totteringly to her feet and put the cup and spoon on the mantelpiece. Oh, of course I have. When we were first married, I had a terrible time. Oh, Elaine, isn't it hideous, all this? Life would be so beautiful and free and natural without it. I can feel the horror of it sea-weeping up on me, killing me. Things are rather like that, said Ellen gruffly. Cassie was crying again. Men are so bewoodle and selfish. Have another cup of tea, Cassie. Oh, I couldn't. My dear, I feel a deadly nausea. Oh, I think I'm going to be sick. The bathroom is right through the folding doors and to the left. Ellen walked up and down the room with clenched teeth. I hate women. After a while, Cassie came back into the room, her face greenish white, dabbing her forehead with a wash rag. Here, lie down here, you poor kid, said Ellen, clearing a space on the couch. Now you'll feel much better. Oh, will you ever forgive me for causing all this trouble? Just lie still a minute and forget everything. Oh, if I could only relax. Ellen's hands were cold. She went to the window and looked out. A little boy in a cowboy suit was running about the yard, waving an end of clothesline. He tripped and fell. Ellen could see his face puckered with tears as he got to his feet again. In the yard, beyond, a stumpy woman with black hair was hanging out clothes. Sparrows were chirping and fighting on the fence. Elaine, dear, could you let me have a little powder? I've lost my vanity case. She turned back into the room. I think, yes, there's some on the mantelpiece. Do you feel better now, Cassie? Oh, yes, said Cassie in a trembly voice. And have you got a lipstick? I'm awfully sorry. I've never worn any street makeup. I'll have to soon enough if I keep on acting. She went into the alcove to take off her kimono, slipped on a plain green dress, coiled up her hair, and pushed a small black hat down over it. Let's run along, Cassie. I want to have something to eat at 6. I hate bolting my dinner 5 minutes before a performance. Oh, I'm so tuified. Peewames, you want leave me alone. Oh, she wouldn't do anything today. She'll just look you over and maybe give you something to take. Let's see, have I got my key? We'll have to take a taxi. And my dear, I've only got $6 in the world. I'll make Daddy give me $100 to buy furniture. That'll be all right. Elaine, you're the most angelic sea-weecher in the world. You deserve every bit of your success. At the corner of 6th Avenue, they got into a taxi. Cassie's teeth were chattering. Please, let's go another time. I'm too frightened to go now. My dear child, it's the only thing to do. Joe Harland, puffing on his pipe, pulled to and bolted the wide, quaking board gates. A last splash of garnet-colored sunlight was fading on the tall house wall across the excavation. Blue arms of cranes stood out dark against it. Harlan's pipe had gone out. He stood puffing at it with his back to the gate, looking at the files of empty wheelbarrows, the piles of picks and shovels, the little shed for the donkey engine, and the steam drills that sat perched on a split rock like a mountaineer's shack. It seemed to him peaceful, in spite of the rasp of traffic from the street that seeped through the hoarding. He went into the Linto by the gate where the telephone was, sat down in the chair, knocked out, filled and lit his pipe, and spread the newspaper out on his knees. Contractors plan lockout to answer builders' strike. He yawned and threw back his head. The light was too blue-dim to read. He sat a long time staring at the stub-scarred toes of his boots. His mind was a fuzzy, comfortable blank. Suddenly he saw himself in a dress suit, wearing a top hat with an orchid in his buttonhole. The Wizard of Wall Street looked at the lined red face, and the gray hair under the mangy cap, and the big hands with their grimy, swollen knuckles, and faded with a snicker. He remembered faintly the smell of a Corona as he reached into the pocket of the pea-jacket for a can of Prince Albert to refill his pipe. "What diff does it make, I'd like to know?" he said aloud. When he lit a match, the night went suddenly inky all round. He blew out the match. His pipe was a tiny, genial red volcano that made a discreet cluck each time he pulled on it. He smoked very slowly, inhaling deep. The tall buildings all round were haloed with ruddy glare from streets and electric light signs. Looking straight up through glimmering veils of reflected light, he could see the blue-black sky and stars. The tobacco was sweet. He was very happy. A glowing cigarette crossed the door of the shack. Harland grabbed his lantern and went out. He held the lantern up in the face of a blond young man with a thick nose and lips, and a cigar in the side of his mouth. "How did you get in here?" Side door was open. "The hell it was. Who are you looking for?" "You the night watchman round here?" Harland nodded. "Glad to meet yez. Have a cigar. I jus wanted to have a little talk wid ye, see. I'm organizer for Local 47, see. Let's see your card. I'm not a union man. Well, ye're goin' to be, ain't ye? Us guys of the buildin' trades have got to stick together. We're tryin' to get every bloke from night watchman to inspectors lined up to make a solid front against this here lockout situation." Harland lit his cigar. "Look here, Bo, you're wasting your breath on me. They'll always need a watchman, strike or no strike. I'm an old man, and I haven't got much fight left in me. This is the first decent job I've had in 5 years, and they'll have to shoot me to get it away from me. All that stuff's for kids like you. I'm out of it. You sure are wasting your breath if you're going round trying to organize night watchmen. Say you don't talk like you'd always been in this kind o' work." "Well, maybe I ain't." The young man took off his hat and rubbed his hand over his forehead and up across his dense, cropped hair. "Hell, it's warm work, Arguin. Swell night, though, ain't it?" "Oh, the night's all right," said Harland. "Say my name's O'Keefe, Joe O'Keefe. Gee, I bet you could tell a guy a lot o' things." He held out his hand. "My name's Joe, too, Harland. 20 years ago, that name meant something to people. 20 years from now, say you're a funny fellow for a walking delegate. You take an old man's advice before I run you off the lot and quit it. It's no game for a likely young feller who wants to make his way in the world. Times are changin', you know. There's big fellers back this here strike, see. I was talkin' over the situation with Assemblyman McNeil juice this afternoon in his office. But I'm telling you straight, if there's one thing that'll queer you in this town, it's this labor stuff. You'll remember someday that an old drunken bum told you that, and it'll be too late. Oh, it was drink, was it? That's one thing I'm not afraid of. I don't touch the stuff, except beer to be sociable. Look here, Bo the company detective'll be mackin' his rounds soon. You'd better be making tracks. I ain't a-scared of any goddamn company detective. Well, so long. I'll come in to see you again someday. Close that door behind you. Joe Harland drew a little water from a tin container, settled himself in his chair, and stretched his arms out and yawned. 11 o'clock. They would just be getting out of the theaters. Men in evening clothes, girls in low-neck dresses. Men were going home to their wives and mistresses. The city was going to bed. Taxis honked and rasped outside the hoarding. The sky shimmered with gold powder from electric signs. He dropped the butt of the cigar and crushed it on the floor with his heel. He shuddered and got to his feet, then paced slowly round the edge of the building lot, swinging his lantern. The light from the street yellowed faintly a big sign on which was a picture of a skyscraper, white with black windows against blue sky and white clouds. Segel and Haynes will erect on this site a modern, up-to-date 24-story office building, open for occupancy. January 1915 renting space, still available. Inquire. Jimmy Herf sat reading on a green couch under a bulb that lit up a corner of a wide, bare room. He had come to the death of Olivier in Jean Christophe and read with tightening gullet. In his memory lingered the sound of the Rhine swirling, restlessly gnawing the foot of the garden of the house where Jean Christophe was born. Europe was a green park in his mind, full of music and red flags and mobs marching. Occasionally, the sound of a steamboat whistle from the river settled breathless, snowy soft into the room. From the street came a rattle of taxis and the whining sound of streetcars. There was a knock at the door. Jimmy got up, his eyes blurred and hot from reading. "Hello, Stan. Where the devil did you come from?" "Herfy, I'm tight as a drum." "That's no novelty. I was just giving you the weather report." "Well, perhaps you can tell me why in this country nobody ever does anything. Nobody ever writes any music or starts any revolutions or falls in love. All anybody ever does is to get drunk and tell smutty stories. I think it's disgusting." Ear, but speak for yourself. I'm going to stop drinking." "No good drinking. Liquor just gets monotonous." "Say, got a bathtub?" "Of course, there's a bathtub." "Whose apartment do you think this is?" "Mine." "Well, whose is it?" "Herfy. It belongs to Lester. I'm just caretaker while he's abroad. The lucky dog." Stan started peeling off his clothes, letting them drop in a pile about his feet. "Gee, I'd like to go swimming. Why the hell do people live in cities? Why do I go on dragging out a miserable existence in this crazy, epileptic town? That's what I want to know." "Lead on, Horatius." "To the bath, slave," bellowed Stan, who stood on top of his pile of clothes. brown with tight, rounded muscles, swaying a little from his drunkenness. It's right through that door. Jimmy pulled a towel out of the steamer trunk in the corner of the room, threw it after him, and went back to reading. Stan tumbled back into the room, dripping, talking through the towel. What do you think? I forgot to take my hat off. And look, Herfy, there's something I want you to do for me. Do you mind? Of course not. What is it? Will you let me use your back room tonight? This room? Sure you can. I mean with somebody. Go as far as you like. You can bring the entire winter garden chorus in here, and nobody will see them. And there's an emergency exit down the fire escape into the alley. I'll go to bed and close my door so you can have this room and the bath all to yourselves. It's a rotten imposition, but somebody's husband is on the rampage, and we have to be very careful. Don't worry about the morning. I'll sneak out early, and you can have the place to yourselves. Well, I'm off so long. Jimmy gathered up his book and went into his bedroom and undressed. His watch said 12:15. The night was sultry. When he had turned out the light, he sat a long while on the edge of the bed. The faraway sounds of sirens from the river gave him gooseflesh. From the street, he heard footsteps, the sound of men and women's voices, low, youthful laughs of people going home 2 by 2. A phonograph was playing Second-Hand Rose. He lay on his back on top of the sheet. There came on the air through the window a sourness of garbage, a smell of burnt gasoline and traffic and dusty pavements, a huddled stuffiness of pigeonhole rooms where men and women's bodies writhed alone, tortured by the night and the young summer. He lay with seared eyeballs staring at the ceiling. His body glowed in a brittle, shivering agony like red-hot metal. A woman's voice, whispering eagerly, woke him. Someone was pushing open the door. I want see him. I want see him. Jimmy, for heaven's sake, you go talk to him. I want see him. Elaine Oglethorpe, draped in a sheet, walked into the room. Jimmy tumbled out of bed. What on earth? Isn't there a closet or something in here? I will not talk to Jojo when he's in that condition. Jimmy straightened his pajamas. There's a closet at the head of the bed. Of course. Now, Jimmy, do be an angel. Talk to him and make him go away. Jimmy walked dazedly into the outside room. Slut, slut, was yelling a voice from the window. The lights were on. Stan, draped like an Indian in a gray and pink-striped blanket, was squatting in the middle of the 2 couches, made up together into a vast bed. He was staring impassively at John Oglethorpe, who leaned in through the upper part of the window screaming and waving his arms and scolding like a Punch and Judy show. His hair was in a tangle over his eyes. In one hand he waved a stick, in the other a cream and coffee-colored felt hat. Slut, come here. Flagrante delictu, that's what it is. Flagrante delictu. It was not for nothing that inspiration led me up Lester Jones's fire escape. He stopped and stared a minute at Jimmy with wide, drunken eyes. So here's the cub reporter, the yellow journalist, is it? Looking as if butter wouldn't melt in his mouth, is it? Do you know what my opinion of you is? Would you like to know what my opinion of you is? Oh, I've heard about you from Ruth and all that. I know you think you're one of the dynamiters and aloof from all that. How do you like being a paid prostitute of the public press? How do you like your yellow ticket? The brass check, that's the kind of thing. You think that as an actor, an artiste, I don't know about those things. I've heard from Ruth your opinion of actors and all that. Why, Mr. Oglethorpe, I am sure you are mistaken. I read and keep silent. I am one of the silent watchers. I know that every sentence, every word, every picayune punctuation that appears in the public press is perused and revised and deleted in the interests of advertisers and bondholders. The fountain of national life is poisoned at the source. Yeah, you tell him, suddenly shouted Stan from the bed. He got to his feet, clapping his hands. I should prefer to be the meanest stagehand. I should prefer to be the old and feeble charwoman who scrubs off the stage, than to sit on velvet in the office of the editor of the greatest daily in the city. Acting is a profession honorable, decent, humble, gentlemanly. The oration ended abruptly. Well, I don't see what you expect me to do about it, said Jimmy, crossing his arms. And now it's starting to rain, went on Oglethorpe in a squeaky, whining voice. You'd better go home, said Jimmy. I shall go where there are no sluts, no male and female sluts. I shall go into the great night. Do you think he can get home all right, Stan? Stan had sat down on the edge of the bed, shaking with laughter. He shrugged his shoulders. My blood will be on your head, Elaine, forever. Forever, do you hear me? Into the night where people don't sit laughing and sneering. Don't you think I don't see you? If the worst happens, it will not be my fault. Go, odd night, shouted Stan. In a last spasm of laughing, he fell off the edge of the bed and rolled on the floor. Jimmy went to the window and looked down the fire escape into the alley. Oglethorpe had gone. It was raining hard. A smell of wet bricks rose from the house walls. Well, if this isn't the darndest fool business. He walked back into his room without looking at Stan. In the door, Ellen brushed silkily past him. I'm terribly sorry, Jimmy, she began. He closed the door sharply in her face and locked it. The goddamn fools, they act like crazy people, he said through his teeth. What the hell do they think this is? His hands were cold and trembling. He pulled a blanket up over him. He lay listening to the steady beat of the rain and the hissing spatter of a gutter. Now and then, a puff of wind blew, a faint, cool spray in his face. There still lingered in the room a frail cedarwood gruff smell of her heavy coiled hair, a silkiness of her body, where she had crouched wrapped in the sheet hiding. Ed Thatcher sat in his bay window among the Sunday papers. His hair was grizzled, and there were deep folds in his cheeks. The upper buttons of his pongee trousers were undone to ease his sudden little potbelly. He sat in the open window, looking out over the blistering asphalt at the endless stream of automobiles that whirred in either direction, past the yellow brick row of stores and the red brick station, under the eaves of which, on a black ground, gold letters glinted feebly in the sun. Passaic, Apartments round about emitted a querulous Sunday grinding of phonographs, playing It's a Bear, the sextet from Lucia, selections from the Quaker Girl. On his knees lay the theatrical section of the New York Times. He looked out with bleared eyes into the quivering heat, feeling his ribs tighten with a breathless ache. He had just read a paragraph in a marked copy of Town Topics. Malicious tongues are set wagging by the undeniable fact that young Stanwood Emery's car is seen standing every night outside the Knickerbocker Theater. And never does it leave, they say, without a certain charming young actress whose career is fast approaching stellar magnitude. This same young gentleman, whose father is the head of one of the city's most respected law firms, who recently left Harvard under slightly unfortunate circumstances, has been astonishing the natives for some time with his exploits, which we are sure are merely the result of the ebullience of boyish spirits. A word to the wise. The bell rang 3 times. Ed Thatcher dropped his papers and hurried quaking to the door. "Ellie, you're so late. I was afraid you weren't coming. Daddy, don't I always come when I say I will?" "Of course you do, dearie. How are you getting on? How's everything at the office? Mr. Elbert's on his vacation. I guess I'll go when he comes back. I wish you'd come down to Spring Lake with me for a few days. It'd do you good, but Daddy, I can't." She pulled off her hat and dropped it on the davenport. "Look, I brought you some roses, Daddy. Think of it, they're red roses like your mother used to like. That was very thoughtful of you, I must. But I don't like going all alone on my vacation." "Oh, you'll meet lots of cronies, Daddy. Sure you will. Why couldn't you come just for a week? In the first place, I've got to look for a job, shows going on the road. And I'm not going just at present. Harry Goldweiser's awfully sore about it." Thatcher sat down in the bay window again and began piling up the Sunday papers on a chair. "Why, Daddy, what on earth are you doing with that copy of Town Topics?" "Oh, nothing. I'd never read it. I just bought it to see what it was like." He flushed and compressed his lips as he shoved it in among the Times. "It's just a blackmail sheet." Ellen was walking about the room. She had put the roses in a vase. A spiced coolness was spreading from them through the dust-heavy air. "Daddy, there's something I want to tell you about Jojo, and I are going to get divorced." Ed Thatcher sat with his hands on his knees, nodding with tight lips, saying nothing. His face was gray and dark, almost the speckled gray of his pongee suit. "It's nothing to take on about. We've just decided we can't get along together. It's all going through quietly in the most approved style. George Baldwin, who's a friend of mine, is going to run it through. He with Emery and Emery." "Yes, They were silent. Ellen leaned over to breathe deep of the roses. She watched a little green measuring worm cross a bronzed leaf. "Honestly, I'm terribly fond of Jojo, but it drives me wild to live with him. I owe him a whole lot, I know that. I wish you'd never set eyes on him." Thatcher cleared his throat and turned his face away from her to look out the window at the 2 endless bands of automobiles that passed along the road in front of the station. Dust rose from them, and angular glitter of glass, enamel, and nickel. tires made a swish on the oily macadam. Ellen dropped onto the davenport and let her eyes wander among the faded red roses of the carpet. The bell rang. "I'll go, Daddy." "How do you do, Mrs. Culvatier?" A red-faced, broad woman in a black and white chiffon dress came into the room puffing. "Oh, you must forgive my butting in. I'm just dropping by for a second. How are you, Mr. Thatcher? You know, my dear, your poor father has really been very poorly." "Nonsense. All I had was a little backache. Lumbago, my dear. Why, Daddy, you ought to have let me know. The sermon today was most inspiring, Mr. Thatcher. Mr. Lurton was at his very best. I guess I ought to rout out and go to church now and then. But you see, I like to lay round the house Sundays. Of course, Mr. Thatcher, it's the only day you have. My husband was just like that. But I think it's different with Mr. Lurton than with most clergymen. He has such an up-to-date common-sense view of things. It's really more like attending an intensely interesting lecture than going to church. You understand what I mean. I'll tell you what I'll do, Mrs. Culvatier. Next Sunday, if it's not too hot, I'll go. I guess I'm getting too set in my ways. Oh, a little change does us all good. Mrs. Oglethorpe, you have no idea how closely we follow your career in the Sunday papers and all. I think it's simply wonderful. As I was telling Mr. Thatcher only yesterday, it must take a lot of strength of character and deep Christian living to withstand the temptations of stage life nowadays. It's inspiring to think of a young girl and wife coming so sweet and unspoiled through all that. Ellen kept looking at the floor so as not to catch her father's eye. He was tapping with 2 fingers on the arm of his Morrisshire. Mrs. Culvatier beamed from the middle of the davenport. She got to her feet. "Well, I just must run along. We have a green girl in the kitchen, and I'm sure dinner's all ruined. Want you drop in this afternoon? Quite informally. I made some cookies, and we'll have some ginger ale out just in case somebody turns up." "I'm sure we'd be delighted, Mrs. Culvatier," said Thatcher, getting stiffly to his feet. Mrs. Culvatier, in her bunchy dress, waddled out the door. "Well, Ellie, suppose we go eat. She's a very nice, kind-hearted woman. She's always bringing me pots of jam and marmalade. She lives upstairs with her sister's family. She's the widow of a traveling man." "That was quite a line about the temptations of stage life," said Ellen, with a little laugh in her throat. "Come along, or the place'll be crowded. Avoid the rush is my motto," said Thatcher in a peevish, crackling voice. "Let's not dawdle around." Ellen spread out her sunshade as they stepped out of the door, flanked on either side by bells and letterboxes. A blast of gray heat beat in their faces. They passed the stationery store, the Red A&P, the corner drugstore from which a stale coolness of soda water and ice cream freezers drifted out under the green awning, crossed the street, where their feet sank into the sticky, melting asphalt, and stopped at the Sagamore cafeteria. It was 12 exactly by the clock in the window that had round its face, in old English lettering, "Time to eat." Under it was a large rusty fern and a card announcing chicken dinner $1.25. Ellen lingered in the doorway looking up the quivering street. Look, Daddy, we'll probably have a thunderstorm. A cumulus soared in unbelievable snowy contours in the slate sky. Isn't that a fine cloud? Wouldn't it be fine if we had a rip-roaring thunderstorm? Ellen Thatcher looked up, shook his head, and went in through the swinging screen door. Ellen followed him. Inside it smelled of varnish and waitresses. They sat down at a table near the door under a droning electric fan. How do you do, Mr. Thatcher? How you been all the week, sir? How do you do, miss? The bonnet-faced, peroxide-haired waitress hung over them amicably. What'll it be today, sir? Roast Long Island duckling, or roast Philadelphia milk-fed capon? For fire engine, such afternoons, the buses are crowded into line like elephants in a circus parade. Morningside Heights to Washington Square, Penn Station to Grant's Tomb, parlor snakes and flappers joggle hugging downtown uptown. Hug joggling gray square after gray square, until they see the new moon giggling over Weehawken and feel the gusty wind of a dead Sunday blowing dust in their faces. Dust of a tipsy twilight. They are walking up the mall in Central Park. Looks like he had a boil on his neck, says Ellen, in front of the statue of Burns. Ah, whispers Harry Goldweiser with a fat-throated sigh. But he was a great poet. She is walking in her wide hat, in her pale, loose dress, that the wind now, and then presses against her legs and arms, silkily, swishily walking in the middle of great rosy and purple and pistachio-green bubbles of twilight that swell out of the grass and trees and ponds, bulge against the tall houses, sharp gray as dead teeth round the southern end of the park, melt into the indigo zenith when he talks, forming sentences roundly with his thick lips, continually measuring her face with his brown eyes. She feels his words press against her body, nudge in the hollows where her dress clings. She can hardly breathe for fear of listening to him. The Zinnia girl's going to be an absolute knockout, Elaine. I'm telling you, and that part's just written for you. I'd enjoy working with you again, honest. You're so different. That's what it is about you. All these girls round New York here are just the same. They're monotonous. Of course, you could sing swell if you wanted to. I've been crazy as a loon since I met you, and that's a good 6 months now. I sit down to eat, and the food don't have any taste. You can't understand how lonely a man gets when year after year he's had to crush his feelings down into himself. When I was a young fellow, I was different. But what are you to do? I had to make money and make my way in the world. And so I've gone on year after year. For the first time, I'm glad I did it, that I shoved ahead and made big money, because now I can offer it all to you. Understand what I mean? All those ideals and beautiful things pushed down into myself when I was making my way in a man's world were like planting seed, and you're their flower. Now and then, as they walk, the back of his hand brushes against hers. She clenches her fist, sullenly drawing it away from the hot, determined pudginess of his hand. The mall is full of couples, families waiting for the music to begin. It smells of children and dress shields and talcum powder. A balloonman passes them, trailing red and yellow, and pink balloons like a great inverted bunch of grapes behind him. Oh, buy me a balloon. The words are out of her mouth before she can stop them. Hey, you gimme one of each color. And how about one of those gold ones? No, keep the change. Ellen put the strings of the balloons into the dirt-sticky hands of 3 little monka-faced girls in red tams. Each balloon caught a crescent of violet glare from the arc light. Ah, you like children, Elaine, don't you? I like a woman to like children. Ellen sits numb at a table on the terrace of the casino. A hot gust of food smell and the rhythm of a band playing He's a Ragpicker swirls chokingly about her. Now and then, she butters a scrap of roll and puts it in her mouth. She feels very helpless, caught like a fly in his sticky, trickling sentences. There's nobody else in New York could have got me to walk that far, I'll tell you that. I walked too much in the old days, do you understand? Used to sell papers when I was a kid and run errands for Schwartz's toy store, on my feet all day, except when I was in Nigel. I thought I was going to be a lawyer. All us East Side fellers thought we were going to be lawyers. Then I worked as an usher one summer at the Irving Place and got the theater bug. Not such a bad hunch it turned out to be, but it's too uncertain. Now I don't care anymore, only want to cover my losses. That's the trouble with me. I'm 35 and I don't care anymore. 10 years ago, I was still only a kind of clerk in old man Erlanger's office, and now there's lots of M, whose shoes I used to shine in the old days to be real glad of the opportunity to sweep my floors on West 48th. Tonight, I can take you anywhere in New York. I don't care how expensive or how chic it is. And in the old days, us kids used to think it was paradise if we had 5 plunks to take a couple of girls down to the island. I bet all that was different with you, Elaine. But what I want to do is get that old feelin' back. Understand? Where shall we go? Why don't we go down to Coney Island then? I've never been. It's a pretty rough crowd. Still, we can just ride round. Let's do it. I'll go phone for the car. Ellen sits alone looking down into her coffee cup. She puts a lump of sugar on her spoon, dips it in the coffee, and pops it into her mouth where she crunches it slowly, rubbing the grains of sugar against the roof of her mouth with her tongue. The orchestra is playing a tango. The sun streaming into the office under the drawn shades cut a bright, slanting layer like watered silk through the cigar smoke. Mighty easy, George Baldwin was saying, dragging out the words. Gus, we got to go mighty easy on this. Gus McNeil, bull-necked, red-faced, with a heavy watch chain in his vest, sat in the armchair, nodding silently, pulling on his cigar. As things are now, no court would sustain such an injunction. An injunction that seems to me a pure piece of party politics on Judge Connor's part. But there are certain elements. You said it. Look here, George, I'm going to leave this whole blame thing to you. You pulled me through the East New York dock and space mess. And I guess you can pull me through this. But Gus, your position in this whole affair has been entirely within the bounds of legality. If it weren't, I certainly should not be able to take the case. Not even for an old friend like you. You know me, George. I never went back on a guy yet, and I don't expect to have anybody go back on me. Gus got heavily to his feet and began to limp about the office, leaning on a gold-knobbed cane. Connor's a son of a bitch, and honest, you wouldn't believe it, but he was a decent guy before he went up to Albany. My position will be that your attitude in this whole matter has been willfully misconstrued. Connor has been using his position on the bench to further a political end. God, I wish we could get him. Jez, I thought he was one of the boys. He was until he went up and got mixed up with all those lousy upstate Republicans. Albany's been the ruination of many a good man. Baldwin got up from the flat mahogany table where he sat between tall sheaves of foolscap and put his hand on Gus's shoulder. Don't you lose any sleep over it. I'd feel all right if it wasn't for those interborough bonds. What bonds? Who's seen any bonds? Let's get this young fellow in here, Joe. And one more thing, Gus. For heaven's sakes, keep your mouth shut. If any reporters or anybody comes round to see you, tell 'em about your trip to Bermuda. We can get publicity enough when we need it. Just at present, we want to keep the papers out of it, or you'll have all the reformers on your heels. Well, ain't they friends of yours? You can fix it up with them. Gus, I'm a lawyer and not a politician. I don't meddle in those things at all. They don't interest me. Baldwin brought the flat of his hand down on a pushbell. An ivory-skinned young woman with heavy sullen eyes and jetty hair came into the room. How do you do, Mr. McNeil? My, but you're looking well, Miss Levitsky. Emily, tell Em to send that young fellow that's waiting for Mr. McNeil in. Joe O'Keefe came in, dragging his feet a little, with his straw hat in his hand. How do, sir? Look here, Joe. What does McCarthy say? Contractors and builders associations going to declare a lockout from Monday on. And how's the union? We got a full treasury. We're going to fight. Baldwin sat down on the edge of the desk. I wish I knew what Mayor Mitchell's attitude was on all this. That reform gang's just treading water like they always do, said Gus, savagely biting the end off a cigar. When's this decision going to be made public? Saturday. Well, keep in touch with us. All right, gentlemen. And please don't call me on the phone. It don't look exactly right. You see, it ain't my office. Might be wire to pin going on too. Those fellers won't stop at nothin'. Well, see ye later, Joey. Joe nodded and walked out. Baldwin turned frowning to Gus. Gus, I don't know what I'm going to do with you if you don't keep out of all this labor stuff. A born politician like you ought to have better sense. You just can't get away with it. But we got the whole damn town lined up. I know a whole lot of the town that isn't lined up, but thank heavens that's not my business. This bond stuff is all right, but if you get into a mess with this strike business, I couldn't handle your case. The firm wouldn't stand for it, he whispered fiercely. Then he said aloud in his usual voice, Well, how's the wife, Gus? Outside in the shiny marble hall, Joe O'Keefe was whistling Sweet Rosie O'Grady, waiting for the elevator. Imagine a guy having a knockout like that for a secretary. He stopped whistling and let the breath out silently through pursed lips. In the elevator, he greeted a wall-eyed man in a check suit. Hullo, Buck. Been on your vacation yet? Joe stood with his feet apart and his hands in his pockets. He shook his head. I get off Saturday. I guess I'll take in a couple days at Atlantic City myself. How do you do it? Oh, the kid's clever. Coming out of the building, O'Keefe had to make his way through people crowding into the portal. A slate sky sagging between the tall buildings was spatting the pavements with 50-cent pieces. Men were running to cover with their straw hats under their coats. 2 girls had made hoods of newspaper over their summer bonnets. He snatched blue of their eyes, a glint of lips and teeth as he passed. He walked fast to the corner and caught an uptown car on the run. The rain advanced down the street in a solid sheet glimmering, swishing, beating newspapers flat, prancing in silver nipples along the asphalt, striping windows, putting shine on the paint of streetcars and taxicabs. Above 14th, there was no rain. The air was sultry. A funny thing weather, said an old man next to him. O'Keefe grunted. When I was a boy onked, I saw it rain on one side of the street, and a house was struck by lightnin', and on our side not a drop fell, though the old man wanted it bad for some tomatoplants. He just set out. Crossing 23rd O'Keefe, caught sight of the tower of Madison Square Garden. He jumped off the car. The momentum carried him in little running steps to the curb. Turning his coat collar down again, he started across the square. On the end of a bench, under a tree, drowsed Joe Harland. O'Keefe plunked down in the seat beside him. Hello, Joe. Have a cigar. Hello, Joe. I'm glad to see you, my boy. Thanks. It's many a day since I've smoked one of these things. What are you up to? Ain't this kind of out of your beat? I felt kinder blue, so I thought I'd buy me a ticket to the fight Saturday. What's the matter? Hell, I dunno. Things don't seem to go right. Here, I've got myself all in deep in this political game, and there don't seem to be no future in it. God, I wish I was educated like you. A lot of good it's done me. I wouldn't say that. If I could ever get on the track you were on, I bet ye I wouldn't lose out. You can't tell, Joe. Funny things get into a man. There's women and that sort of stuff. No, I don't mean that. You get kinder disgusted. But hell, I don't see how a guy with enough jack can get disgusted. Then maybe it was booze. I don't know. They sat silent a minute. The afternoon was flushing with sunset. The cigar smoke was blue and crinkly about their heads. Look at the swell dame. Look at the way she walks. Ain't she a peacherino? That's the way I like 'em. All slick and frilly, with their lips made up. Takes Jack to go round with dames like that. They're no different from anybody else, Joe. The hell you say? Say, Joe, you haven't got an extra $1 on you. Maybe I have. My stomach's a little out of order. I'd like to take a little something to steady it, and I'm flat till I get paid Saturday. You understand? You're sure you don't mind? Give me your address, and I'll send it to you first thing Monday morning. Hell, don't worry about it. I'll see yez around somewheres. Thank you, Joe. And for God's sake, don't buy any more Blue Peter mines on a margin without asking me about it. I may be a back number, but I can still tell a gold brick with my eyes closed. Well, I got my money back. It took the devil's own luck to do it. Just it strikes me funny me loanin' $1 to the guy who owned half the street. Oh, I never had as much as they said I did. This is a funny place. Where? Oh, I dunno. I guess everywhere. Well, so long, Joe. I guess I'll go along and buy that ticket. Jez, it's going to be a swell fight. Joe Harland watched the young man's short, jerky stride as he went off down the path with his straw hat on the side of his head. Then he got to his feet and walked east along 23rd Street. The pavements and house walls still gave off heat, although the sun had set. He stopped outside a corner saloon and examined carefully a group of stuffed ermines, gray with dust, that occupied the center of the window. Through the swinging doors, a sound of quiet voices and a malty coolness seeped into the street. He suddenly flushed and bit his upper lip, and after a furtive glance up and down, the street went in through the swinging doors and shambled up to the brassy, bottle-glittering bar. After the rain outdoors, the plastery backstage smell was pungent in their nostrils. Ellen hung the wet raincoat on the back of the door and put her umbrella in a corner of the dressing room, where a little puddle began to spread from it. And all I could think of, she was saying in a low voice to Stan, who followed her staggering, was a funny song somebody told me when I was a little girl about. And the only man who survived the flood was long-legged Jack of the Isthmus. God, I don't see why people have children. It's an admission of defeat. Procreation is the admission of an incomplete organism. Procreation is an admission of defeat. Stan, for heaven's sake, don't shout. You'll shock the stagehands. I oughtn't to have let you come. You know the way people gossip round a theater. I'll be quiet, just like a lil mouse. Just let me wait till Millie comes to dress you. Seeing you dress is my only remaining pleasure. I admit that, as an organism, I'm incomplete. You won't be an organism of any kind if you don't sober up. I'm going to drink till when I cut myself whiskey runs out. What's the good of blood when you can have whiskey? Oh, Stan, the only thing an incomplete organism can do is drink. You complete, beautiful organisms don't need to drink. I'm going to lie down and go bye-bye. Don't stand, for heaven's sake. If you go and pass out here, I'll never forgive you. There was a soft double knock at the door. Come in, Millie. Millie was a small, wrinkly-faced woman with black eyes. A touch of Negro blood made her purple-gray lips thick, gave a lividness to her very white skin. It's 8:15, dear, she said as she bustled in. She gave a quick look at Stan and turned to Ellen with a little wry frown. Stan, you've got to go away. I'll meet you at the Beaux Arts or anywhere you like afterwards. I want to go bye-bye. Sitting in front of the mirror at her dressing table, Ellen was wiping cold cream off her face with quick dabs of a little towel. From her makeup box, a smell of grease paint and cocoa butter melted fatly through the room. I don't know what to do with him tonight, she whispered to Millie as she slipped off her dress. Oh, I wish he would stop drinking. I'd put him in the shower and turn cold water on him, dearie. How's the house tonight, Millie? Pretty thin, Miss Elaine. I guess it's the bad weather. I'm going to be terrible. Don't let him get you worked up, dearie. Men ain't worth it. I want to go bye-bye. Stan was swaying and frowning in the center of the room. Miss Elaine, I'll put him in the bathroom. Nobody'll notice him there. That's it. Let him go to sleep in the bathtub. Ellie, I'll go bye-bye in the bathtub. The two women pushed him into the bathroom. He flopped limply into the tub and lay there asleep with his feet in the air and his head on the faucets. Millie was making little rapid clucking noises with her tongue. "He's like a sleepy baby when he's like this," whispered Ellen softly. She stuck the folded bath mat under his head and brushed the sweaty hair off his forehead. He was hardly breathing. She leaned and kissed his eyelids very softly. "Miss Elaine, you must hurry. Curtains ringing up. Look quick, am I all right? Pretty as a picture. Lord love you, dear." Ellen ran down the stairs and round to the wings, stood there, panting with terror, as if she had just missed being run over by an automobile, grabbed the music roll she had to go on with from the property man, got her cue, and walked on into the glare. "How do you do it, Elaine?" Harry Goldweiser was saying, shaking his calf's head from the chair behind her. She could see him in the mirror as she took her makeup off. A taller man with gray eyes and eyebrows stood beside him. "You remember when they first cast you for the part I said to Mr. Follick, 'Saul, she can't do it.' Didn't I, Saul?" "Sure you did, Harry. I thought that no girl so young and beautiful could put the passion and terror into it. Do you understand? Saul and I were out front for that scene in the last act." "Wonderful, wonderful," groaned Mr. Follick. "Tell us how you do it, Elaine." The makeup came off black and pink on the cloth. Millie moved discreetly about the background, hanging up dresses. "Do you know who it was who coached me up on that scene? John Oglethorpe. It's amazing the ideas he has about acting. Yes, it's a shame he's so lazy. He'd be a very valuable actor." "It's not exactly laziness." Ellen shook down her hair and twisted it in a coil in her two hands. She saw Harry Goldweiser nudge Mr. Follick. "Beautiful, isn't it? How's Red, Red Rose going?" "Oh, don't ask me, Elaine. Played exclusively to the ushers last week. Do you understand? I don't see why it don't go. It's catchy. Me Merrill has a pretty figure. Oh, the show business has all gone to hell." Ellen put the last bronze pin in the copper coil of her hair. She tossed her chin up. "I'd like to try something like that, but one thing at a time, my dear young lady. We've just barely got you started as an emotional actress. I hate it, it's all false. Sometimes I want to run down to the foots and tell the audience, 'Go home, you damn fools.' This is a rotten show and a lot of fake acting, and you ought to know it. In a musical show, you could be sincere. Didn't I tell ye she was nuts, Saul? Didn't I tell ye she was nuts? I'll use some of that little speech in my publicity next week. I can work it in fine. You can't have her crabbing the show. No, but I can work it in that column about aspirations of celebrities. You know, this guy is president of the Zazadont Company and would rather have been a fireman, and another would rather have been a keeper at the zoo. Great human interest stuff. You can tell them, Mr. Follick, that I think the woman's place is in the home for the feeble-minded." "Ha, ha, ha," laughed Harry Goldweiser, showing the gold teeth in the sides of his mouth. "But I know you could dance and sing with the best of 'em, Elaine. Wasn't I in the chorus for 2 years before I married Oglethorpe?" "You must have started in the cradle," said Mr. Follick, leering under his gray lashes. "Well, I must ask you gentlemen to get out of here a minute while I change. I'm all wringing wet every night after that last act. We got to get along anyway. Do you understand? Mind if I use your bathroom a sec? Millie stood in front of the bathroom door. Ellen caught the jetty glance of her eyes far apart in her blank white face. I'm afraid you can't, Harry. It's out of order. I'll go over to Charlie's. I'll tell Thompson to have a plumber come and look at it. Well, good night, kid. Be good. Good night, Miss Oglethorpe, said Mr. Follick creakily. And if you can't be good, be careful. Millie closed the door after them. That's a relief, cried Ellen, and stretched out her arms. I tell you, I was scared, dearie. Don't you ever let any feller like that come to the theater with ye. I've seen many a good trooper ruined by things like that. I'm tellin' ye, because I'm fond of you, Miss Elaine. And I'm old, and I know about the show business. Of course you are, Millie, and you're quite right, too. Let's see if we can wake him up. My God, Millie, look at that. Stan was lying, as they had left him, in the bathtub, full of water. The tail of his coat and one hand were floating on top of the water. Get up out of there, Stan, you idiot. He might catch his death. You fool, you fool. Ellen took him by the hair and shook his head from side to side. Ooch, that hurts, he moaned in a sleepy child's voice. Get up out of there, Stan. You're soaked. He threw back his head, and his eyes snapped open. Why, so I am. He raised himself with his hands on the sides of the tub and stood swaying, dripping into the water that was yellow from his clothes and shoes, braying his loud laugh. Ellen leaned against the bathroom door, laughing with her eyes full of tears. You can't get mad at him, Millie. That's what makes him so exasperating. Oh, what are we going to do? Lucky he wasn't drowned. Give me your papers and pocketbook, sir. I'll try and dry M with a towel, said Millie. But you can't go past the doorman like that, even if we wring you out. Stan, you've got to take off all your clothes and put on a dress of mine. Then you can wear my rain cape, and we can whisk into a taxicab and take you home. What do you think, Millie? Millie was rolling her eyes and shaking her head as she wrung out Stan's coat. In the wash basin, she had piled the soppy remains of a pocketbook, a pad, pencils, a jackknife, 2 rolls of film, a flask. I wanted a bath anyway, said Stan. Oh, I could beat you. Well, you're sober at least. Sober as a penguin. Well, you've got to dress up in my clothes, that's all. I can't wear girls' clothes. You've got to. You haven't even got a raincoat to cover that mess. If you don't, I'll lock you up in the bathroom and leave you. All right, Ellie. Honest, I'm terribly sorry. Millie was wrapping the clothes in newspaper after wringing them out in the bathtub. Stan looked at himself in the mirror. Gosh, I'm an indecent sight in this dress. Ish jebbable. I've never seen anything so disgusting looking. No, you look very sweet. A little tough, perhaps. Now, for God's sake, keep your face towards me when you go past old Barney. My shoes are all squudgy. It can't be helped. Thank heaven I had this cape here. Millie, you're an angel to clear up all this mess. Good night, dearie, and remember what I said. I'm tellin' ye, that's all. Stan, take little steps. And if we meet anybody, go right on and jump in a taxi. You can get away with anything if you do it quick enough. Ellen's hands were trembling as they came down the steps. She tucked one in under Stan's elbow and began talking in a low, chatty voice. "You see, dear, Daddy came round to see the show 2 or 3 nights ago, and he was shocked to death. He said he thought a girl demeaned herself, showing her feelings like that before a lot of people. Isn't it killing? Still, he was impressed by the write-ups the Herald and World gave me Sunday. Good night, Barney, nasty night. My God. Here's a taxi, get in. Where are you going?" Out of the dark of the taxi, out of his long face muffled in the blue hood. His eyes were so bright black they frightened her like, coming suddenly on a deep pit in the dark. "All right, we'll go to my house. Might as well be hanged for a sheep. Driver, please go to Bank Street." The taxi started. They were jolting through the crisscross plains of red light, green light, yellow light, beaded with lettering of Broadway. Suddenly Stan leaned over her and kissed her hard, very quickly, on the mouth. "Stan, you've got to stop drinking. It's getting beyond a joke. Why shouldn't things get beyond a joke? You're getting beyond a joke, and I don't complain. But darling, you'll kill yourself." "Well, oh, I don't understand you, Stan. I don't understand you, Ellie. But I love you very exordinately much." There was a broken tremor in his very low voice that stunned her with happiness. Ellen paid the taxi. Siren throbbing in an upward shriek that burst and trailed in a dull wail down the street. A fire engine went by red and gleaming, then a hook and ladder with bell clanging. "Let's go to the fire, Ellie. With you in those clothes, we'll do no such thing." He followed her silent into the house and up the stairs. Her long room was cool and fresh smelling. "Ellie, you're not sore at me?" "Of course not, idiot child." She undid the sodden bundle of his clothes and took them into the kitchenette to dry beside the gas stove. The sound of the phonograph playing "He's a Devil" in his own hometown called her back. Stan had taken off the dress. He was dancing round with a chair for a partner, her blue padded dressing gown flying out from his thin hairy legs. "Oh, Stan, you precious idiot." He put down the chair and came towards her brown and male and lean in the silly dressing gown. The phonograph came to the end of the tune, and the record went on rasping round and round. 5 went to the Animals Fair. Red light bell. A block deep 4 ranks of cars wait at the grade crossing. Fenders in taillights. Mudguards scraping mudguards. Motors purring hot. Exhausts reeking. Cars from Babylon and Jamaica. Cars from Montauk, Port Jefferson, Patchogue. Limousines from Long Beach, Far Rockaway. Roadsters from Great Neck. Cars full of asters and wet bathing suits. Sun-singed necks. Mouths sticky from sodas and hot dogs. Cars dusted with pollen of ragweed and goldenrod. Green light. Motors race. Gears screech into first. The cars space out, flow in a long ribbon along the ghostly cement road, between black-windowed blocks of concrete factories, between bright slabbed colors of signboards, towards the glow over the city that stands up incredibly into the night sky, like the glow of a great lit tent, like the yellow tall bulk of a tent show. Sarajevo. The word stuck in her throat when she tried to say it. "It's terrible to think of, terrible." George Baldwin was groaning. "The street'll go plumb to hell." They'll close the stock exchange. Only thing to do. And I've never been to Europe either. A war must be an extraordinary thing to see. Ellen, in her blue velvet dress, with a buff cloak over it, leaned back against the cushions of the taxi that whirred smoothly under them. I always think of history as lithographs in a school book, generals making proclamations, little tiny figures running across fields with their arms spread out, facsimiles of signatures. Cones of light cutting into cones of light along the hot, humming roadside. Headlights splashing trees, houses, billboards, telegraph poles, with broad brushes of whitewash. The taxi made a half turn and stopped in front of a roadhouse that oozed pink light and ragtime through every chink. "Big crowd tonight," said the taximan to Baldwin when he paid him. "I wonder why," asked Ellen. "De Canarsie moiter. Has sompin to do wid it, I guess." "What's that?" "Sompin terrible. I seen it." "You saw the murder." "I didn't see him do it. I seen de bodies laid out stiff before day took him to de morgue. Us kids used to call de guy Santa Claus 'cause he had white whiskers. Knowed him since I was a little feller." The cars behind were honking and rasping their claxons. "I better get a move on. Good night, lady." The red hallway smelt of lobster and steamed clams and cocktails. "Why, hello, Gus. Elaine, let me introduce Mr. and Mrs. McNeil. This is Miss Oglethorpe." Ellen shook the big hand of a red-necked, snub-nosed man and the small, precisely gloved hand of his wife. "Gus, I'll see you before we go." Ellen was following the headwaiter's swallowtails along the edge of the dance floor. They sat at a table beside the wall. The music was playing. Everybody's doing it. Baldwin hummed it as he hung over her a second, arranging the wrap on the back of her chair. "Elaine, you are the loveliest person," he began as he sat down opposite her. "It seems so horrible. I don't see how it's possible." "What?" "This war. I can't think of anything else." "I can." She kept her eyes on the menu. "Did you notice those two people I introduced to you?" "Yes." "Is that the McNeil whose name is in the paper all the time? Some row about a builder's strike and the interborough bond issue. It's all politics. I bet he's glad of the war. Poor old Gus. It'll do one thing. It'll keep that row off the front page. I'll tell you about him in a minute. I don't suppose you like steamed clams, do you? They are very good here. George, I adore steamed clams. Then we'll have a regular old-fashioned Long Island shore dinner. What do you think of that?" Laying her gloves away on the edge of the table, her hand brushed against the vase of rusty red and yellow roses. A shower of faded petals fluttered onto her hand, her gloves, the table. She shook them off her hands. "And do have him take these wretched roses away, George. I hate faded flowers." Steam from the plated bowl of clams uncoiled in the rosy glow from the lampshade. Baldwin watched her fingers, pink and limber, pulling the clams by their long necks out of their shells, dipping them in melted butter, and popping them dripping in her mouth. She was deep in eating clams. He sighed. "Elaine, I'm a very unhappy man. Seeing Gus McNeil's wife. It's the first time in years. Think of it, I was crazy in love with her, and now I can't remember what her first name was. Funny, isn't it? Things had been extremely slow ever since I had set up in practice for myself. It was a rash thing to do, as I was only 2 years out of law school and had no money to run on. I was rash in those days. I decided that if I didn't get a case that day, I'd chuck everything and go back to clerkship. I went out for a walk to clear my head and saw a freight car shunting down 11th Avenue run into a milk wagon. It was a horrid mess. And when we'd picked the fellow up, I said to myself, I'd get him his rightful damages or bankrupt myself in the attempt. I won his case, and that brought me to the notice of various people downtown. And that started him on his career and me on mine. So he drove a milk wagon, did he? I think milkmen are the nicest people in the world. Mine's the cutest thing. Elaine, you won't repeat this to anyone. I feel the completest confidence in you. That's very nice of you, George. Isn't it amazing the way girls are getting to look more like Mrs. Castle every day? Just look round this room. She was like a wild rose, Elaine, fresh and pink and full of the Irish. And now she's a rather stumpy, businesslike looking little woman, and you're as fit as you ever were. That's the way it goes. I wonder. You don't know how empty and hollow everything was before I met you. All Cecily and I can do is make each other miserable. Where is she now? She's up at Bar Harbor. I had luck and all sorts of success when I was still a young man. I'm not 40 yet, but I should think it would be fascinating. You must enjoy the law, or you wouldn't be such a success at it. Oh, success, success. What does it mean? I'd like a little of it, but my dear girl, you have it. Oh, not what I mean, but it isn't any fun anymore. All I do is sit in the office and let the young fellows do the work. My future's all cut out for me. I suppose I could get solemn and pompous and practice little private vices. But there's more in me than that. Why don't you go into politics? Why should I go up to Washington, into that greasy backwater, when I'm right on the spot where they give the orders? The terrible thing about having New York go stale on you is that there's nowhere else. It's the top of the world. All we can do is go round and round in a squirrel cage. Ellen was watching the people in light summer clothes dancing on the waxed square of floor in the center. She caught sight of Tony Hunter's oval pink and white face at a table on the far side of the room. Oglethorpe was not with him. Stan's friend Herf sat with his back to her. She watched him laughing, his long, rumpled black head poised a little askew on a scraggly neck. The other two men she didn't know. Who are you looking at? Just some friends of Jojo's. I wonder how on earth they got way out here. It's not exactly on that gang's beat. Always the way when I try to get away with something, said Baldwin with a wry smile. I should say you'd done exactly what you wanted to all your life. Oh, Elaine, if you'd only let me do what I want now. I want you to let me make you happy. You're such a brave little girl making your way all alone the way you do. By gad, you are so full of love and mystery and glitter. He faltered, took a deep swallow of wine, went on with flushing face. I feel like a schoolboy. I'm making a fool of myself. Elaine, I'd do anything in the world for you. Well, all I'm going to ask you to do is to send away this lobster. I don't think it's terribly good. The devil, maybe it isn't. Here, waiter. I was so rattled, I didn't know I was eating it. You can get me some supreme of chicken instead. Surely, you poor child, you must be starved. And a little corn on the cob. I understand now why you make such a good lawyer, George. Any jury would have burst out sobbing long ago at such an impassioned plea. How about you, Elaine? George, please don't ask me. At the table where Jimmy Herf sat, they were drinking whiskey and soda. A yellow-skinned man with light hair and a thin nose, standing out crooked between childish blue eyes, was talking in a confidential sing-song. Honest, I had him lashed to the mast. The police department is cuckoo. Absolutely cuckoo, treating it as a rape and suicide case. That old man and his lovely innocent daughter were murdered, foully murdered. And do you know who by? He pointed a chubby, cigarette-stained finger at Tony Hunter. Don't give me the 3rd degree, Judd. I don't know anything about it, he said, dropping his long lashes over his eyes. By the Black Hand. You tell M. Bullock, said Jimmy Herf, laughing. Bullock brought his fist down on the table so that the plates and glasses jingled. Canarसी's full of the Black Hand, full of anarchists and kidnappers and undesirable citizens. It's our business to ferret M out and vindicate the honor of this poor old man and his beloved daughter. We are going to vindicate the honor of poor old Munkaface. What's his name? Macintosh, said Jimmy, and the people round here used to call him Santa Claus. Of course, everybody admits he's been crazy for years. We admit nothing but the majesty of American citizenhood. But hell's bells, what's the use when this goddamn war takes the whole front page? I was going to have a full-page spread, and they've cut me down to half a column. Ain't it the life? You might work up something about how he was a lost heir to the Austrian throne and had been murdered for political reasons. Not such a bad idea, Jimmy, but it's such a horrible thing, said Tony Hunter. You think we're a lot of callous brutes, don't you, Tony? No, I just don't see the pleasure people get out of reading about it. Oh, it's all in the day's work, said Jimmy. What gives me gooseflesh is the armies mobilizing. Belgrade bombarded, Belgium invaded, all that stuff. I just can't imagine it. They've killed Joras. Who's he? A French socialist. Those goddamn French are so goddamn degenerate. All they can do is fight duels and sleep with each other's wives. I bet the Germans are in Paris in 2 weeks. It couldn't last long, said Framingham, a tall, ceremonious man with a wispy blonde mustache who sat beside Hunter. Well, I'd like to get an assignment as war correspondent. Say, Jimmy, do you know this French guy who's barkeep here? Congo Jake. Sure, I know him. Is he a good guy? He's swell. Let's go out and talk to him. He might give us some dope about this here murder. God, I'd like it if I could hitch it on to the world conflict. I have the greatest confidence, had begun Framingham, that the British will patch it up somehow. Jimmy followed Bullock towards the bar. Crossing the room, he caught sight of Ellen. Her hair was very red in the glow from the lamp beside her. Baldwin was leaning towards her across the table with moist lips and bright eyes. Jimmy felt something glittering go off in his chest like a released spring. He turned his head away suddenly for fear she should see him. Bullock turned and nudged him in the ribs. "Say, Jimmy, who the hell are those two guys came out with us? They are friends of Ruth's. I don't know them particularly well. Framingham's an interior decorator, I think." At the bar under a picture of the Lusitania stood a dark man in a white coat distended by a deep gorilla chest. He was vibrating a shaker between his very hairy hands. A waiter stood in front of the bar with a tray of cocktail glasses. The cocktail foamed into them greenish-white. "Hello, Congo," said Jimmy. "Ah, bonsoir, Monsieur Herf, Sabidge." "Pretty good, say, Congo. I want you to meet a friend of mine. This is Grant Bullock of the American. Very please. You and Mr. Herf Ave something on the ooze, sir." The waiter raised the clinking tray of glasses to shoulder height and carried them out on the flat of his hand. "I suppose a gin fizzle ruin all that whiskey, but I'd like one. Drink something with us, want you, Congo." Bullock put a foot up on the brass rail and took a sip. "I was wondering," he said slowly, "if there was any dope going round about this murder down the road." Everybody ave his theory. Jimmy caught a faint wink from one of Congo's deep-set black eyes. "Do you live out here?" he asked to keep from giggling. "In the middle of the night, I hear an automobile go by very fast wid to cut out open. I think maybe it run into something because it stopped very quick and come back much faster. Lickety-split." "Did you hear a shot?" Congo shook his head mysteriously. "I hear voices, very angry voices." "Gosh, I'm going to look into this," said Bullock, tossing off the end of his drink. "Let's go back to the girls." Ellen was looking at the face, wrinkled like a walnut, and the dead codfish eyes of the waiter pouring coffee. Baldwin was leaning back in his chair, staring at her through his eyelashes. He was talking in a low monotone. "Can't you see that I'll go mad if I can't have you? You are the only thing in the world I ever wanted. George, I don't want to be had by anybody. Can't you understand that a woman wants some freedom? Do be a sport about it. I'll have to go home if you talk like that. Why have you kept me dangling then? I'm not the sort of man you can play like a trout. You know that perfectly well." She looked straight at him with wide gray eyes. The light gave a sheen of gold to the little brown specks in the iris. "It's not so easy never to be able to have friends." She looked down at her fingers on the edge of the table. His eyes were on the glint of copper along her eyelashes. Suddenly, he snapped the silence that was tightening between them. "Anyway, let's dance. J'ai fait trois fois le tour du monde. Dance mes voyages," hummed Congo Jake, as the big shining shaker quivered between his hairy hands. The narrow green-papered bar was swelled and warped with bubbling voices, spiral exhalations of drinks, sharp clink of ice and glasses, an occasional strain of music from the other room. Jimmy Herf stood alone in the corner, sipping a gin fizz. Next him, Gus McNeil was slapping Bullock on the back and roaring in his ear. "Why, if they don't close the stock exchange, Godamity, before the blow-up comes there'll be an opportunity. Well, begory, don't you forget it. A panic's the time for a man with a cool head to make money. There have been some big failures already, and this is just the first whiff. Opportunity knocks, but once at a young man's door. You listen to me when there's a big failure of one. Oh, them brokerage firms, honest men, can bless themselves. But you're not putting everything I'm tellin' ye in the paper, are you? There's a good guy. Most of you fellers go around puttin' words in a man's mouth. Can't trust one of you. I'll tell you one thing, though the lockout is a wonderful thing for the contractors, want be no house built in with a war on anyway. It won't last more'n 2 weeks, and I don't see what it has to do with us anyway, but conditions'll be affected all over the world. Conditions. Hello, Joey. What the hell do you want? I'd like to talk to you private for a minute, sir. There's some big news. The bar emptied gradually. Jimmy Herf was still standing at the end against the wall. You never get drunk, Mr. Herf. Congo Jake sat down back of the bar to drink a cup of coffee. I'd rather watch the other fellows. Very good. No use spend a lot o' money of a edic next day. That's no way for a barkeep to talk. I say what I tink. Say I've always wanted to ask you. Do you mind telling me? How did you get the name of Congo Jake? Congo laughed deep in his chest. I dunno. When I very leetle, I first go to see dey call me Congo, because I have curly hair and dark like a nigger. Den, when I work in America, on American ship and all that, guy ask me how you feel Congo, and I say Jake, so dey call me Congo Jake. It's some nickname. I thought you'd followed the sea. It's a 'ard life. I tell you, Mr. Herf, there's something about me unlucky when I first remember on a penish. You know what I mean, in canal. A big man not my fader beat me up every day. Then I run away and work on sailboats in and out of Bordeaux. You know, I was there when I was a kid, I think. Sure, you understand them things, Mr. Herf, but a feller like you, good education, all at, you don't know what life is. When I was 17, I come to New York, no good. I tink of naught but raising Cain. Den I shipped out again and went everywhere to hell and gone. In Shanghai, I learned spick American and tend bar. I come back to Frisco and got married. Now I want to be American, but unlucky again, see. Before I marry that girl, her and me lived together a year, sweet as pie. But when we get married, no good. She make fun of me and call me Frenchy, because I know spick American good. And den she kick no out of the house, and I tell her go to hell. Funny ting a man's life. J'ai fait 3 fois le tour du monde. Dan's mes voyages. He started in his growling baritone. There was a hand on Jimmy's arm. He turned. Why, Ellie, what's the matter? I'm with a crazy man. You've got to help me get away. Look, this is Congo Jake. You ought to know him, Ellie. He's a fine man. This is une très grande artiste. Congo, want the lady, have a little anisette, have a little drink with us. It's awfully cozy in here now that everybody's gone. No, thanks, I'm going home. But it's just the neck of the evening. Well, you'll have to take the consequences of my crazy man. Look, Herf, have you seen Stan today? No, I haven't. He didn't turn up when I expected him. I wish you'd keep him from drinking so much, Ellie. I'm getting worried about him. I'm not his keeper. I know, but you know what I mean. What does our friend here think about all this war talk? I want go. A working man has no country. I'm going to be American citizen. I was in the Marine once, but He slapped his jerking bent forearm with one hand, and a deep laugh rattled in his throat. 23, moi j'y suis, anarchiste vous, comprenez, monsieur. But then you can't be an American citizen. Congo shrugged his shoulders. Oh, I love him. He's wonderful, whispered Ellen in Jimmy's ear. You know why they have this here war? So that working men all over want make big revolution. Too busy fighting. So Guillaume and Viviani and L'Empereur d'Autriche and Krupp and Rothschild and Morgan, they say, let's have a war. You know the first thing they do, they shoot Joras because he's socialist. The socialists are traitors to the International, but all to Sammy. But how can they make people fight if they don't want to? In Europe, people are slaves for thousands of years, not like air. But I've seen war. Very funny. I tended bar in Port Arthur, nothing but a kid den. It was very funny. Gee, I wish I could get a job as war correspondent. I might go as a Red Cross nurse. Correspondent, very good ting. Always drunk in American bar, very far from battlefield. They laughed, but aren't we rather far from the battlefield, Herf? All right, let's dance. You must forgive me if I dance very badly. I'll kick you if you do anything wrong. His arm was like plaster when he put it round her to dance with her. High ashy walls broke and crackled within him. He was soaring like a fire balloon on the smell of her hair. Get up on your toes and walk in time to the music. Move in straight lines, that's the whole trick. Her voice cut the quick coldly, like a tiny, flexible, sharp metal saw. Elbows joggling, faces set, gollywog eyes, fat men, and thin women. Thin women and fat men rotated densely about them. He was crumbling plaster with something that rattled achingly in his chest. She was an intricate machine of sawtooth, steel, white bright, blue bright, copper bright in his arms when they stopped her breast, and the side of her body and her thigh came against him. He was suddenly full of blood, steaming with sweat like a runaway horse. A breeze through an open door hustled the tobacco smoke and the clotted pink air of the restaurant. Herf, I want to go down to see the murder cottage. Please take me. As if I hadn't seen enough of X's marking the spot where the crime was committed. In the hall, George Baldwin stepped in front of them. He was pale as chalk. His black tie was crooked. The nostrils of his thin nose were dilated and marked with little veins of red. Hello, George. His voice croaked tartly like a klaxon. Elaine, I've been looking for you. I must speak to you. Maybe you think I'm joking. I never joke. Herf, excuse me a minute. Now, what is the matter, George? Come back to the table. George, I was not joking either. Herf, do you mind ordering me a taxi? Baldwin grabbed hold of her wrist. You've been playing with me long enough. Do you hear me? Someday, some man's going to take a gun and shoot you. You think you can play me like all the other little sniveling fools. You're no better than a common prostitute. Herf, I told you to go get me a taxi. Jimmy bit his lip and went out the front door. Elaine, what are you going to do? George, I will not be bullied. Something nickel flashed in Baldwin's hand. Gus McNeil stepped forward and gripped his wrist with a big red hand. Gimme that, George. For God's sake, man, pull yourself together. He shoved the revolver into his pocket. Baldwin tottered to the wall in front of him. The trigger finger of his right hand was bleeding. "Here's a taxi," said Herf, looking from one to another of the taut white faces. "All right, you take the girl home. No harm done, just a little nervous attack, see? No cause for alarm," McNeil was shouting in the voice of a man speaking from a soapbox. The headwaiter and the coat girl were looking at each other uneasily. "Didn't nothin' happen. Gentlemen's a little nervous, overwork, you understand." McNeil brought his voice down to a reassuring purr. "You just forget it." As they were getting into the taxi, Ellen suddenly said in a little child's voice, "I forgot we were going down to see the murder cottage. Let's make him wait. I'd like to walk up and down in the air for a minute." There was a smell of salt marshes. The night was marbled with clouds and moonlight. The toads in the ditches sounded like sleigh bells. "Is it far?" she asked. "No, it's right down at the corner." Their feet crackled on gravel, then ground softly on macadam. A headlight blinded them. They stopped to let the car whir by. The exhaust filled their nostrils, faded into the smell of salt marshes again. It was a peaked gray house with a small porch facing the road screened with broken lattice. A big locust shaded it from behind. A policeman walked to and fro in front of it, whistling gently to himself. A mildewed scrap of moon came out from behind the clouds for a minute, made tinfoil of a bit of broken glass in a gaping window, picked out the little rounded leaves of the locust, and rolled like a lost dime into a crack in the clouds. Neither of them said anything. They walked back towards the roadhouse. "Honestly, Herf, haven't you seen Stan?" "No, I haven't an idea where he could be hiding himself. If you see him, tell him I want him to call me up at once." Herf, what were those women called who followed the armies in the French Revolution? Let's think. Was it cannoneers? Something like that. I'd like to do that. An electric train whistled far to the right of them, rattled nearer, and faded into whining distance. Dripping with a tango, the roadhouse melted pink like a block of ice cream. Jimmy was following her into the taxicab. "No, I want to be alone, Herf, but I'd like very much to take you home. I don't like the idea of letting you go all alone. Please, as a friend, I ask you." They didn't shake hands. The taxi kicked dust and a rasp of burnt gasoline in his face. He stood on the steps, reluctant to go back into the noise and fume. Nellie McNeil was alone at the table. In front of her was the chair pushed back with his napkin on the back of it where her husband had sat. She was staring straight ahead of her. The dancers passed like shadows across her eyes. At the other end of the room, she saw George Baldwin, pale and lean, walk slowly like a sick man to his table. He stood beside the table, examining his check carefully, paid it, and stood looking distractedly round the room. He was going to look at her. The waiter brought the change on a plate and bowed low. Baldwin swept the faces of the dancers with a black glance, turned his back square, and walked out, remembering the insupportable sweetness of Chinese lilies. She felt her eyes filling with tears. She took her engagement book out of her silver mesh bag and went through it hurriedly, marking carrots with a silver pencil. She looked up after a little while, the tired skin of her face in a pucker of spite, and beckoned to a waiter. "Will you please tell Mr. McNeil that Mrs. McNeil wants to speak to him? He's in the bar. Sarajevo, Sarajevo. That's the place that set the wires on fire." Bullock was shouting at the frieze of faces and glasses along the bar. "Say, Bo," said Joe O'Keefe confidentially to no one in particular. "A guy works in a telegraph office told me there'd been a big sea battle off St. John's, Newfoundland, and the Britishers had sunk the German fleet of 40 battleships. Jiminy, that stopped the war right there. But they ain't declared war yet." "How do you know?" "The cables are so choked up, you can't get any news through." "Did you see? There were 4 more failures on Wall Street." "Tell me Chicago. Wheat pits gone crazy. They ought to close all the exchanges till this blows over." "Well, maybe when the Germans have licked the pants off her England'll give Ireland her freedom. But they are. Stock market won't be open tomorrow. If a man's got the capital to cover and could keep his head, this here would be the time to clean up." "Well, Bullock, old man, I'm going home," said Jimmy. "This is my night of rest, and I ought to be getting after it." Bullock winked one eye and waved a drunken hand. The voices in Jimmy's ears were throbbing elastic roar. Near, far, near, far. "Dies like a dog, march on," he said. He'd spent all his money but a quarter. Shot at sunrise. Declaration of war. Commencement of hostilities. And they left him alone in his glory. Leipzig, the wilderness, Waterloo, where the embattled farmers stood and fired the shot heard round. "Can't take a taxi. Want to walk anyway. Ultimatum." Troop trains singing to the shambles with flowers on their ears. And shame on the false Etruscan who lingers in his home when, as he was walking down the gravel drive to the road, an arm hooked in his. "Do you mind if I come along? I don't want to stay here." "Sure, come ahead, Tony. I'm going to walk." Herf walked with a long stride, looking straight ahead of him. Clouds had darkened the sky, where remained the faintest milkiness of moonlight. To the right and left, there was, outside of the violet-gray cones of occasional arc lights, black pricked by few lights. Ahead, the glare of streets rose in blurred cliffs, yellow and ruddy. "You don't like me, do you?" said Tony Hunter breathlessly after a few minutes. Herf slowed his pace. "Why, I don't know you very well. You seem to me a very pleasant person." "Don't lie. There's no reason why you should. I think I'm going to kill myself tonight." "Heavens, don't do that. What's the matter?" "You have no right to tell me not to kill myself. You don't know anything about me. If I was a woman, you wouldn't be so indifferent." "What's eating you anyway?" "I'm going crazy, that's all. Everything's so horrible. When I first met you with Ruth one evening, I thought we were going to be friends, Herf. You seemed so sympathetic and understanding. I thought you were like me, but now you're getting so callous. I guess it's the times. I'll get fired soon, don't worry. I'm tired of being poor. I want to make a hit." "Well, you're young yet. You must be younger than I am." Tony didn't answer. They were walking down a broad avenue between 2 rows of blackened frame houses. A streetcar, long and yellow, hissed, rasping past. "Why, we must be in Flatbush." Herf, I used to think you were like me, but now I never see you except with some woman. What do you mean? I've never told anybody in the world. By God, if you tell anybody. When I was a child, I was horribly oversexed. When I was about 10 or 11 or 13. He was sobbing as they passed under an arc light. Jimmy caught the glisten of the tears on his cheeks. I wouldn't tell you this if I wasn't drunk, but things like that happened to almost everybody when they were kids. You oughtn't to worry about that, but I'm that way now. That's what's so horrible. I can't like women. I've tried and tried. You see, I was caught. I was so ashamed I wouldn't go to school for weeks. My mother cried and cried. I'm so ashamed. I'm so afraid people will find out about it. I'm always fighting to keep it hidden, to hide my feelings, but it all may be an idea. You may be able to get over it. Go to a psychoanalyst. I can't talk to anybody. It's just that tonight I'm drunk. I've tried to look it up in the encyclopedia. It's not even in the dictionary. He stopped and leaned against a lamppost with his face in his hands. It's not even in the dictionary. Jimmy Herf patted him on the back. Buck up, for heaven's sake. There are lots of people in the same boat. The stage is full of them. I hate them all. It's not people like that I fall in love with. I hate myself. I suppose you'll hate me after tonight. What nonsense. It's no business of mine. Now you know why I want to kill myself. Oh, it's not fair, Herf. It's not fair. I've had no luck in my life. I started earning my living as soon as I got out of high school. I used to be bellhop in summer hotels. My mother lived in Lakewood, and I used to send her everything I earned. I've worked so hard to get where I am. If it were known, if there were a scandal, and it all came out, I'd be ruined. But everybody says that of all juveniles, and nobody lets it worry them. Whenever I fail to get a part, I think it's on account of that. I hate and despise all that kind of men. I don't want to be a juvenile. I want to act. Oh, it's hell. It's hell. But you're rehearsing now, aren't you? A fool show that'll never get beyond Stamford. Now, when you hear that I've done it, you won't be surprised. Done what? Killed myself. They walked without speaking. It had started to rain. Down the street, behind the low green-black shoebox houses, there was an occasional moth-pink flutter of lightning. A wet, dusty smell came up from the asphalt beaten by the big plunking drops. There ought to be a subway station near. Isn't that a blue light down there? Let's hurry, or we'll get soaked. Oh, hell, Tony, I'd just as soon get soaked as not. Jimmy took off his felt hat and swung it in one hand. The raindrops were cool on his forehead. The smell of the rain, of roofs and mud and asphalt, took the biting taste of whiskey and cigarettes out of his mouth. Gosh, it's horrible, he shouted suddenly. What? All the hush-dope about sex. I'd never realized it before tonight, the full extent of the agony. God, you must have a rotten time. We all of us have a rotten time. In your case, it's just luck, hellish bad luck. Martin used to say everything would be so much better if suddenly a bell rang. And everybody told everybody else honestly what they did about it, how they lived, how they loved. It's hiding things makes them putrefy. By God, it's horrible. As if life wasn't difficult enough without that. Well, I'm going down into this subway station. You'll have to wait hours for a train. I can't help it, I'm tired, and I don't want to get wet. Well, good night. Good night, Herf. There was a long, rolling thunderclap. It began to rain hard. Jimmy rammed his hat down on his head and yanked his coat collar up. He wanted to run along yelling sonsa bitches at the top of his lungs. Lightning flickered along the staring rows of dead windows. The rain seethed along the pavements, against store windows, on brownstone steps. His knees were wet. A slow trickle started down his back. There were chilly cascades off his sleeves onto his wrists. His whole body itched and tingled. He walked on through Brooklyn. Obsession of all the beds in all the pigeonhole bedrooms. Tangled sleepers twisted and strangled like the roots of pot-bound plants. Obsession of feet creaking on the stairs of lodging houses. Hands fumbling at doorknobs. Obsession of pounding temples and solitary bodies rigid on their beds. J.I. Fate toi fois le tour du monde. Vive le sang, moi monsieur G. Sois anarchiste. And 3 times round went our gallant ship, and 3 times round went goddammit between that and money. And she sank to the bottom of the sea. We're in a treadmill for fare. J.I. Fate toi fois le tour du monde. Dans mes voix ages. Declaration of war, rumble of drums. Beefeaters march in red after the flashing baton of a drummager in a hat like a long-haired muff. Silver knob spins flashing grump, grump, grump. In the face of revolution mondiale, commencement of hostilities in a long parade through the empty rain-lashed streets. Extra, extra, extra. Santa Claus shoots daughter he has tried to attack. Slays self with shotgun. Put the gun under his chin and pulled the trigger with his big toe. The stars look down on Fredericton. Workers of the world unite. Vive le sang, vive le sang. Golly, I'm wet, Jimmy Herf said aloud. As far as he could see, the street stretched empty in the rain between ranks of dead windows studded here and there with violet knobs of arc lights. Desperately, he walked on. 6, 5 statutory questions. They pair off hurriedly. Standing up in cars strictly forbidden. The climbing chain grates, grips the cogs. Jerkily, the car climbs the incline out of the whirring lights, out of the smell of crowds and steamed corn and peanuts, up jerkily grating up through the tall night of September meteors. See marshmallow, the lights of an iron steamboat leaving the dock. Across wide violet indigo a lighthouse blinks. Then the swoop. The sea does a flip-flop, the lights soar. Her hair in his mouth, his hand in her ribs, thighs grind together. The wind of their falling has snatched their yells. They jerk, rattling upwards through the tangled girder structure. Swoop, soar. Bubbling lights in a sandwich of darkness and sea. Swoop, keep your seats for the next ride. Come on in, Joe. I'll see if the old lady kin get us some grub. Very kind of you, I'm not, exactly dressed to meet a lady, you see. Oh, she want care. She's just my mother. Sit down, I'll get her. Harland sat down on a chair beside the door in the dark kitchen. and put his hands on his knees. He sat staring at his hands. They were red and dirt-grained and trembling. His tongue was like a nutmeg grater from the cheap whiskey he had been drinking the last week. His whole body felt numb and sodden and sour. He stared at his hands. Joe O'Keefe came back into the kitchen. "She's loin down. She says there's some soup on the back of the stove. Here ye are. That'll make a man of ye. Joe, you ought to been where I was last night. Went out to this here seaside inn to take a message to the chief about somebody tippin' him off that they was going to close the market. It was the goddam-nettest thing you ever saw in your life. This guy, who's a well-known lawyer downtown, was out in the hall bawlin' out his gash about something. Jez, he looked hard. And then he had a gun out and was going to shoot her, or some goddam thing, when the chief comes up cool, as you make him limpin' on his stick like he does, and took the gun away from him and put it in his pocket before anybody'd half seen what happened. This guy Baldwin's a freen o' his sea. It was the goddam-nettest thing I ever saw. Then he all crumpled up like, "I tell you, kid," said Joe Harland, "it gets all sooner or later. Hey there, eat up strong. You ain't eaten enough. I can't eat very well." "Sure you can. Say, Joe, what's the dope about this war business? I guess they are in for it this time. I've known it was coming ever since the Agadir incident. Jez, I like to see somebody wallop the pants off England after the way. They want give home rule to Ireland. We'd have to help him. Anyway, I don't see how this can last long. The men who control international finance won't allow it. After all, it's the banker who holds the purse strings. We wouldn't come to the help of England. No, sir, not after the way they acted in Ireland, and in the Revolution, and in the Civil War. Joey, you're getting all choked up with that history you're reading up in the public library every night. You follow the stock quotations and keep on your toes, and don't let 'em fool you with all this newspaper talk about strikes and upheavals and socialism. I'd like to see you make good, Joey. Well, I guess I'd better be going. Nah, stick around a while. We'll open a bottle of glue." They heard a heavy stumbling in the passage outside the kitchen. "Who said? 'Zat you, Joe?" A big tow-headed boy with lumpy shoulders and a square red face and thick-set neck lurched into the room. "What the hell do you think this is?" "This is my kid brother Mike." "Well, what about it?" Mike stood swaying with his chin on his chest. His shoulders bulged against the low ceiling of the kitchen. "Ain't he a whale? But for Chrissick, Mike, ain't I told you not to come home when you was drinkin'? He's liable to tear the house down. I got to come home sometime, ain't I? Since you got to be a ward healer, Joey, you been pickin' on me worse'n the old man. I'm glad I ain't going to stay round this goddamn town long. It's enough to drive a feller cuckoo. If I can get on some kind of a tub that puts to sea before the Golden Gate, by God, I'm going to do it. Hell, I don't mind you stayin' here. It's just that I don't like you raisin' hell all the time, see? I'm going to do what I please. Get me? You get outta here, Mike. Come back home when you're sober. I'd like to see you put me outta here. Get me? I'd like to see you put me outta here." Harland got to his feet. "Well, I'm going," he said. "Got to see if I can get that job." Mike was advancing across the kitchen with his fists clenched. Joey's jaw set. He picked up a chair. I'll crown you with it, O saints and martyrs. Can't a woman have no peace in her own house? A small, gray-haired woman ran screaming between them. She had lustrous black eyes, set far apart, in a face shrunken like a last year's apple. She beat the air with work-twisted hands. Shut your traps, both of ye, always cursing and fightin' round the house like there warn't no God. Mike, you go upstairs and lay down on your bed till you're sober. I was just tellin' him that, said Joey. She turned on Harland, her voice like the screech of chalk on a blackboard. And you get along oute here. I don't allow no drunken bums in my house. Get along oute here. I don't care who brought you. Harland looked at Joey with a little sour smile, shrugged his shoulders, and went out. Charwoman, he muttered as he stumbled with stiff, aching legs along the dusty street of dark-faced brick houses. The sultry afternoon sun was like a blow on his back. Voices in his ears of maids, charwomen, cooks, stenographers, secretaries. Yes, sir, Mr. Harland. Thank you, sir, Mr. Harland. Oh, sir, thank you, sir, so much, sir, Mr. Harland, sir. Red buzzing in her eyelids, the sunlight wakes her. She sinks back into purpling cotton-wool corridors of sleep, wakes again, turns over yawning, pulls her knees up to her chin to pull the drowse-sweet cocoon tighter about her. A truck jangles shatteringly along the street. The sun lays hot stripes on her back. She yawns desperately and twists herself over and lies wide awake with her hands under her head, staring at the ceiling from far away through streets and house walls. The long moan of a steamboat whistle penetrates to her like a blunt sprout of crabgrass nudging through gravel. Ellen sits up, shaking her head to get rid of a fly blundering about her face. The fly flashes and vanishes in the sunlight, but somewhere in her there lingers a droning pang, unaccountable, something left over from last night's bitter thoughts. But she is happy and wide awake, and it's early. She gets up and wanders round the room in her nightgown. Where the sun hits it, the hardwood floor is warm to the soles of her feet. Sparrows chirp on the window ledge. From upstairs comes the sound of a sewing machine. When she gets out of the bath, her body feels smooth-whittled and tense. She rubs herself with a towel, telling off the hours of the long day ahead. Take a walk through junkie-littered downtown streets to that pier on the East River, where they pile the great beams of mahogany. Breakfast all alone at the Lafayette. Coffee and crescent rolls and sweet butter. Go shopping at Lord and Taylor's early before everything is stuffy and the salesgirls wilted. Have lunch with. Then the pain that has been teasing all night wells up and bursts. Stan, for God's sake, she says aloud. She sits before her mirror, staring in the black of her own dilating pupils. She dresses in a hurry and goes out, walks down Fifth Avenue and east along 8th Street without looking to the right or left. The sun, already hot, simmers slatily on the pavements, on plate glass, on dust-marbled, enameled signs. Men's and women's faces, as they pass her, are rumpled and gray like pillows that have been too much slept on. After crossing Lafayette Street roaring with trucks and delivery wagons, there is a taste of dust in her mouth, particles of grit crunch between her teeth. Further east, she passes pushcarts. Men are wiping off the marble counters of soft drink stands. A grinderkin fills the street with shiny, jostling coils of the blue Danube. Acrid pungence spreads from a pickle stand. In Tompkins Square, yelling children mill about the soggy asphalt. At her feet, a squirming heap of small boys, dirty torn shirts, slobbering mouths, punching, biting, scratching. A squalid smell like moldy bread comes from them. Ellen all of a sudden feels her knees weak under her. She turns and walks back the way she came. The sun is heavy like his arm across her back, strokes her bare forearm the way his fingers stroke her. It's his breath against her cheek. Nothing but the 5 statutory questions, said Ellen to the raw-boned man, with big sagging eyes like oysters, into whose long shirt front she was talking. And so the decree is granted, he asked solemnly, surely in an uncontested, well, I'm very sorry to hear it, as an old family friend of both parties. Look here, Dick. Honestly, I'm very fond of Jojo. I owe him a great deal. He's a very fine person in many ways, but it absolutely had to be. You mean there is somebody else? She looked up at him with bright eyes and half nodded. Oh, but divorce is a very serious step, my dear young lady. Oh, not so serious as all that. They saw Harry Goldweiser coming towards them across the big walnut-paneled room. She suddenly raised her voice. They say that this Battle of the Marne is going to end the war. Harry Goldweiser took her hand between his 2 pudgy-palmed hands and bowed over it. It's very charming of you, Elaine, to come and keep a lot of old midsummer bachelors from boring each other to death. Hello, Snow, old man. How's things? Yes, how is it? We have the pleasure of still finding you here. Oh, various things have held me. Anyway, I hate summer resorts. Nowhere prettier than Long Beach anyway. Why, Bar Harbor. I wouldn't go to Bar Harbor if you gave me $1 million, a cool $1 million. Mr. Snow let out a gruff sniff. Seems to me, I've heard you've been going into the real estate game down there, Goldweiser. I bought myself a cottage, that's all. It's amazing you can't even buy yourself a cottage without every newsboy on Times Square knowing about it. Let's go in and eat. My sister'll be right here. A dumpy woman in a spangled dress came in after they had sat down to table in the big antler-hung dining room. She was pigeon-breasted and had a sallow skin. Oh, Miss Oglethorpe, I'm so glad to see you, she twittered in a little voice like a parakeet's. I've often seen you and thought you were the loveliest thing. I did my best to get Harry to bring you up to see me. This is my sister Rachel, said Goldweiser to Ellen without getting up. She keeps house for me. I wish you'd help me, Snow, to induce Miss Oglethorpe to take that part in the Zinnia Girl. Honest, it was just written for you, but it's such a small part. It's not a lead exactly, but from the point of view of your reputation as a versatile and exquisite artist, it's the best thing in the show. Will you have a little more fish, Miss Oglethorpe? Piped Miss Goldweiser. Mr. Snow sniffed. There's no great acting anymore. Booth, Jefferson, Mansfield, all gone. Nowadays, it's all advertising. Actors and actresses are put on the market like patent medicines. Isn't it the truth, Elaine? Advertising, advertising. But that isn't what makes success. If you could do it with advertising, every producer in New York'd be a millionaire. Burst in Goldweiser. It's the mysterious occult force that grips the crowds on the street and makes them turn in at a particular theater, that makes the receipts go up at a particular box office. Do you understand me? Advertising won't do it. Good criticism won't do it. Maybe it's genius, maybe it's luck. But if you can give the public what it wants at that time, and at that place, you have a hit. Now that's what Elaine gave us in this last show. She established contact with the audience. It might have been the greatest play in the world, acted by the greatest actors in the world, and fallen a flat failure. And I don't know how you do it. Nobody don't know how you do it. You go to bed one night with your house full of paper, and you wake up the next morning with a howling success. The producer can't control it any more than the weatherman can control the weather. Ain't I tellin' the truth? The taste of the New York public has sadly degenerated since the old days of Wallack's. But there have been some beautiful plays, chirped Miss Goldweiser. The long day love was crisp in the curls, the dark curls broken in the dark steel light. Hurls, high, oh God, high into the bright. She was cutting with her fork in the crisp white heart of a lettuce. She was saying words, while quite other words spilled confusedly inside her like a broken package of beads. She sat looking at a picture of two women and two men eating at a table in a high-paneled room under a shivering crystal chandelier. She looked up from her plate to find Miss Goldweiser's little bird eyes, kindly querulous, fixed hard on her face. Oh yes, New York is really pleasanter in midsummer than any other time. There's less hurry and bustle. Oh yes, that's quite true, Miss Goldweiser. Ellen flashed a sudden smile round the table. All the long day love was crisp in the curls of his high, thin brow, flashed in his eyes in dark steel light. In the taxi, Goldweiser's broad, short knees pressed against hers. His eyes were full of furtive, spider-like industry, weaving a warm, sweet, choking net about her face and neck. Miss Goldweiser had relapsed pudgily into the seat beside her. Dick Snow was holding an unlighted cigar in his mouth, rolling it with his tongue. Ellen tried to remember exactly how Stan looked, his pole vaulter's tight slenderness. She couldn't remember his face entire. She saw his eyes, lips, and ear. Times Square was full of juggled colored lights, crisscrossed corrugations of glare. They went up in the elevator at the Astor. Ellen followed Miss Goldweiser across the roof garden among the tables. Men and women in evening dress, in summer muslins and light suits, turned and looked after her. Like sticky tendrils of vines, glances caught at her as she passed. The orchestra was playing in my harem. They arranged themselves at a table. Shall we dance? Asked Goldweiser. She smiled a wry, broken smile in his face as she let him put his arm round her back. His big ear with solemn, lonely hairs on it was on the level of her eyes. Elaine, he was breathing into her ear. Honest, I thought I was a wise guy. He caught his breath, but I ain't. You've got me going, little girl, and I hate to admit it. Why can't you like me a little bit? I'd like us to get married as soon as you get your decree. Wouldn't you be kinder nice to me once in a while? I'd do anything for you. You know that. There are lots of things in New York I could do for you. The music stopped. They stood apart under a palm. Elaine, come over to my office and sign that contract. I had Ferrari wait. We can be back in 15 minutes. I've got to think it over. I never do anything without sleeping on it. Gosh, you drive a feller wild. Suddenly, she remembered Stan's face altogether. He was standing in front of her, with a bow tie crooked in his soft shirt, his hair rumpled, drinking again. Oh, Ellie, I'm so glad to see you. This is Mr. Emery, Mr. Goldweiser. I've been on the most extraordinarily spectacular trip. Honestly, you should have come. We went to Montreal and Quebec and came back through Niagara Falls, and we never drew a sober breath from the time we left little old New York till they arrested us for speeding on the Boston Post Road. Did we, Perline? Ellen was staring at a girl who stood groggily behind Stan with a small flowered straw hat pulled down over a pair of eyes, the blue of watered milk. Ellie, this is Perline. Isn't it a fine name? I almost split when she told me what it was. But you don't know the joke. We got so tight in Niagara Falls that when we came to we found we were married. And we have pansies on our marriage license. Ellen couldn't see his face. The orchestra, the jangle of voices, the clatter of plates spouted spiraling louder and louder about her, and the ladies of the harem knew exactly how to wear 'em. In Oriental, Baghdad long ago. Good night, Stan. Her voice was gritty in her mouth. She heard the words very clearly when she spoke them. Oh, Ellie, I wish you'd come partying with us. Thanks, thanks. She started to dance again with Harry Goldweiser. The roof garden was spinning fast, then less fast. The noise ebbed sickeningly. Excuse me a minute, Harry, she said. I'll come back to the table. In the ladies' room, she let herself down carefully on the plush sofa. She looked at her face in the round mirror of her vanity case. From black pinholes, her pupils spread blurring till everything was black. Jimmy Herf's legs were tired. He had been walking all afternoon. He sat down on a bench beside the aquarium and looked out over the water. The fresh September wind gave a glint of steel to the little crisp waves of the harbor and to the slate blue, smutted sky. A big white steamer with a yellow funnel was passing in front of the Statue of Liberty. The smoke from the tug at the bow came out sharply scalloped like paper. In spite of the encumbering wharf houses, the end of Manhattan seemed to him like the prow of a barge pushing slowly and evenly down the harbor. Gulls wheeled and cried. He got to his feet with a jerk. Oh hell, I've got to do something. He stood a second, with tense muscles balanced on the balls of his feet. The ragged man looking at the photogravures of a Sunday paper had a face he had seen before. Hello, he said vaguely. I knew who you were all along, said the man, without holding out his hand. You're Lily Herf's boy. I thought you weren't going to speak to me. No reason why you should. Oh, of course, you must be Cousin Joe Harland. I'm awfully glad to see you. I've often wondered about you. Wondered what? Oh, I dunno. Funny you never think of your relatives as being people like yourself, do you? Herf sat down in the seat again. Will you have a cigarette? It's only a Camel. Well, I don't mind if I do. What's your business, Jimmy? You don't mind if I call you that, do you? Jimmy Herf lit a match. It went out, lit another, and held it for Harland. That's the first tobacco I've had in a week. Thank you. Jimmy glanced at the man beside him. The long hollow of his gray cheek made a caret with the deep crease that came from the end of his mouth. You think I'm pretty much of a wreck, don't you? Spat Harland. You're sorry you sat down, ain't you? You're sorry you had a mother who brought you up a gentleman instead of a cad like the rest of 'em. Why, I've got a job as a reporter on the Times. A hellish rotten job, and I'm sick of it, said Jimmy, drawling out his words. Don't talk like that, Jimmy. You're too young. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude. Well, suppose I don't want to get anywhere. Poor dear Lily was so proud of you. She wanted you to be a great man. She was so ambitious for you. You don't want to forget your mother, Jimmy. She was the only friend I had in the whole damn family. Jimmy laughed. I didn't say I wasn't ambitious. For God's sake, for your dear mother's sake, be careful what you do. You're just starting out in life. Everything'll depend on the next couple of years. Look at me. Well, the Wizard of Wall Street made a pretty good thing of it, I'll. No, it's just that I don't like to take all the stuff you have to take from people in this goddamn town. I'm sick of playing up to a lot of desk men I don't respect. What are you doing, Cousin Joe? Don't ask me. Look, do you see that boat with the red funnels? She's French. Look, they are pulling the canvas off the gun on her stern. I want to go to the war. The only trouble is I'm very poor at wrangling things. Harland was gnawing his upper lip. After a silence, he burst out in a hoarse, broken voice. Jimmy, I'm going to ask you to do something for Lily's sake. Have you any change with you? By a rather unfortunate coincidence, I have not eaten very well for the last 2 or 3 days. I'm a little weak. Do you understand? Why, yes, I was just going to suggest that we go have a cup of coffee or tea or something. I know a fine Syrian restaurant on Washington Street. Come along then, said Harland, getting up stiffly. You're sure you don't mind being seen with a scarecrow like this? The newspaper fell out of his hand. Jimmy stooped to pick it up. A face made out of modulated brown blurs gave him a twinge, as if something had touched a nerve in a tooth. No, it wasn't. She doesn't look like that. Yes, talented young actress scores hit in the Zinnia Girl. Thanks, don't bother. I found it there, said Harland. Jimmy dropped the paper. She fell face down. Pretty rotten photographs they have, don't they? It passes the time to look at them. I like to keep up with what's going on in New York a little bit. A cat may look at a king, you know. A cat may look at a king. Oh, I just meant that they were badly taken. 7. Roller coaster. The leaden twilight weighs on the dry limbs of an old man walking towards Broadway. Round the Nettix stand at the corner, something clicks in his eyes. Broken doll in the ranks of varnished, articulated dolls. He plods up with drooping head into the seeth and throb into the furnace of beaded letter-cut light. I remember when it was all meadows, he grumbles to the little boy. Louis Espresso Association, the red letters on the placard jig before Stan's eyes. Annual dance. Young men and girls going in, 2 by 2, the elephant and the kangaroo. The boom and jangle of an orchestra seeping out through the swinging doors of the hall. Outside it is raining. One more river. Oh, there's one more river to cross. He straightens the lapels of his coat, arranges his mouth soberly, pays $2, and goes into a big resounding hall hung with red, white, and blue bunting. Reeling, so he leans for a while against the wall. One more river, the dance floor full of jogging couples rolls like the deck of a ship. The bar is more stable. Gus McNeil's here. Everybody's saying, good old Gus. Big hands slap broad backs. Mouths roar black in red faces. Glasses rise and tip glinting. Rise and tip in a dance. A husky beat-faced man with deep-set eyes and curly hair limps through the bar leaning on a stick. How's a boy, Gus? Yea, darast a chief. Good for old man McNeil, come at last. How do, Mr. McNeil? The bar quiets down. Gus McNeil waves his stick in the air. Attaboy fellers, have a good time. Burke, ol' man, set the company up to a drink on me. Dara's Father Mulvaney, wid him too. Good for Father Mulvaney. He's a prince, that feller is, for he's a jolly good fellow, that nobody can deny. Broad backs, deferentially hunched, follow the slowly pacing group out among the dancers. Oh, the big baboon by the light of the moon is combing his auburn hair. Want you dance, please? The girl turns a white shoulder and walks off. I am a bachelor, and I live all alone, and I work at the weaver's trade. Stan finds himself singing at his own face in a mirror. One of his eyebrows is joining his hair, the other's an eyelash. No, I'm not bejaces, I'm a married man. Fight any man who says I'm not a married man, and a citizen of City of New York, County of New York, State of New York. He's standing on a chair making a speech, banging his fist into his hand. Friends, Rumans, and countrymen, lend me $5. We come to muzzle Caesar, not to shave him. According to the Constitution of the City of New York, County of New York, State of New York, and duly attested and subscribed before a district attorney, according to the provisions of the Act of July 13th, 1888. To hell with the Pope. Hey, quit dat. Fellers, let's tro dis guy out. He ain't one o' de boys. Dunno how he got in here. He's drunk as a pissant. Stan jumps with his eyes closed into a thicket of fists. He's slammed in the eye, in the jaw, shoots like out of a gun out into the drizzling, cool, silent street. Ha ha ha, for I am a bachelor, and I live all alone, and there's one more river to cross, one more river to Jordan, one more river to cross. It was blowing cold in his face, and he was sitting on the front of a ferryboat when he came to. His teeth were chattering. He was shivering. I'm having DTs. Who am I? Where am I? City of New York, State of New York. Stanwood Emery, age 22, occupation student. Pearline Anderson, 21, occupation actress. To hell with her. Gosh, I've got $49.08, and where the hell have I been? And nobody rolled me. Why I haven't got the DTs at all. I feel fine, only a little delicate. All I need's a little drink, don't you? Hello. I thought there was somebody here. I guess I'd better shut up. $49. Hanging on the wall. $49. Hanging on the wall. Across the zinc, water the tall walls. The birch-like cluster of downtown buildings shimmered up the rosy morning like a sound of horns through a chocolate-brown haze. As the boat drew near, the buildings densened to a granite mountain split with knife-cut canyons. The ferry passed close to a tubby steamer that rode at anchor listing towards Stan, so that he could see all the decks. An Ellis Island tug was alongside. A stale smell came from the decks packed with upturned faces like a load of melons. 3 gulls wheeled, complaining. A gull soared in a spiral, white wings caught the sun. The gull skimmed motionless in white gold light. The rim of the sun had risen above the plum-colored band of clouds behind East New York. A million windows flashed with light. A rasp and a humming came from the city. The animals went in 2 by 2. The elephant and the kangaroo. There's one more river to Jordan, one more river to cross. In the whitening light, tinfoil gulls wheeled above broken boxes, spoiled cabbage heads, orangerines heaving slowly between the splintered plank walls. The green spumed under the round bow as the ferry, skidding on the tide, gulped the broken water, crashed, slid, settled slowly into the slip. Hand winches whirled with jingle of chains, gates folded upward. Stan stepped across the crack, staggered up the manure-smelling wooden tunnel of the ferry house, out into the sunny glass and benches of the Battery. He sat down on a bench, clasped his hands round his knees to keep them from shaking so. His mind went on jingling like a mechanical piano. With bells on her fingers and rings on her toes, shall ride a white lady upon a great horse, and she shall make mischief wherever she goes. There was Babylon and Nineveh. They were built of brick. Athens was gold marble columns. Rome was held up on broad arches of rubble. In Constantinople, the minarets flame like great candles round the Golden Horn. Oh, there's one more river to cross. Steel, glass, tile, concrete will be the materials of the skyscrapers. Crammed on the narrow island, the million-windowed buildings will jut, glittering pyramid on pyramid, white clouds' heads piled above a thunderstorm. And it rained 40 days, and it rained 40 nights, and it didn't stop till Christmas. And the only man who survived the flood was long-legged Jack of the Isthmus. Carist, I wish I was a skyscraper. The lock spun round in a circle to keep out the key. Dexterously, Stan bided his time and caught it. He shot headlong through the open door and down the long hall, shouting Purline into the living room. It smelled funny, Purline's smell, to hell with it. He picked up a chair, the chair wanted to fly. It swung round his head and crashed into the window. The glass shivered and tinkled. He looked out through the window. The street stood up on end. A hook and ladder and a fire engine were climbing it lickety-split, trailing a droning siren shriek. Fire, fire, Pour on water, Scotland's burning. $1,000 fire, $100,000 fire, $1,000,000 fire. Skyscrapers go up like flames, in flames, flames. He spun back into the room. The table turned a somersault. The china closet jumped on the table. Oak chairs climbed on top to the gas jet. Pour on water, Scotland's burning. Don't like the smell in this place, in the city of New York, county of New York, state of New York. He lay on his back on the floor of the revolving kitchen and laughed and laughed. The only man who survived the flood rode a great lady on a white horse. Up in flames, up, up. Kerosene whispered a grease-effaced can in the corner of the kitchen. Pour on water. He stood swaying on the crackling upside-down chairs on the upside-down table. The kerosene licked him with a white, cold tongue. He pitched, grabbed the gas jet. The gas jet gave way. He lay in a puddle on his back striking matches. Wet wouldn't light. A match spluttered, lit. He held the flame carefully between his hands. Oh yes, but my husband's awfully ambitious. Pearline was telling the blue gingham lady in the grocery store, likes to have a good time and all that, but he's much more ambitious than anybody I ever knew. He's going to get his old man to send us abroad so he can study architecture. He wants to be an architect. My, that'll be nice for you, want it? A trip like that. Anything else, miss? No, I guess I didn't forget anything. If it was anybody else, I'd be worrying about him. I haven't seen him for 2 days. Had to go and see his dad, I guess. And you just newlywed too. I wouldn't be telling ye if I thought there was anything wrong, would I? No, he's playing straight, all right. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Robinson. She tucked her packages under one arm and, swinging her bead bag in the free hand, walked down the street. The sun was still warm, although there was a tang of fall in the wind. She gave a penny to a blind man, cranking the Merry Widow waltz out of a grindorgan. Still, she'd better bawl him out a little when he came home. Might get to doing it often. She turned into 200th Street. People were looking out of windows. There was a crowd gathering. It was a fire. She sniffed the singed air. It gave her goose flesh. She loved seeing fires. She hurried. Why, it's outside our building, outside our apartment house. Smoke dense as gunny-sacks rolled out of the 5th story window. She suddenly found herself all a-tremble. The colored elevator boy ran up to her. His face was green. Oh, it's in our apartment, she shrieked. And the furniture just came a week ago. Let me get by. The packages fell from her. A bottle of cream broke on the sidewalk. A policeman stood in her way. She threw herself at him and pounded on the broad blue chest. She couldn't stop shrieking. That's all right, little lady. That's all right. He kept booming in a deep voice. As she beat her head against it, she could feel his voice rumbling in his chest. They're bringing him down. Just overcome by smoke, that's all. Just overcome by smoke. Oh, Stanwood, my husband, she shrieked. Everything was blacking out. She grabbed at 2 bright buttons on the policeman's coat and fainted. 8. One more river to Jordan. A man is shouting from a soapbox. at 2nd Avenue in Houston, in front of the Cosmopolitan Cafe. These fellers, men wage slaves like I was, are sittin' on your chest. They're talkin' the food outen your mouths. Where's all the pretty girls I used to see walkin' up and down the boulevard? Look for 'em in the uptown cabarets. They squeeze us dry friends, feller workers, slaves, I'd oughter say. They take our work and our ideas and our women. They build their plaza hotels and their millionaires clubs and their $1,000,000 theaters and their battleships. And what do they leave us? They leave us shop sickness and the rickets and a lot of dirty streets full of garbage cans. You look pale, you fellers. You need blood. Why don't you get some blood in your veins? Back in Russia, the poor people, not so much poorer 'n we are, believe in vampires. Things come suck your blood at night. That's what capitalism is. A vampire that sucks your blood day and night. It is beginning to snow. The flakes are gilt-edged where they pass the street lamp. Through the plate glass, the Cosmopolitan Cafe, full of blue and green opal rifts of smoke, looks like a muddy aquarium. Faces blob whitely round the tables like lacerated fishes. Umbrellas begin to bob in clusters up the snow-mottled street. The orator turns up his collar and walks briskly east along Houston, holding the muddy soapbox away from his trousers. Faces, hats, hands, newspapers jiggled in the fetid, roaring subway car like corn in a popper. The downtown express passed clattering in yellow light, window telescoping window, till they overlapped like scales. Look, George, said Sanborn to George Baldwin, who hung on a strap beside him. You can see Fitzgerald's contraction. I'll be seeing the inside of an undertaking parlor if I don't get out of this subway soon. It does you plutocrats good now. And then to see how the other half travels. Maybe it'll make you induce some of your little playmates down at Tammany Hall to stop squabbling and give us wage slaves a little transportation. Christomede, I could tell him a thing or two. My ideas for a series of endless moving platforms under 5th Avenue. Did you cook that up when you were in hospital, Phil? I cooked a whole lot of things up while I was in hospital. Look here, let's get out at Grand Central and walk. I can't stand this. I'm not used to it. Sure, I'll phone Elsie. I'll be a little late to dinner. Not often I get to see you nowadays, George. Gee, it's like the old days, in a tangled clot of men and women, arms, legs, hats aslant on perspiring necks. They were pushed out on the platform. They walked up Lexington Avenue, quiet, in the claret-misted afterglow. But Phil, how did you come to step out in front of a truck that way? Honestly, George, I dunno. The last I remember is craning my neck to look at a terribly pretty girl went by in a taxicab. And there, I was drinking ice water out of a teapot in the hospital. Shame on you, Phil, at your age. Christomede, don't I know it? But I'm not the only one. It is funny the way a thing like that comes over you. Why, what have you heard about me? Gosh, George, don't get nervous. It's all right. I've seen her in the Zinnia Girl. She walks away with it. That other girl, who's the star, don't have a show. Look here, Phil, if you hear any rumors about Miss Oglethorpe, for heaven's sake, shut them up. It's so damn silly. You can't go out to tea with a woman without everybody starting their dirty gabble all over town. By God, I will not have a scandal. I don't care what happens. Say, hold your horses, George. I'm in a very delicate position downtown, just at the moment, that's all. And then Cecily and I have at last reached a modus vivendi. I won't have it disturbed. They walked along in silence. Sanborn walked with his hat in his hand. His hair was almost white, but his eyebrows were still dark and bushy. Every few steps, he changed the length of his stride, as if it hurt him to walk. He cleared his throat. George, you were asking me if I'd cooked up any schemes when I was in hospital. Do you remember years ago, old man Specker used to talk about vitreous and super-enameled tile? Well, I've been working on his formula out at Holly's. A friend of mine, there has a 2,000-degree oven he bakes pottery in. I think it can be put on a commercial basis. Man, it would revolutionize the whole industry. Combined with concrete, it would enormously increase the flexibility of the materials at the architect's disposal. We could make tile any color, size, or finish. Imagine this city when all the buildings, instead of plain dirty gray, were ornamented with vivid colors. Imagine bands of scarlet round the entablatures of skyscrapers. Colored tile would revolutionize the whole life of the city. Instead of falling back on the orders, or on Gothic or Romanesque decorations, we could evolve new designs, new colors, new forms. If there was a little color in the town, all this hardshell inhibited life to break down. There'd be more love and less divorce. Baldwin burst out laughing. You tell him, Phil. I'll talk to you about that sometime. You must come up to dinner when Cecily's there and tell us about it. Why won't Parkhurst do anything? I wouldn't let him in on it. He'd cotton on to the proposition and leave me out in the cold once he had the formula. I wouldn't trust him with a rubber nickel. Why doesn't he take you into partnership, Phil? He's got me where he wants me anyway. He knows I do all the work in his goddamned office. He knows, too, that I'm too cranky to make out with most people. He's a slick article. Still, I should think you could put it up to him. He's got me where he wants me, and he knows it. So I continue doing the work while he amasses the coin. I guess it's logical. If I had more money, I'd just spend it. I'm just shiftless. But look here, man, you're not so much older than I am. You've still got a career ahead of you. Sure, 9 hours a day draftin'. Gosh, I wish you'd go into this tile business with me. Baldwin stopped at a corner and slapped his hand on the briefcase he was carrying. Now, Phil, you know, I'd be very glad to give you a hand in any way I could. But just at the moment, my financial situation is terribly involved. I've gotten into some rather rash entanglements, and heaven knows how I'm going to get out of them. That's why I can't have a scandal or a divorce or anything. You don't understand how complicatedly things interact. I couldn't take up anything new, not for a year at least. This war in Europe has made things very unsettled downtown. Anything's liable to happen. All right, good night, George. Sanborn turned abruptly on his heel and walked down the avenue again. He was tired and his legs ached. It was almost dark. On the way back to the station, the grimy brick and brownstone blocks dragged past monotonously like the days of his life. Under the skin of her temples, iron clamps tight, till her head will mash like an egg. She begins to walk with long strides up and down the room that bristles with itching stuffiness. Spotty colors of pictures, carpets, chairs wrap about her like a choking hot blanket. Outside the window, the backyards are striped with blue and lilac and topaz of a rainy twilight. She opens the window. No time to get tight like the twilight, Stan said. The telephone reached out, shivering beady tentacles of sound. She slams the window down. Oh, hell, can't they give you any peace? Why, Harry, I didn't know you were back. Oh, I wonder if I can. Oh, yes, I guess I can. Come along by after the theater. Isn't that wonderful? You must tell me all about it. She no sooner puts the receiver down than the bell clutches at her again. Hello? No, I don't. Oh, yes, maybe I do. When did you get back? She laughed a tinkling telephone laugh. But Howard, I'm terribly busy. Yes, I am honestly. Have you been to the show? Well, sometime come round after a performance. I'm so anxious to hear about your trip. You know, goodbye, Howard. A walk'll make me feel better. She sits at her dressing table and shakes her hair down about her shoulders. It's such a hellish nuisance. I'd like to cut it all off, spreads apace. The shadow of white death. Oughtn't to stay up so late, those dark circles under my eyes. And at the door, invisible corruption. If I could only cry. There are people who can cry their eyes out, really cry themselves blind. Anyway, the divorce'll go through, far from the shore, far from the trembling throng, whose sails were never to the tempest given. Gosh, it's 6 o'clock already. She starts walking up and down the room again. I am borne darkly, fearfully afar. The phone rings. Hello. Yes, this is Miss Oglethorpe. Why, hello, Ruth. Why, I haven't seen you for ages, since Mrs. Sunderland's. Oh, do I'd love to see you. Come by and we'll have a bite to eat on the way to the theater. It's the 3rd floor. She rings off and gets a raincape out of a closet. The smell of furs and mothballs and dresses clings in her nostrils. She throws up the window again and breathes deep of the wet air, full of the cold rot of autumn. She hears the burring boom of a big steamer from the river. Darkly, fearfully afar from this nonsensical life, from this fuzzy idiocy and strife, a man can take a ship for his wife, but a girl. The telephone is shiveringly, beadily ringing. The buzzer burrs at the same time. Ellen presses the button to click the latch. Hello? No, I'm very sorry. I'm afraid you'll have to tell me who it is. Why, Larry Hopkins, I thought you were in Tokyo. They haven't moved you again, have they? Why, of course we must see each other. My dear, it's simply horrible, but I'm all dated up for 2 weeks. Look, I'm sort of crazy tonight. You call up tomorrow at 12, and I'll try to shift things around. Why, of course, I've got to see you immediately, you funny old thing. Ruth Prynne and Cassandra Wilkins come in, shaking the water off their umbrellas. Well, goodbye, Larry. Why, it's so sweet of both of you. Do take your things off for a second. Cassie want you have dinner with us. I felt I just had to see you. It's so wonderful about your wonderful success, says Cassie, in a shaky voice. And my dear, I felt so terribly when I heard about Mr. Emery. I cried and cried, didn't I, Ruth? Oh, what a beautiful apartment you have, Ruth is exclaiming at the same moment. Ellen's ears ring sickeningly. We all have to die sometime, gruffly, she blurts out. Ruth's rubber-clad foot is tapping the floor. She catches Cassie's eye and makes her stammer into silence. Hadn't we better go along? It's getting rather late, she says. Excuse me a minute, Ruth. Ellen runs into the bathroom and slams the door. She sits on the edge of the bathtub, pounding on her knees with her clenched fists. Those women'll drive me mad. Then the tension in her snaps. She feels something draining out of her like water out of a wash basin. She quietly puts a dab of rouge on her lips. When she goes back, she says in her usual voice, well, let's get along. Got a part yet, Ruth? I had a chance to go out to Detroit with a stock company. I turned it down. I want go out of New York, whatever happens. What wouldn't I give for a chance to get away from New York? Honestly, if I was offered a job singing in a movie in Medicine Hat, I think I'd take it. Ellen picks up her umbrella, and the three women file down the stairs and out into the street. Taxi, calls Ellen. The passing car grinds to a stop. The red hawk face of the taxi driver craning into the light of the street lamp. Go to Eugenie's on 48th Street, says Ellen, as the others climb in. Greenish lights and darks flicker past the light-beaded windows. She stood with her arm in the arm of Harry Goldweiser's dinner jacket, looking out over the parapet of the roof garden. Below them, the park lay twinkling with occasional lights, streaked with nebular blur like a fallen sky. From behind them came gusts of a tango, inklings of voices, shuffle of feet on a dance floor. Ellen felt a stiff cast-iron figure in her metal green evening dress. Ah, but Barnhart, Rachel, Deuce, Mrs. Siddons. No, Elaine, I'm tellin' you, do you understand? There's no art like the stage that soars so high moldin' the passions of men. If I could only do what I wanted, we'd be the greatest people in the world. You'd be the greatest actress. I'd be the great producer, the unseen builder. Do you understand? But the public don't want art. The people of this country won't let you do anything for 'em. All they want's a detective melodrama or a rotten French farce with the kick left out, or a lot of pretty girls and music. Well, a showman's business is to give the public what they want. I think that this city is full of people wanting inconceivable things. Look at it. It's all right at night when you can't see it. There's no artistic sense, no beautiful buildings, no old-time air. That's what's the matter with it. They stood a while without speaking. The orchestra began playing the waltz from the Lilac Domino. Suddenly, Ellen turned to Goldweiser and said in a curt tone, can you understand a woman who wants to be a harlot, a common tart, sometimes? My dear young lady, what a strange thing for a sweet, lovely girl to suddenly come out and say, I suppose you're shocked. She didn't hear his answer. She felt she was going to cry. She pressed her sharp nails into the palms of her hands. She held her breath until she had counted 20. Then she said in a choking little girl's voice, Harry, let's go and dance a little. The sky above the cardboard buildings is a vault of beaten lead. It would be less raw if it would snow. Ellen finds a taxi on the corner of 7th Avenue and lets herself sink back in the seat, rubbing the numb, gloved fingers of one hand against the palm of the other. West 57th, please. Out of a sick mask of fatigue, she watches fruit stores, signs, buildings being built, trucks, girls, messenger boys, policemen through the jolting window. If I have my child, Stan's child, it will grow up to jolt up 7th Avenue under a sky of beaten lead that never snows, watching fruit stores, signs, buildings being built, trucks, girls, messenger boys, policemen. She presses her knees together, sits up straight on the edge of the seat, with her hands clasped over her slender belly. Oh God, the rotten joke they've played on me, taking Stan away, burning him up, leaving me nothing but this growing in me that's going to kill me. She's whimpering into her numb hands. Oh God, why won't it snow? As she stands on the gray pavement, fumbling in her purse for a bill. A dustily swirling scraps of paper along the gutter fills her mouth with grit. The elevatorman's face is round ebony with ivory inlay. Mrs. Stanton Wells. Yes, ma'am, 8th floor. The elevator hums as it soars. She stands looking at herself in the narrow mirror. Suddenly, something recklessly gay goes through her. She rubs the dust off her face with a screwed-up handkerchief, smiles at the elevatorman's smile that's wide as the full keyboard of a piano, and briskly rustles to the door of the apartment that a frilled maid opens. Inside it smells of tea and furs and flowers. Women's voices chirp to the clinking of cups like birds in an aviary. Glances flicker about her head as she goes into the room. There was wine spilled on the tablecloth and bits of tomato sauce from the spaghetti. The restaurant was a steamy place with views of the Bay of Naples painted in soupy blues and greens on the walls. Ellen sat back in her chair from the round tableful of young men, watching the smoke from her cigarette crinkle spirally round the fat Chianti bottle in front of her. In her plate, a slab of tricolor ice cream melted forlornly. But good God, hasn't a man some rights? No, this industrial civilization forces us to seek a complete readjustment of government and social life. Doesn't he use long words? Ellen whispered to Herf, who sat beside her. He's right all the same, he growled back at her. The result has been to put more power in the hands of a few men than there has been in the history of the world since the horrible slave civilizations of Egypt and Mesopotamia. Here, no, but I'm serious. The only way of bucking the interests is for working people, the proletariat, producers and consumers, anything you want to call them, to form unions and finally get so well organized that they can take over the whole government. I think you're entirely wrong, Martin. It's the interests, as you call them, these horrible capitalists that have built up this country as we have it today. Well, look at it, for God's sake. That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't kennel a dog in it. I don't think so. I admire this country. It's the only fatherland I've got. And I think that all these downtrodden masses really want to be downtrodden. They're not fit for anything else. If they weren't, they'd be flourishing businessmen. Those that are any good are getting to be, but I don't think a flourishing businessman is the highest ideal of human endeavor, a whole lot higher than a rotten, fiddle-headed anarchist agitator. Those that aren't crooks are crazy. Look here, Meade, you've just insulted something that you don't understand, that you know nothing about. I can't allow you to do that. You should try to understand things before you go round insulting them. An insult to the intelligence. That's what it is, all this socialistic drivel. Ellen tapped Herf on the sleeve. Jimmy, I've got to go home. Do you want to walk a little way with me? Martin, will you settle for us? We've got to go. Ellie, you look terribly pale. It's just a little hot in here. What a relief. I hate arguments anyway. I never can think of anything to say. That bunch does nothing but chew the rag night after night. 8th Avenue was full of fog that caught at their throats. Lights bloomed dimly through it. Faces loomed, glinted in silhouette, and faded like a fish in a muddy aquarium. Feel better, Ellie? Lots. I'm awfully glad. Do you know you're the only person around here who calls me Ellie? I like it. Everybody tries to make me seem so grown up since I've been on the stage. Stan used to. Maybe that's why I like it, she said, in a little trailing voice, like a cry heard at night from far away along a beach. Jimmy felt something clamping his throat. Oh gosh, things are rotten, he said. God, I wish I could blame it all on capitalism, the way Martin does. It's pleasant walking like this. I love a fog. They walked on without speaking. Wheels rumbled through the muffling fog, underlaid with the groping, distant lowing of sirens and steamboat whistles on the river. But at least you have a career. You like your work. You're enormously successful, said Herf at the corner of 14th Street, and caught her arm as they crossed. Don't say that. You really don't believe it. I don't kid myself as much as you think I do. No, but it's so. It used to be before I met Stan, before I loved him. You see, I was a crazy little stage-struck kid who got launched out in a lot of things I didn't understand before I had time to learn anything about life. Married at 18 and divorced at 22's a pretty good record. But Stan was so wonderful. I know, without ever saying anything, he made me feel. There were other things, unbelievable things. God, I resent his craziness, though. It's such a waste. I can't talk about it. Let's not. Jimmy, you're the only person left I can really talk to. Don't want to trust me. I might go berserk on you two someday. They laughed. God, I'm glad I'm not dead, aren't you, Ellie? I don't know. Look, here's my place. I don't want you to come up. I'm going right to bed. I feel miserably. Jimmy stood with his hat off looking at her. She was fumbling in her purse for her key. Look, Jimmy, I might as well tell you. She went up to him and spoke fast with her face turned away, pointing at him with the latchkey that caught the light of the street lamp. The fog was like a tent round about them. I'm going to have a baby. Stan's baby. I'm going to give up all this silly life and raise it. I don't care what happens. Oh God, that's the bravest thing I ever heard of a woman doing. Oh, Ellie, you're so wonderful. God, if I could only tell you what I... Oh no. Her voice broke, and her eyes filled with tears. "I'm a silly fool, that's all." She screwed up her face like a little child and ran up the steps with the tears streaming down her face. "Oh, Ellie, I want to say something to you." The door closed behind her. Jimmy Herf stood stock-still at the foot of the brownstone steps. His temples throbbed. He wanted to break the door down after her. He dropped on his knees and kissed the step where she had stood. The fog swirled and flickered with colors in confetti about him. Then the trumpet feeling ebbed, and he was falling through a black manhole. He stood stock-still. A policeman's ball-bearing eyes searched his face as he passed, a stout blue column waving a nightstick. Then, suddenly, he clenched his fists and walked off. "Oh God, everything is hellish," he said aloud. He wiped the grit off his lips with his coat sleeve. She puts her hand in his to jump out of the roadster as the ferry starts. "Thanks, Larry," and follows his tall, ambling body out on the bow. A faint river wind blows the dust and gasoline out of their nostrils. Through the pearly night, the square frames of houses along the drive opposite flicker like burn-it-out fireworks. The waves slap tinily against the shoving bow of the ferry. A hunchback with a violin is scratching Marianella. "Nothing succeeds like success," Larry is saying in a deep, droning voice. "Oh, if you knew how little I cared about anything just now, you wouldn't go on teasing me with all these words. You know, marriage, success, love, they're just words, but they mean everything in the world to me. I think you'd like it in Lima, Elaine. I waited until you were free, didn't I? And now here I am. We're none of us that ever. But I'm just numb. The river wind is brackish. Along the viaduct, above 125th Street cars crawl like beetles. As the ferry enters the slip, they hear the squudge and rumble of wheels on asphalt. Well, we'd better get back into the car. You wonderful creature, Elaine. After all day, it's exciting, isn't it, Larry? Getting back into the center of things. Beside the smudged white door are two pushpins marked Night Bell and Day Bell. She rings with a shaky finger. A short, broad man with a face like a rat and sleek black hair brushed straight back opens. Short doll hands the color of the flesh of a mushroom hang at his sides. He hunches his shoulders in a bow. Are you the lady? Come in. Is this Dr. Abrams? Yes. You are the lady my friend phoned me about. Sit down, my dear lady. The office smells of something like arnica. Her heart joggles desperately between her ribs. You understand? She hates the quaver in her voice. She's going to faint. You understand, Dr. Abrams, that it is absolutely necessary. I am getting a divorce from my husband and have to make my own living. Very young, unhappily married. I am sorry. The doctor purrs softly as if to himself. He heaves a hissing sigh and suddenly looks in her eyes with black steel eyes like gimlets. Do not be afraid, dear lady. It is a very simple operation. Are you ready now? Yes. It won't take very long, will it? If I can pull myself together. I have an engagement for tea at 5. You are a brave young lady. In an hour it will be forgotten. I am sorry. It is very sad such a thing is necessary. Dear lady, You should have a home and many children and a loving husband. Will you go in the operating room and prepare yourself? I work without an assistant. The bright, searing bud of light swells in the center of the ceiling. Sprays razor-sharp nickel enamel. A dazzling sharp glass case of sharp instruments. She takes off her hat and lets herself sink, shuddering sick, on a little enamel chair. Then she gets stiffly to her feet and undoes the band of her skirt. The roar of the streets breaks like surf about a shell of throbbing agony. She watches the tilt of her leather hat, the powder, the rosed cheeks, the crimson lips that are a mask on her face. All the buttons of her gloves are buttoned. She raises her hand. Taxi. A fire engine roars past. A hose wagon with sweat-effaced men pulling on rubber coats. A clanging hook and ladder. All the feeling in her fades with the dizzy fade of the siren. A wooden Indian painted with a hand raised at the street corner. Taxi. Yes, ma'am. Drive to the Ritz.